morning.
You can't find anyone more because
Hope each of you are well today. Thank you for joining us. If you could make your way to your coffee and your donuts and find a seat, we will get started. We will run with a very thorough program, and we will run the trains on time. If you could kindly please take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for finding a seat. As you can easily observe, some would say it's like a machine gun of information, but we have provided for you a tremendous array of experts for a very serious briefing. And we respect the fact that you have other business to work on while you're in Washington and communications that you will have with different friends. And we would ask that when you do want to have conversation, that you would go out in the hallway to have a conversation. In that even the lightest conversation is heard in the front of the room. So again, we're grateful for the time to be with you. Many will come in and out over the course of these 2 days. We have 73 countries represented, and you were commended for the effort that you've made to come to join your friends and colleagues from around the world. We as well are particularly respectful and grateful for the expert presenters who have given their time and traveled the effort at their own expense. We don't pay anybody to be here, never have, over the last decade. But they believe that this dialogue is so essential because you as parliamentarians particularly are critical in the process. We as legislators write the laws. We prioritize funding in our governments. And as such, there should be a priority. I've been on dozens of codels where we would meet with the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister and the Finance Minister and President and others, and reality is we need to spend more time with parliamentarians. And that's why we do these dialogues. This February, we will be in Manila. Very grateful for the ambassador hosting us last night for the reception. But February 3 and 4 will be in Manila. You will see a letter from the speaker on that, perhaps today or tomorrow. And in May, our plan is to be in Madrid. In August, we will look to be in Salzburg. And this fall, date to be determined, we plan to be in Warsaw. So, and then we're even planning now for 2026. So you will receive information on each of these briefings. But again, thank you for this great time of discussion and dialogue. Your participation will be important in the process. Before we get started, I do want to bring up one wonderful gentleman who has fought for liberty in his own country. And I would like for him just to give 2 minutes of remarks. Lieutenant Poznik Serhiy is a service member of the National Guard of Ukraine. So, sir, if you'll come up, take 2 minutes. Come around here.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Parliamentary cooperation for human security is very important for Ukraine and for all the world. First of all, I would like to thank Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum opportunity to speak today. I'm honored to be part of the processing. I'm honored to be here in this hall with Parliamentary of Ukraine, Anatoly Ostapenko, head of Committee of Parliament Ukraine of Veterans Affairs. My name is Sergei Pozniak. I am an entrepreneur. The owner of a financial business, 25 years old, chairman of supervisory board of investment fund. I'm the father of the 4 children and could not go to any war, but I'm Lieutenant National Guard of Ukraine. But I sniper and chairman Association of Veteran Entrepreneurs. I lost my leg in the war. Well, first it was a successful assault, and secondly, I'm really afraid of is lose my homeland. According to studies concorded by the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, 13% of active military personnel and are entrepreneurs. That equals to roughly 300,000 men and women who have left their families and businesses to fight a war. Upon their return from battle, my brothers and sisters in arms will set out to rebuild their country. As many of you have already come to recognize, we are a resourceful and determined nation. Entrepreneurs like me, while wounded and burned by the war, eager at opportunities to part with and learn from expertise and Western international partners. From you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all with whom I spoke yesterday. Some of you have already begun cooperation with veteran companies, and I invite all of you to do the same. Soon the cooperation will grant partners real advantages of the legislative, the government level. Believe me, Ukrainian veterans and their families will show their application by delivering impressive results. Please take this opportunity to help us build a better world, and let's get to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our heart's prayers and support are with you. I would like to welcome those who are joining us live stream throughout the world. There are hundreds of parliamentarians who are involved in this discussion with us, who are watching through our website. So we welcome you and we thank you for your participation. I would like now to present a video that you will thoroughly enjoy by Matt Pottinger. Matt was the former Deputy National Security Advisor for President Trump. And prior to that time, he was a reporter for Reuters and for the Wall Street Journal in China for the 1990s and the early 2000s. He was as well a Marine who fought in Afghanistan. I think you will be very intrigued by not just his comments, but what you'll see in remarks from Chairman Xi himself and what the objectives and goals are for the PRC throughout the world. So please, if you'll show the video. You may need to dim these lights.
It's an honor to be invited to speak to you today. The Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum has played a pivotal role bringing together parliamentarians and other officials from nearly 100 countries to discuss matters of security and technology that affect us all. I'd like to extend my deepest thanks to my friend, Congressman Rob Pittenger, for your leadership of this forum. The nature of global threats today requires robust cooperation among the countries gathered for this forum. Clear analysis, frank discussion, and forthright collaboration are a prerequisite for successfully confronting global threats. Yet there is one government in particular that, far from helping to solve challenges, is a net contributor to the biggest problems we face. The Chinese Communist Party, which currently rules China, is engaged in activities that endanger our health, prosperity, security, and liberty. Beijing undermined our health with its reckless cover-up of the COVID outbreak in Wuhan in late 2019, seeding a global pandemic that has killed millions. And it threatens even worse to come through its biological warfare programs, which violate its treaty commitments to all nations. Beijing further undermines our health as the single greatest source of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere and of pollution in our oceans. Beijing weakened our prosperity through its state-sponsored theft of intellectual property and its official subsidies, protectionism, and dumping practices which punish innovation and competition by law-abiding nations and entrepreneurs. Beijing stripped away our security by backing rogue dictators in Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea. Xi Jinping signed a no-limits pact with Vladimir Putin on the eve of Russia's re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022, helping cause the largest war in Europe since World War II. Even now, Beijing spends more money on pro-Russian propaganda worldwide than even Russia itself spends. And Beijing is threatening to wage a war over Taiwan that would devastate the global economy and trigger a possible third world war. Beijing threatens our liberty through its coercive, corrupt, and covert lending activities in the global south, and through its multi-billion-dollar propaganda and influence activities. Through its debt diplomacy and loan sharking, Beijing seeks to co-opt our elites. Through its control and manipulation of social media platforms, such as TikTok and WeChat, Beijing influences ordinary people by the hundreds of millions. For too long, too many of us around the world have indulged the wishful view that if we opened our markets to China, transferred more of our technology, invested greater sums of money, and trained more Chinese technocrats, government officials, and scientists and military officers, we might finally persuade China's leaders to see the world how we do. We told ourselves that a policy of engagement at any cost would result sooner or later in the liberalization of China's economy, society, and perhaps even its politics. These assumptions were reasonable to make a quarter century ago when the Soviet Union had recently collapsed and democracy was spreading around the globe. But Chinese leaders, we now know, have shown tremendous determination to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, less by emulating democracies than by exploiting, outmaneuvering, and undermining them. Beijing has been waging a silent Cold War against democracies when we thought such thinking had ended at the close of the 20th century. For some people, it's hard even now to let go of the myths that we've held about China's rulers and their intentions. Sometimes it helps to listen to China's leaders in their own words. Myth number one is that the Chinese Communist Party is communist in name only.
我志愿加入中国共产党。
我志愿加入中国共产党。
保守党的秘密。
保守党的秘密。
为共产主义奋斗终生。
为共产主义奋斗终生。
In a once secret speech to the party's Central Committee, Xi Jinping said, quote, "Facts have repeatedly told us that Marx and Engels' analysis of the basic contradiction of capitalist society is not outdated, nor is the historical materialist view that capitalism will inevitably perish and socialism will inevitably triumph." Myth number two is that Beijing isn't seeking to spread its own autocratic model or upend the liberal international order.
同志们，今天我们纪念马克思，是为了向人类历史上最伟大的思想家致敬。马克思主义不是书斋里的学问，而是为了改变人民历史命运而创立的。坚守共产党人的理想信念，像马克思那样为共产主义奋斗终身。
China's new official ideology, called Xi Jinping thought, advances the notion of Chinese political and cultural supremacy. It even attacks the centuries-old concept of a world composed of sovereign nation-states. Xi Jinping thought states that, quote, all mankind needs a new order that surpasses and supplants the balance of power. A new world order is under construction now that will surpass and supplant the Westphalian system. Toward this end, Beijing is promoting the idea that single-party autocracy is superior to democracy, not just in China, but around the world. As Dutch and American news reporters recently discovered, the Chinese Communist Party has set up a leadership school in Tanzania to indoctrinate African officials in the idea that the ruling party should sit above the government and the courts, and that fierce discipline within the party can ensure adherence to party ideology. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party is exporting its autocratic model, even as that model is showing serious signs of failure inside China itself. Myth number 3 is that Beijing isn't pursuing a zero-sum competition with democracies or a new Cold War. According to an official textbook on Xi Jinping thought, quote, Xi Jinping has emphasized that our state's ideology and social system are fundamentally incompatible with the West. Xi has said this determines that our struggle and contest with Western countries is irreconcilable. So it will inevitably be long, complicated, and sometimes even very sharp. By very sharp, Xi appears to be referring to war. He has delivered several speeches in 2023 on the need to prepare for war. The official textbook on Xi Jinping thought defines the waging of war as perfectly compatible with China's policy of allegedly peaceful development. Quote, to use war as a means to protect our core national interests is not in contradiction with the path of peaceful development. Moreover, it is a manifestation of the Marxist view of warfare.
中国人民也绝不允许任何外来势力欺负、压迫、奴役我们。谁妄想这样干，必将在14多亿中国人民用血肉铸成的钢铁长城面前碰得头破血流。
So those are examples of the Chinese Communist Party's real intentions in its own words. For years, Chinese leaders have hidden their true intentions behind the facade of a country eager to join the international system and willing to abide by its norms. Dual messaging, that is, deceptive external propaganda for foreign ears, twinned with authoritative internal guidance for party members, comes naturally to the party. Hence, we have Chinese leaders outwardly urging, quote, peace talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine, while those same leaders secretly connive internally to provide Moscow with lethal arms to lengthen the war. Publicly, Beijing feigns neutrality with calls for respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Behind closed doors, it has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as, quote, a counterattack, and, quote, the only action that could be taken. Beijing's doublethink is ubiquitous once you learn how to spot it. Concentration camps holding more than 1 million ethnic Uyghurs and other minorities inside China are called, quote, vocational training schools. Beijing's dismantling of the rule of law in Hong Kong and the jailing of local journalists and lawmakers is passed off as, quote, one country, two systems. The use of covert operations to interfere in the elections of Canada and other democracies is disguised as civic engagement and couched in gauzy slogans advocating, quote, a community of common destiny for mankind. Special units of China's premier spy agency, which infiltrate and influence our universities and policymaking circles, are disguised as, quote, think tanks and civil society organizations. In short, China's leaders' most revealing statements are not the ones they make at Davos or at the United Nations. They are the statements they make to their fellow Chinese Communist Party leaders. Here are a few principles I believe are worth bearing in mind throughout this forum and after its conclusion as your governments go about their essential work of safeguarding your sovereignty, and the rights of your people. First, speak candidly, publicly, and at the highest possible level to Beijing about its actions that undermine your sovereignty or the sovereignty of other nations. It's important to speak openly and loudly if we are to prevent Xi Jinping from making grave miscalculations. Miscalculations and missteps are common for long-serving dictators, as Vladimir Putin reminds us. Second, impose steep costs on Beijing's actions that harm our countries and our friends. Imposing costs isn't provocative, it is stabilizing. One of the paradoxes of Marxist-Leninist dictatorships is that the more comfortable and more self-confident they are, the more aggressive they become. Gratuitous efforts to flatter and reassure Beijing are likely to be taken as signs of weakness. Third, it would be better to constrain and temper Xi Jinping's ambitions now through robust, coordinated military deterrence and through strict limits on China's access to technology, capital, and data controlled by our countries. That is better than waiting until Xi Jinping has taken fateful and irrevocable steps, such as attacking Taiwan, that would lead to a war between superpowers. Such a war would have severe effects on the security and prosperity of all nations. Putin's war in Ukraine offers constant reminders that deterrence is far preferable to rollback. Fourth, the, quote, main battleground, to borrow Xi Jinping's term, is the internet. Beijing employs many varieties of information warfare, from united front activities to cognitive warfare to deep fakes. Beijing has invested billions of dollars into these techniques to enhance what Xi Jinping calls discourse power, the power to shape perceptions and narratives worldwide, to whitewash China's record, and to disintegrate free people's faith in their fellow citizens and in democracy itself. We must go on the offense and the defense simultaneously. Right now, we are doing neither. Free societies should never traffic in disinformation the way Beijing does. All we need to do is prevent Beijing's platforms from manipulating our discourse at home, while making it easier for Chinese citizens to communicate safely with one another and with the outside world. Banning TikTok and WeChat, as India's government has done, was a prudent step that other governments should consider. Finally, protect the rights of Chinese people living, studying, and working in your countries so they can enjoy the freedoms that so starkly distinguish free nations from the increasingly oppressive atmosphere inside China today. This means standing up against discrimination at home. It also means taking proactive steps inside your borders to expose and counter the Chinese Communist Party's activities to censor, intimidate, and coerce your citizens, and especially people of Chinese descent. We should always distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party on the one hand and China and the Chinese people on the other. I commend all of you who have come to this forum with the mission of understanding global threats and finding solutions to them. I'm hopeful that with more initiatives like the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, we can foster and strengthen our own united front, one of independent and sovereign nations working together to protect our health, our prosperity, our security, and our liberty. Thank you for the honor of speaking with you today.
Thank you very much. Matt Pottinger can be reached through the Hoover Institute, where he is a visiting scholar. Would like now to call up my good friend, Dr. Jonathan Ward. We're going to have a discussion relative to some of the issues that were raised just now by Matt Pottinger. Dr. Ward has a very extensive academic background that is far beyond my training, sir. He received his studies at Columbia University in Russian and Chinese languages, where he received his undergraduate, master's there, and his doctorate at Oxford on Chinese relations. So we thank you, sir. He's with the Hoover Institute today, and a brilliant scholar. Note his books that he has brought with us. I really commend these to you. If you really want to understand the depth and perspective of our challenges relative today to China, China's Vision of Victory, and also The Decisive Decade, his newest book. These are remarkable books. I really commend them to you. So, Dr. Ward, thank you. We're going to have a little Q&A discussion today, and if you could, I'm going to just stand here, and you can sit and be relaxed. We have a little problem in terms of the visual if I sit down, but I think you all can see him from over here. But first of all, I would just like you to state, Dr. Ward, in your book, The Decisive Decade, you outlined 4 areas of challenges that we have relative to China: economic, military, diplomatic, and other ideas that should lead to an American victory over the Chinese People's Republic of China. And give us an overview of those issues and what we should be doing as freedom-loving countries to address that.
Great. Well, thank you, Congressman Pittenger, and thank you, everybody, for being here and for the important work that this forum does to
Can you hear
bring
him? Okay.
to bring the world together on critical issues. And before I go into the 2 books, which on one hand, China's Vision of Victory was one of the first books to lay out the Communist Party's global grand strategy using their own words and their own documents. And then Decisive Decade, after years of explaining Chinese grand strategy, the purpose of the second book was, what do we do about it? Is it possible for us to win this long-term geopolitical contest with the Chinese Communist Party and to do it peacefully, where we retain the power and advantages that the U.S. and the free world need to have? And I think we can still do that, and we're going to get into that today. But Matt Pottinger's speech is just a perfect way to set this up, because you can see exactly what the Communist Party intends to do, the sort of obfuscation and, frankly, lies that they use to tell the world and sort of lull us to sleep as they simultaneously prepare for war, attempt to take over the global economy, and ultimately to lay the foundations for economic, geopolitical, and military domination of nations worldwide. That's if they succeed. But we have this moment in time, which I wrote about in China's Vision of Victory. We have the next 10 years back then, so the whole of the 2020s, the decisive decade in U.S.-China relations and in China's relations with the world, to prevent this turning point in history that the Communist Party of China envisions is going to happen for them. We can prevent all that, we can stop them, and I think we can do this if we work together. It's going to be led by the United States. We're a $30 trillion economy now. We can take on the economic challenge, but we are going to need the world to come with us. And in Decisive Decade, I put this into the classical arenas of American and sort of Western strategic thinking. So diplomacy, information and ideas, military and economics. And I reprioritized that with economics first. That's where this is won or lost. Really, this is going to be about getting into the fundamental Communist Party grand strategies that are based on the economic rise of China, the taking over of the global economy, the conversion of that into military power, diplomatic power, and what they call the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. We can stop that now, so that's where we're going to have to focus. And then in turn, we're going to have to execute, I think, across the alliance system, a military buildup that means that China, together with its partners in Moscow and Tehran, that they never really believe they can win a war against the United States or against the West, and therefore you can maintain deterrence in the Pacific. So those 2 challenges are the paramount challenges. The economic arena is where I think we win or lose the long game, but then the military side is just essential. We have to get that done as fast as we can. We are losing time on that, and we've already seen wars break out around the world that are backed by Beijing, whether in Ukraine, whether in the Middle East, and with a looming conflict in the Pacific that they're telling us very clearly is their intent.
Yes, sir, thank you. In your book, Decisive Decade, you outline a strategy called economic containment.
Right.
Could you give us some clarity in terms of what that means?
Absolutely.
And what that entails for countries around the world?
Right, so economic containment, the way I see it, first of all, we look at the rise of China. It would not have happened without access to the American market, to American and allied technology, and to the capital markets of the U.S. and essentially capital investment from the U.S. That's how you got a country that was essentially agrarian in the 1980s into a technological and now, almost military superpower. So we allowed them to rise. The rise of China is really based on their engagement with the West. We did that, I think, really blindly and foolishly. But their continued rise and many of their strategies still depend on that. They still depend on access to markets, technology, and capital from not only the United States, but especially the alliance system. So you take the military allies of NATO and the Pacific, that's already more than 50% of global GDP. It's much more than that of global wealth, and it's much more than that of global capital markets. Beijing still relies on that. I mean, that's where they run their trade surpluses that allow them to finance, in turn, the global grand strategy, the Belt and Road, all the rest of it. If we start to shut down their access, the two pillars that I proposed in my economic strategy was, one, the economic containment of China, and two, the reconstruction, rebuilding, reindustrialization of the United States and the alliance system. So in economic containment, you basically want to cut off their access to technology, markets, and capital. And that just changes the game entirely. The rise of China ends when you start to cut those three things away. And we can do that through policy tools that we already have. And the net result, I mean, we have to ask ourselves, if we go through with this, and the target lists are very obvious. I mean, China's entire economy, I mean, if you look through the 5-year plans, people talk about civil-military fusion, but what the basis of the entire economy is really party economic fusion. The party is involved in every single aspect of economic life in the People's Republic of China, whether it's corporations, banks, technology, strategies, general industrial policies. It's a party-led, party-designed economy, and therefore it's all targetable through corporate entities and initiatives that they have designed, which are very clear, and all of which could be subject to U.S. sanctions, import bans, export controls. Basically, the last 100 years of U.S. economic statecraft could all be applied to target lists of our choosing in this very, very large, general strategy that they have, and that's where you disrupt it. And ultimately, if we succeed in going through with these sorts of initiatives, we're going to have a bifurcated world economy. That's how I described it in Decisive Decade. You're going to have a bifurcation. So we shouldn't expect to see the kind of globalization we've had of the 30 years after the Cold War and the advent of China into the WTO. I mean, what you're really going to have is the separation of the Chinese economy from the Western economies based on some fundamental incompatibilities. For example, China's goals in technology, the fact that technology, software and hardware, I mean, those are parts of pretty much every important 21st century industry. I mean, we know the party's intent. We know how it uses its corporations to spy on our countries to create influence. I mean, those things are just going to be incompatible. And as you start to put sanctions and pressure on the PRC, whether it's for its support of Putin in Ukraine, whether it's for predations and sort of malpractice of its companies abroad, all of that is going to start to create a separate China-Russia bloc. And then the question becomes, what happens to third-party nations, to non-aligned nations around the world? I mean, that's going to be very important because China's basic strategies do include, as we all know, through the Belt and Road, the economic and geopolitical dominance of Asia, of Africa, of Latin America, of Eastern Europe, and many other countries and sort of regions that it sees as essential to its long-term dominance. So countries are going to have to pick a path. Fundamentally, the U.S. is the world's largest economy, the world's largest demand center. And frankly, if we utilize that correctly, we're going to present massive opportunities for other countries to trade with us, to work with us, to do business with America, to choose the alliance system, not the Communist Party. And I think that will create real options for countries that see that and that get on the right side of these issues.
Dr. Ward, in our forum last December, at the closing remarks, one very brilliant Parliament member from Kenya addressed our delegates and made the statement that said, "Sir, we have made commitments to China in our country that we can't keep. We have debt obligations now that we can't maintain. And as a result, we are selling our national assets to address these commitments. We need help. Please give us advice on how we can work our way out of these debt traps." So if you could, give us a precursor, an understanding of how those nations that need help end up hurting themselves as a result of these obligations. I had one Parliament member from Africa say to me, well, he's a finance minister, and he said, sir, if we need help, we go to our ambassador, who goes to your ambassador, who then goes to your State Department, who then goes to your Congress, and then in maybe a year and a half, we get some help. He said, if I go to the Chinese, I get a check in 3 weeks. But in reality, what occurs? What is the debt trap involved in that relationship?
Right, and this is a great example, and I remember this from last year's forum where we had this very powerful statement from a Kenyan member of parliament saying, look, our national assets are being given, sold to the Chinese, and there's nothing we can do because of the debt we've taken on. And that is the playbook. Do not let them tell you otherwise. That is the playbook. They're going to come in with China-owned, China-made ports, infrastructure, all of it. They bring in their own engineers. We all know this now because this playbook has been run in country after country, continent after continent, to the detriment of nations that fought for their freedom. And frankly, in the 20th century, one of the most important things that happened was the throwing off of colonialism. And many countries are about to experience that again under the boots of the Communist Party of China. That is the long-term game. The long-term game is to own the trade routes, own the infrastructure, own the markets of countries that would otherwise be free. And that is not free market capitalism, that is not enterprise, that is Chinese economic imperialism. And that's what countries have to stand against. And these projects are ripening across the world, whether it's Kenya, whether it's the port of Chancay in Peru, where Peru had to execute new laws in their parliament in order to permit ownership of the port by the Chinese Communist Party and its corporations, whether it is Pakistan, which we now see as a total debt trap disaster, as one of the centerpieces of the Belt and Road, whether it's the ports and infrastructure in Sri Lanka, whether it's Laos or Cambodia. I mean, across the world, we're seeing the Belt and Road projects ripen at the expense of sovereignty of nations. So that is the choice that wise nations should not make. And for the U.S., together with our allies, the real question is, how do we get into this game fast? And what that's going to take, in my view, is the mobilization of the American private sector. Because at the end of the day, the U.S., we are a $30 trillion economy, but it is mostly private companies and free enterprise. And we need to get our own banks into the game of global development. We need to get into global trade and mount a counteroffensive against the Chinese state-owned and state-backed corporations. And we need to do that together with our allies, because many of the real infrastructure corporations and other investment banks that are regionally focused come from the U.S. alliance system, not from the U.S. alone. And we're going to have to start competing and looking for opportunities in the major emerging markets. So, this is something where government, I think, in the 2020s, we're going to have to learn how to work very efficiently with private sector to engage in markets abroad and create real options for countries that are seeing these sort of China dangling dangling in front of them the prospects of permanent debt and ultimate subjugation. So it's going to be our private sector, our banking systems. We're going to have to do that together. I think we're going to need an allied sovereign wealth fund that's focused on the Indo-Pacific, for example. We need to, I was speaking to somebody from a trade association the other day who was telling me about all the opportunity he saw in Africa. So, I mean, there are major optimists in some of our trade associations and businesses, looking at countries like Africa that think that there's a lot of opportunity there. I mean, we need to get our businesses into the picture. That's going to be how we play this game.
Case, come up here. Case, you. So I have additional questions, but I thought perhaps at this time you might have a question that you'd like to ask Dr. Ward, and so I'm going to open up the floor for a minute, and Case is going to bring the microphone to you. I hate to wake you up. So do you have a question? All right. John Strand.
Jonathan, you do a great job. As you probably know, I'm probably one of the leading experts when it comes to Huawei globally and done mapping of the infrastructure operates level across the world. I've just spent a lot of time in Latin America, and to be honest, the Latin American policies for decades have been a disaster. Now we can say you get a head of State Department, which understand the region, speak the language, and in many countries he's a rock star. one of my friends in Venezuela says if he's running for president in Venezuela, he will get 200% of the votes with the way they count. But the reality is, do you really believe that we financially can match what the Chinese is doing across the world, one-to-one? We had a case here some weeks ago where Blinken was next to Chile, 2 seconds. Peru, and giving something like $6 million or whatever it was to some train stuff. And the week before, or 2 weeks before, China was opening a $1.5 billion harbor in Peru. Do we really believe that we can match it one-to-one, if you could say like that, going back to what Robert said in the beginning about how fast they can do it? Or shouldn't we try to use the nearshoring, the de-risking production that we say that move production out of China to other countries in Asia, create wealth to them, do the same in Latin America. So we say, listen, the best way we can help you is moving production out of China and to other countries, and in that way create a sustainable wealth instead of just getting a check. Because we know these checks, when they're paid out, they're gone, and next week they want a new check. Yeah?
Okay, no, great question, and I think that's a really wise summary of this. I mean, first of all, that's right. You don't want to compete dollar to dollar with failing state-owned enterprises. If you take the state-owned corporations on the Fortune Global 500 and crunch the numbers on the top 100, and they have I think a net income of about 2%, 1.5% if you exclude the banks, which is sort of fake numbers anyway. So you're talking about unprofitable Chinese state-owned corporations backed by, problematic banking. So first of all, once we start targeting the right elements of the Chinese state-owned economy, the SASAC corporations, the Zhongyang Huijin, sort of central, entire financial architecture of the Communist Party, once you start putting the right kinds of sanctions on those things, they're not going to be able to finance their outbound grand strategy to begin with. On the other hand, U.S. capital advantages, once we start looking for opportunities in emerging markets, once we start to pool that, and I think get our banks across the entire OECD involved in the question of where is there real ROI in the emerging markets, how do we actually pursue that? Once we start pushing China back, I think we will start to see openings where there are real business opportunities. And second of all, matching them one for one is not something. I don't think that's the intent, but you can do certain things through like the Development Finance Corporation, through a potential allied investment bank, those sorts of things, through our major multinational banking sort of architecture that we already have, to go after projects that are real as opposed to strategic projects that are basically the foundations of a long-term geopolitical empire for the CCP. And I think the other piece of this is as we start to disengage from China, by definition, there's going to be nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring, and anything but China shoring. And that's going to be a huge opportunity for countries around the world. And what countries are missing through engagement with China is they're essentially engaging with the largest production center in the world. Their industries are throttled early. They do not have that opportunity to move up the value chain to sell to developed markets. We can create that opportunity for other nations. And that's going to create a lift that will in turn create investable opportunities for U.S. and allied finance. So I think that's the virtuous cycle we want to create. You take China out of that equation, and that virtuous cycle is going to begin in many places around the world. And then you can rebalance world trade where it's led by America and not by China.
Thank you. Another question.
Good morning. I'm Catalina Crespo, Ambassador of Costa Rica. I'm very interested in what you're saying, and I agree that the private sector is an important piece of it, not the entire piece from the U.S. What would you, and I would be talking about Latin America. Costa Rica, our number one commercial partner is the U.S., we are one of the few countries left in Latin America that can actually say that. And that is a problem for the United States, even for Costa Rica also. So if you look at private sector, that's one area. However, I know that many countries, my fellow Latin American countries, have been trying to negotiate unsuccessfully with the United States for free trade agreements. Central America, DR-CAFTA has one, but I know a lot of South America countries do not. So it seems like in the last 20 years, there's been, kind of not paying much attention to your neighborhood overall, regardless of who's been in power. And I think this is one of the, the port in Peru and many other things that are happening. But what would you recommend? First, the upcoming government, but also knowing that everything has to pass through Congress and Senate, what would you recommend them as a strategic view to work with Latin America, but also with Africa and the rest of the world? Thanks.
Right. Well, thank you. Right, and I think we're about to have, I think, a really a great Secretary of State. I mean, Marco Rubio, I think, is a very inspired choice. He's one of the people that one would immediately pick if one were thinking about the big picture on China. So that's going to be a very important moment. And I expect that our attention to Latin America is going to return. I mean, that's already a big conversation in Washington. We know that we have, I think, lacked strategy, lacked engagement with the region for a long time. And now we are seeing the results of that lack of strategy through China's very deep engagement with the entire region, and China doing that through its standard playbook of outbound infrastructure and essentially commodities trade and all the rest of it. So, I don't think we have a strategy yet for that, but I think it's clearly going to get some attention. And, the potential for trade engagement is going to, I think, accelerate quite a bit as we pursue a disengagement from China. I mean, if we start with USMCA, where you take, that really could be an enormous counterpoint to the PRC in general, creating industrial power through the integration of North America, the likes of which China can't actually match when you account for cheap, enormous energy advantages that we have, where you account for potentially much lower cost labor in Mexico. I mean, if you start to get that together in the right way, we're going to create a supply center in addition to a demand center. And I think naturally the hemisphere is going to start to cohere around a revitalized North America. And then pushing China out, which is a separate question, so that countries aren't losing their sovereignty and that so China isn't making gains. I mean, that really starts, again, with pursuing the battle space as it exists. China's state-owned, state-backed corporations and banks. That just has to be our target set, and we'll see them roll back anyway, and then the U.S. has to re-engage. But I think it's going to be a major growth spot. I also think there's going to be much more corporate and banking engagement and private sector engagement.
Sir, you and I wrote a joint op-ed in the Fox Journal regarding the role that China has played in the war in Ukraine, in the Middle East, the interest objectives of North Korea. Kind of give us your perspective and understanding of the central role that they have done, the role they played to undermine liberty and freedom throughout the world.
Sure. So I think the most explicit example is in Ukraine, where right before that, in February of 2022, Russia and China came out together with the famous sort of no limits partnership agreement, which is actually a very substantive document. It's 30 or 40 pages. It explains the entire sort of scope of the relationship. Xi Jinping pledges his support for Putin against NATO, and Putin pledges his support for Xi Jinping in Taiwan. And the next thing that happens is, of course, the invasion of Ukraine. And then from then until now, we've seen joint exercises with strategic bombers, with their navies, with their armies. It's a pretty deep military relationship. So, China is forming this anti-Western axis. And as Congressman Pittenger and I wrote in our article, it's essentially bankrolling the destruction and attacks on the free world that we're seeing from Europe to the Middle East and obviously in the Pacific itself if they actually initiate conflict there. So what they've done for Russia, first of all, that war I don't think would have happened, and it certainly would not have continued as long as it had without direct economic support from China, direct industrial support, and direct technological support from China, all of which now is clearly known, even though that intent was clearly visible at the very beginning. We now know that. Then in the Middle East, where you have Iranian proxies attacking Israel, and you now have the wars taking place there, China has been the fundamental backer of Iran, not only through an energy trade, but through investment pledges for most of its strategic industries on a 25-year timeline. So, they're bankrolling this axis, and then, of course, North Korea is its own separate element of this that only survives through the engagement that it has with Beijing economically. I mean, that regime is essentially dependent on China still. So that's what we're dealing with. It's not just the economic challenge from China, it's the fact that they always envisioned the violent destruction of the US-led world order, what some call the rules-based order, what others call the sort of general free world. I mean, this was always there, as Xi Jinping has told us back to 2015 or 16, preparing to fight and win wars. You know, they've designed their force structure accordingly, and then they've begun to support these wars of aggression. So the other thing that I think has come out since we were last here in December, which I think has been known to many people, but now has been, I think, very clearly and factually established thanks to this Congress and the China Select Committee, is the PRC, the Chinese government's direct role in the subsidization of fentanyl precursors, which now the scourge of fentanyl that we've had in this country has killed nearly 500,000 Americans. So China's wars of aggression include not only its support for Ukraine, not only its support for Iran and Iranian proxies in the Middle East, but also what many, I think, serious national security leaders have now called the chemical poisoning of the United States. As the former chairman of that committee, Representative Mike Gallagher, has put it, it's the equivalent of shooting down a 747 every day when it comes to American deaths. We now have each year more deaths from fentanyl than we had in the combined killed in action deaths in Korea and Vietnam. So there's a direct assault on the United States as well, and we're all in this. So, you know, that's what they're doing.
Sir, what would you say to those who convey that China has peaked? That they're on the decline? That it kind of undermines the whole concern related to that China is our foremost adversary. What is your response to that?
Sure. So there's a theory that became very popular in Washington over the last, let's say, couple of years that's called peak China. Basically, China has peaked. It's reached its zenith. It's no longer a rising power. You know, it's in the start of real decline. Its demographic challenges, its debt challenges, its slowing economy, all of those will eventually do it in, and it will not be the dominant power in the 21st century. And I think there are two issues with that. The first is that China has already successfully established itself in some of the prime positions in the world economy that are incredibly important to strategic power. So first of all, it is the top trading partner with the majority of the world's nations. It's also a $20 trillion economy, which makes it, you know, slightly less than 20% of the global economy. It also has the largest industrial base by far. It is double the manufacturing base of the United States of America now, and its export growth is increasing. Its trade surplus is increasing, and this is all based on the fundamental strategies of the People's Republic of China that they've successfully executed on and done so, I think, with astonishing success. So the economic troubles in China are real. The housing crisis is real. If that turns into a financial crisis, then it becomes genuinely more important. The slowing growth rates are important. But as a geopolitical power, China's rise still continues. We have not yet taken the corrective action that we will need. And frankly, this problem doesn't go away without dedicated, focused, and successful efforts from the United States, from our allies, and from the free world as a whole. It is not something that's going to disappear overnight. And even if you get down to falling growth rates, even if they're growing at 4% off a $20 trillion base, they're adding, you know, that would be $800 billion a year. So, I mean, that's a pretty significant addition. And meanwhile, they are checking off industry by industry all across their lists in Made in China 2025 and the 5-year plans. They're successfully checking off prime positions in many of these. I mean, you can look at the electric vehicle market that matters a great deal to Europe. I mean, everybody knows that story. You can look at the battery market that underpins that. Everybody knows that story. You can look at the critical minerals and rare earths. I mean, that's a significant problem. They've just banned the export of certain critical minerals to the United States now in retaliation for our own export controls. You can look at the legacy semiconductor market. I mean, that's very important. You can look at microelectronics as a whole, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Telecommunications, we have our Huawei expert here. I mean, their story is one of economic ascendancy still and the conversion into geopolitical power. And then as Xi Jinping puts it, the unlimited stage we have for our era. Backed by the invincible force of 1.3 billion people, we have an unlimited stage for our era. So we're not even close to finish with this. We're just getting started, and the U.S. response is just beginning to take shape.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, I'm Deputy Speaker Antonio Albano from the Philippines, and we would like to welcome everyone in February 3 and 4 in Manila, and we expect you guys to be there. But there's one prevailing question that I would like to ask the United States. It seems that in your book, Dr. Ward, you're saying the economic containment is very important, and yet for the double standards, the United States and China has the biggest surplus trading partners. And most, if not all of your industries here are actually providing the impetus for economic growth for China. And that's one thing that they're using as their economic gains to build their military buildup, which is affecting the Philippines as we see it right now, and the world as well. And so your policy of economic containment is actually very important if you choose to put policies in the United States and ask your private corporations not to deal with China, so that you can ask other countries as well in Latin America, in India, and everywhere else to follow suit. And what would be the best comment that you could have, especially that the Trump administration is closing down its trading
Thank you, sir.
partners for that?
Great question.
Thank you. And I'll say to that, one, I could not agree with you more. This strategy is not yet underway. It's the strategy I've proposed for my country, and I think it's the way forward. And in my book, Decisive Decade, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster wrote the foreword to the book, and I asked him to address it to the business leaders of the United States and to the business leaders of the free world, because we can't do this without our CEOs and major corporations, and America must take these steps. I mean, you are absolutely right. So much of my own work and advocacy over these years has been to the business community, with the business community, to explain the risks that they face in terms of their own companies in the China market and in global markets because of China, but also where they fit into grand strategy, because America cannot succeed at grand strategy without its companies. That is actually how we won the Second World War. It's how we won the Cold War, and it couldn't be more important now because we're actually going head-to-head against Chinese corporations. Those are the fundamental instruments of their grand strategy, and to have economic containment successfully adopted in the United States is the only possible way to communicate that to the world, but we're all going to deal with this one way or the other. I mean, Matt Pottinger brought up the example of India, which has banned TikTok and a whole bunch of Chinese apps. They've done that before we did. So there are countries that are ahead of us even. I mean, the Philippines has been, it was one of the examples I used in China's Vision of Victory, where China, essentially banned agricultural imports from the Philippines and let those rot in the docks. And that was their way of, pushing against you for their illegal territorial claims. So we are all going to deal with economic coercion. I think economic containment of China is the right path forward. It's something we have a unique moment in which to do that. The U.S. must lead it, and hopefully the world can come together on this, and we can reshape and restructure a world economy that still provides opportunity and prosperity for the vast majority of nations and does not continue to underpin the geopolitical conflicts that China envisions.
Bottom line, the Chinese market is still too intriguing for Wall Street.
Well, they're losing money.
And quarterly reports drive that.
And the other thing is businesses are going to lose a lot in China. It is not going to be as easy as it was for the last 20 years. The hard part's coming.
Yes, sir. We've got just one brief question, if we could.
Okay, very fast. You were talking about sanctions and about using sanctions regarding China. How do you see Europe's role into aligned Europe role in this? Because, you know, we have this, Europe now just imposed this new type of screening, the FDA screening, and almost all EU countries except 4 countries do some sort of screening. So what do you think in this new Trump administration will be, how this alignment on China will happen regarding screening of Chinese investors? And the second question is, what do you do to promote more Taiwan? To promote business from Taiwan, to promote Taiwan in general? Because on the other hand, I would see the backing of Taiwan much higher in the near future in turn. Thank you.
No, very fine questions. I think, one, a lot does depend on U.S. and European economic alignment. You combine our two economies and you get to a very, very large chunk of the world economy in general. And I think really it's about best practices. I mean, we have to be aligned in the military alliance system. We have to be aligned on export controls. We have to be aligned on things like CFIUS. I mean, there should be best practices applied across the alliance system. We should be aligned on outbound capital. And, you know, we should be aligned on sanctions regimes on particular corporations and those sorts of things, like our own entities list. So, you know, and what that's going to mean is, I think, first of all, it means expanding our sense of what is required here. I mean, right now it includes a fairly limited list of you know, general technologies. That's where the Biden administration's been focused. But I think we have to expand it more to deal with China's actual economic strategies. So you take, for example, the Made in China 2025 sectors. That's where we should be focusing our sanctions and aligning our sort of joint allied packages. And then in the meantime, you know, transatlantic trade is largely pretty powerful in terms of services. The goods trade probably could increase, and that will all be hashed out, I think, in the next 4 years or so. But, you know, we have to come to a common understanding on the economic strategies that drive the People's Republic of China and how to counter them together. And it starts with the alliance system.
Thank
and
you, sir.
With regard to Taiwan, if we wanted to.
Thank you, Dr.
Are we
Ward.
running
This has
out
been a
of-
remarkable presentation. I know many of you have additional questions, and we'll get the questions as the days go by, but we're through with this presentation at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, if we could, I'd like to have the Honorable Stacey Plaskett to come be with us. She represents the Virgin Islands in the United States Congress, graduate of the American University, an attorney. Thank you so much. We're very honored to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, I'm just trying to make sure everyone's awake. It's cold outside, maybe not for some of you, but for, I live in the Caribbean, so this is pretty cold. Thankfully, I grew up in New York City, so that makes this all right. And along with going to American University for law school, I was also here in undergrad at Georgetown University. I'm so glad to be here with you, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak with this group. This is the 10th annual Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Forum, and I believe that this is a really timely discussion for us to be having as we just discuss and talk about how the role that we each play in expanding our understanding of the global landscape concerning national, international security, terrorism, intelligence sharing, cybersecurity, and how the advent of technology, including 5G and AI, is presently transforming the landscape of security. As the first member of Congress from a U.S. territory to ever serve on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence since its inception in over 45 years, I believe that I have a very unique perspective to give to the committee and to engage other members of the Intelligence Committee in how it deals and how it looks at security issues. Having, as I said, grew up in a very diverse place like New York City, but now living in the Caribbean that sometimes feels very removed from what's happening, but is really feeling the shocks and effects of security, national security. You know, I tell my colleagues that you guys on the mainland, when you have a cold, other small places catch pneumonia and die often. And so we really need to think about the repercussions, the ripple effect, chaos theory in dealing with all of the decisions that we make. I serve as the ranking member on HIPC, which is what we call the Intelligence Committee's National Intelligence Enterprise Subcommittee, which oversees the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, FBI, and the intelligence offices within the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Departments of State, Treasury, Energy, and Homeland Security. All of those agencies within the US government also have intelligence arms, which many people are not aware of. We only think about the FBI and the CIA, but there are other intelligence units within many of US agencies. On behalf of the American people, we strive to ensure that the intelligence community is collecting and analyzing intelligence that helps the president and Congress make sound national security decisions to keep our country safe and free, support our allies, and defend against our adversaries. During the past decade, there has been an erosion of democracy around the world, strains in US alliances, and challenges to international norms that make it more difficult for the United States and our allies to tackle global issues while increasing greater opportunities for rogue governments and groups to operate with impunity. Our standing is at sometimes tenuous with countries in which we previously had very sound and strong relationships. And it's become difficult for us to change our policy and our posture and how we operate in many of those countries because we've never been this place before. In the great global competition that we have, the great nations competition, America, I believe, and I don't know if you would agree with me, that we are still trying to find our footing. And what is the mix between soft power, diplomacy, economic development, as well as force in dealing with these countries that are dealing with the fragility of their own country and their own structures. You know, the opportunities, when I talk about rogue governments, of course, for us, we consider those to be China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And they're engaged with us in competitive behavior that we believe is a direct threat to our national global security. China has obtained economic heft while growing military power and diplomatic and technological dominance for a coordinated approach to strengthen CCP rule, secure what it views as its sovereign territory and regional preeminence, and pursue global power. China aims to sow doubts about US leadership, undermine democracy, and extend their influence by countering US and other countries' policies that threaten China's international image, access to market, and technology expertise. Russia's strengthening ties with China, Iran, and North Korea to bolster its defense production and economy are also a major challenge for us and our partners. Their defense industry is significantly ramping up production of a panoply of long-range strike weapons, artillery, munitions, and other capabilities that will allow it to sustain a long and high-intensity war if necessary. We're seeing that, of course, play itself out in Europe. Iran will continue to threaten US interests, allies, and influence in the Middle East, and intends to entrench its emergent status as a regional power while minimizing threats to the regime and risk of direct military conflict. Decades of cultivating ties, providing support, funding weapons, and training to partners and proxies around the Middle East, including Lebanese, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iranian-backed militia in Iraq and Syria, will enable Tehran to continue to demonstrate the efficacy in leveraging like-minded terrorists and military actors. That's our assessment right now. North Korea, of course, another one of what we deem as our adversary, we believe will continue to pursue nuclear and conventional military capabilities that threaten the United States and our allies, which will enable periodic aggressive actions. North Korea has emerged from its deepest period of isolation, driven by a combination of severe UN sanctions and their self-imposed COVID lockdown. Today, it's pursuing strong ties with China and Russia with the goal of increasing financial gains, diplomatic support, and defense cooperation. The great powers competition intersects, in many respects we see, with backsliding democracies and failed state vulnerabilities. During this Congress, I saw firsthand what I would call wobbly governments and backsliding democracies in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly throughout the Sahel, which opens the door for Russian and Chinese malign influences to take hold. I'm particularly concerned by Russia's exploitation of the instability of African nations to secure access to valuable resources and, in turn, undermine democratic aspirations. China's economic investments and financial assistance target vulnerable countries and carry collateral conditions, including diplomatic expectations, debt. Many of the contracts that China enters into with many of these vulnerable countries are very opaque. They're not transparent. Many of the countries are unaware of the debt load that they're going to have, when projects are due, when the debt is due, and that in turn creates a dependency on them, which is not evident on the front end, but comes on the back end. And America, of course, has a lot of requirements for our investments, whether that's 708, you having to be certain type of democratic activity, which makes it more difficult for us to be engaged with countries that need us the most, that need our support so that they can in turn support us, whether it's in the UN or in other actions that we're looking for. In the past 10 years, successful coups have occurred in Burkina Faso twice, Sudan 3 times, Mali twice, as well as Chad, Guinea, Niger, Gabon. Further attempted coups have occurred in many of these nations, in addition to the Gambia and Sierra Leone. Malign actors are using the cycle of coups across the continent as a vehicle to effectuate influence and control. Why is that important to us as Americans? Well, it's important because of the size of Africa, the increasing youth of Africa, but also, quite frankly, as a capitalist country, I'm concerned with the raw resources of Africa being the payment for many of these relationships that Russia and China are requiring. The use of ports, the use of so many uranium, et cetera, that is being extracted at usury rates from these nations that then become problematic. And we, as Americans, I'll admit, are not there in the manner that we should, and our relationships are wobbly as well. I, as a member of the Intelligence Committee, was in Mali. I went over to another African country. Our allies, our friends were saying everything is great. I left. 2 days later, there was a coup. Had no clue that it was going to happen. You know, I thought I was going to be able to get a book deal having been in a coup when it happened. But, you know, I just lost out on all of the opportunity of great stories to my grandchildren about how I was smuggled out of a country during a coup, but never mind that. The mounting crises are beginning to fray these regional institutions, further hampering their ability to develop effective regional security. That's why groups like this are so incredibly important. Important not just for you, but for us as the United States as well, because we need a diversity of experiences, a diversity of views of what's happening around the globe. We do not have eyes and ears to see everything that is happening around the corner. We rely on not just the intelligence that you have, but also the strategy and the thinking that you have, which can be very different than our own. On the Intelligence Committee, I have been working to diversify the workforce in the Intelligence Committee because it is incredibly important for us to have multiple views of seeing a problem. And that can only come from individuals who have had multitude of experiences other than, like myself, the usual New York boarding school, prep school, Georgetown Foreign Service School, et cetera. That is the norm for the intelligence community, our diplomatic cadre. We need individuals from the heartland, individuals who come from immigrant families, individuals who come from inner cities, from very different experiences that can support a range of ideas and thoughts in how to get intelligence done. And you all having this kind of exchange provide that for us as well. And we believe how through our technology, through innovation, which I think is the cornerstone of American excellence, is our ability to innovate and to move paradigm shift very quickly, can provide support to you all, whether it's in AI, 5G, or how intelligence is gathering, particularly in the SIGINT area. And so I'm further concerned, of course, because it's in my backyard, of palatable national security threats in the Caribbean region, including illegal drugs and gun trafficking, the crisis in Haiti, which we know will allow a foothold for other malign actors to be able to come in and take over that very large country with immense natural resources, which has yet to be tapped, as well as the influence of Russia and China in the region. This past weekend, I was in Barbados with about 9 members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, for their National Independence Day. 4 other prime ministers, other state leaders from other Caribbean islands in an exchange with us. We, of course, are concerned about the PRC and the enormous amount of infrastructure projects that they are doing. What do they need almost 20,000 square foot embassy facility in Antigua for? But we recognize that with America's growing influence with our allies like Australia in the Pacific, China is coming to our third border in the Caribbean to try and create a foothold in the same way. So we are really trying to look around the corners in our borders, not just in the usual European places that we try and play, to try and see the actions of our enemies and others and how we can be of greater support to our allies like you. So I want to, again, as we face increasingly fragile global order strained by accelerating strategic competition among major powers, more intense and unpredictable transnational challenges, and multiple regional conflicts with far-reaching implications, the United States must work with our partners like you all who are in this room to ensure that we keep not only ourselves, but the people that we have been tasked with protecting safe and able to live prosperous and very safe lives. So I want to thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you to my former colleague for creating this opportunity for us to have this discussion. And I hope that you all enjoy your time in Washington, D.C. and with the Congress. Okay.
Very insightful, remarkable presentation. Thank you, Madam Congresswoman. You're welcome to come back anytime. Thank you. So now I would like to ask my friends to join us, Professor Ivkovic, I believe, and Joseph Humeyer. I think that's our next presentation. Yes. Joseph Humeyer and Professor Ivkovic. Professor Ivkovic is an international arbitrator and advisor to governments. Joseph Humeyer is Executive Director of the Center for Secure Free Society. Both outstanding friends and have been with us through the years on these briefings. So I open the floor to you all. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't begin by thanking Congressman Pittenger. Congressman, it's always a pleasure to be here. This is one of my favorite forums of the year. Microphone on?
Now? Okay, thank you guys. Well, for those that didn't hear me, I want to thank Congressman Pittenger. It's a pleasure to be at the forum again, and thank all of you for making, especially those that came from far away, that traveled at this very cold time to Washington, D.C. It's a very interesting time to be here in Washington. There's a lot of changes that are happening, and I think those changes are emblematic of many changes that are happening around the world in your countries as well. The topic of the day and what I'd like to talk to you about, along with Milos today about, is a phenomenon that I think really struck a national discord here in Washington in the United States in 2016. And I think we really have to credit President Trump with bringing the concept of migration as a broader strategic concept rather than just an immigration issue, which is mostly viewed as. Also, the impetus to place borders at the forefront of geopolitics, and we now know this very, very tried and true, especially with what's happening in Ukraine and what's happening in Israel, that borders are more than just lines on a map, that they represent the identity and the sovereignty of your nations. And I think many of the nations that are represented here today will understand that very well. And so what I'm going to try to do for the next 10 minutes or so is I'm going to try to give you my experience at what I had done studying this concept of weaponized migration, both from the field in terms of looking at it here in our hemisphere, and then leaving you with a concept that I think applies to this phenomenon that we've been seeing since, well, we've seen it for a long time, but fundamentally haven't really been talking about it since, I think, about 2016. So let me begin where I think this crisis began for the United States. And for those that are following the United States, you know very well that we have a tremendous problem on our U.S. southern border. That problem has manifested itself into a multidimensional crisis that includes drug traffickers, cartels, gangs, terrorists, but also includes malign state actors that are looking to exacerbate the situation towards geopolitical ends. So I'm going to go to where I consider the beginning of this crisis for the United States. You can go further back, but I think 2018, October 2018 in particular, was a starting point to really start to understand this. And I was in a country in Central America when this began. I was in Guatemala. I don't know if we have any representatives from Guatemala here today, but for those that are from Guatemala or from Latin America, you remember this time very well, October 2018, because this is when the phenomenon of Central American caravans began. And so I was in Guatemala for a completely different reason. I was in Guatemala because I was training the Guatemalan military on counterterrorism, and I was doing a seminar. And I got a call from a very high-ranking cabinet official in Guatemala who basically called me and said, Joseph, there's a problem. And I could see the problem on TV, basically from the period of October 7th, 2018 to October 12th, in a period of 5 days. There were initially 180 migrants from Honduras that ballooned up to 7,000 in 5 days. So we went from 180 to 7,000 coming from one city in Honduras, San Pedro Sula, and we're migrating through Guatemala on their way to the United States. And as I said, I see the problem, it's very clear. It's on the news. He said, oh, no, the problem we have is not necessarily, we're analyzing it, we're dealing with the migrant issue. The problem we're having is with the media, that we're telling the media this is not organic, this is not normal, that we deal with illegal migration all the time, but this is different. But the media didn't want to hear that. The media had a narrative already, a narrative that this was a humanitarian challenge, the poor migrants, and that they didn't necessarily think that this was any strategic elements or geopolitical elements involved. Matter of fact, they consider that to be a conspiracy theory. So I said, what can I do to help? They said, well, we'd like you to, you speak to the media, you go on interviews in the press. Can you take a look at this? We'll facilitate it, but you use your own research lens and take a look at this, and then talk to them and tell them what you see. And so I did. And so for the period of about a week, I traversed with the Central American caravans in Guatemala, embedding myself with the caravan, and moved from the Honduran-Guatemalan port of entry called Aguascalientes to the Guatemalan-Mexican port of entry called Tecunuman. And I basically observed the migrant caravan from up close. And I'll tell you what I saw. Let's skip to the bottom line up front. Two things stood out to me. The first was the route, because they did not choose the shortest geographic distance from point A to point B, which is actually along the Caribbean, nor did they choose the fastest way to get across the country, which would have been the Pan American Highway. They chose the slowest and the longest route that actually went more from the Caribbean coast to the Pacific coast of Guatemala. But why did they choose that route? They chose that route because there were already NGOs that had developed infrastructure to attend to thousands of migrants. So that whole adage of build it and they will come, well, it was built. So that's the way that they went. And so I have to be very careful how I say this, because I think most of the NGOs that I encountered during this time were doing what they said they were doing. They were doing migrant humanitarian work. They had a humanitarian mission. But there were select NGOs, very specific ones, one of which I'll name, that weren't doing humanitarian work, but were doing political work. One in particular, his name is in Spanish, Pueblos Sin Fronteras, it's Spanish for people without borders, that was essentially indoctrinating the migrants, giving them scripts to read on television, setting WhatsApp groups to organize the migrants almost like military convoys with advanced parties, main bodies, and rear bodies, and facilitating the movement of extracontinental migrants that we don't know who they really were, from Africa, Middle East, and other parts of the world. And when I started to dig into this NGO, Pueblos Sin Fronteras, I found out that they were financed by the government of Venezuela. So that's really the kicker here. So what does the government of Venezuela care about migrant caravans? What do they care about Guatemala, or much less the U.S. southern border? And what I came to find was that this was an element of what we call strategic engineered migration, and that's the concept I want to leave you with here today. Strategic engineered migration, which is a more academic term for weaponized migration, is actually a concept that's not new, and in fact, it has been documented of 81 instances have been used since 1951 in the UN Refugee Convention. So once asylum started to become a legal concept, we started to see countries use this. It's loosely defined as basically a method of coercion. So when state and non-state actors catalyze, manipulate, and or induce mass migration to achieve political and geopolitical ends. And as I said, they've been documented, these academics from the Northeast have documented at least 81 instances that has been used by smaller countries as an act of coercion against larger nation states. You might want to think about it as a poor country's maximum pressure that can't issue sanctions, can't really engage in economic influence. And so where my work has then evolved from looking at this from the lens of my field experience to academia, then to taking this into real time and broadening the aperture, what I would call from coerced engineered migration to strategic engineered migration, was in 2021, and it was actually in Europe, for those that come from the European countries. It was in Poland in October of 2021, when 32,000 migrants, mainly from Syria and Iraq, mostly Kurdish, came and crashed the border between Poland and Belarus in the span of about a month, or probably less, the span of about 3 weeks. And when we digged into this case, what we found out was it was a very interesting method by the dictator of Belarus, Lukashenko, who essentially threatened to do this months prior. And then when he carried this out, he essentially created a logistical apparatus where he called the Iranians to set up a direct flight between Baghdad and Iraq to Minsk to create the shuttle, called Erdogan in Turkey to set up NGOs, basically overnight travel NGOs, travel agencies that was facilitating the movement of the migrants, and then called Vladimir Putin to use the disinformation networks to start to delegitimize border security as a crime against humanity. It was very effective, except there was one difference than what cases we've seen in the past. Normally, in weaponized migration, you see a concession. You see a demand. You want either sanctions to be lifted, you want international aid to be given. Sometimes you just want more international attention. In the case of Poland and Belarus, we saw none of that. In fact, he got more sanctioned, less legitimized, and more isolated from the European Union. So what was the juice worth the squeeze? What was the intent towards the end? And we can argue that perhaps as a coercive measure, it was unsuccessful, but as a strategic measure, it was a preparatory condition for what happened 3 months later, which is the invasion of Russia over Ukraine, using Belarus as a forward staging ground for that invasion. So I use that as a catalyst to start to understand this concept, and I'm going to bring it back to the part of the world that I work in more, and the one that's closer to the United States and Latin America. And in the case of Latin America, the operational aspect of weaponized migration is happening all throughout the continent. It's not just happening on our border, it's happening in South American borders, it's happening in a once uncrossable border between Panama and Colombia called the Darien Gap, which more than 15 years ago only saw a few hundred migrants cross, is now seeing over 500,000 cross in the period of 1 year. And I want to take you to what I consider the worst border crisis in the Western Hemisphere, which is the border between Venezuela and Colombia. If you actually want to see how bad a border crisis can get, pay attention to this border crisis, because over time, what we've seen is that border crisis take multiple steps to what I've called the sovereignty disintegration process, to essentially use non-state actors and criminal actors to change the composition of the border and then introduce great power competition. Let me give you an example, and I'll start to close with this. I visited that border on multiple occasions between 2021 and 2023. And the beginning, when I started to visit the Colombia-Venezuelan border, what you initially saw was the mass migration. There are more than 8 million Venezuelans that have fled that country since 2014, the largest mass migration in the world, larger than Syria, larger than Ukraine. And that was mostly affecting its neighboring countries, prominently Colombia. So that created a humanitarian crisis. With the humanitarian crisis, taxed the capacity of the Colombian armed forces that were dealing with the immigration and the border, which fundamentally created spaces for transnational criminal organizations to occupy border towns. This probably story sounds familiar to many of your countries. And so what you saw once the criminal organizations started to occupy border towns is you saw a tremendous uptick in crime and violence. In fact, you would, in many cases when I would visit, they would kidnap a Colombian colonel on one side of the border in the Colombia, traffic him across the border into Venezuela, murder him, and then dump his dead body on the river that separated the two countries. So this became a very untenable lens of crime and violence. But the last time I visited the border, what I really saw wasn't so much, I saw that, but that's concerning enough. But what really concerned me is I saw Russian mobile radar systems. I saw the PAT mobile radars, the same radars they use in Ukraine, traveling through the border and basically sucking up the communications of the Colombian armed forces, who did complain about this. I saw Iranian reconnaissance drones doing low-level overflights and moving into Colombian airspace with a dispute about where that airspace begins and where that airspace ends, because as we know, controlled airspace begins approximately about 700 feet and above. Below that, it's kind of a gray zone. I saw a Chinese satellite tracking station based out of a military base in a state of Guárico, Venezuela, that was essentially orbiting specifically satellites around this border. What I saw was great power competition start to impose itself on a border after that border became overrun by criminal organizations. And what I want to leave you with, to give time to Milos, who's going to break down a little bit the legal concepts on this, is to understand migration and weaponized migration as something that's beyond immigration itself. That's beyond simply the legal concepts of what is illegal and legal migration, and even beyond just what is criminality, as you would think in cartels and gangs and other type of illicit organizations. We have to start thinking of immigration and mass migration in particular as a means and a tool of warfare. And when we talk about asymmetric warfare, it's essentially the use of non-state actors to achieve your political ends. Warfare in itself is very simple in all its complexity. It's simply compulsion. If I could compel my adversary to bend to my will, I win the war. And mass migration has proven to be a very strong method of compelling adversaries, and in this turn, compelling our adversaries to basically pressure our sovereign democratic nations to bend to their will. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the questions.
I can't follow that. Well, I'll try to speak a bit slower because I'm just not physically capable of following up on that. But what we've seen here is yet another example of using diverse types of attacks against our sovereign nations. As mentioned, any type of narrative in support of protecting our borders would be called crime against humanity, quote unquote, crime against poor immigrants, quote unquote. And the media's narrative would be highly supportive of any movement of migrants into the country. This bans the law as we know it. This bans the rule of law and the fiber of society that we are built upon. By means of background, I teach international criminal law and international asylum law at Washington University. I have been involved in rescuing 1.6 thousand kids from illegal Chinese mines in Africa, and I have rescued and been involved in rescuing US journalists from imprisonment in Africa. So human rights I hold dear to my heart, and I would fight for them every given day. However, this has nothing to do with human rights, nothing. And I'll try to explain it. Let's use a hypothetical and remove ourselves from the broadcasting agencies. Let's assume that all of you just hike a mountain and a vicious storm hits you. It cuts off the channel down to the valley, and you fear for your life. A mile away, there is a cabin, and you want to rescue yourself. And there is a big sign, trespassing will be prosecuted. What do? You won't face criminal charges if you enter this cabin, because your life is threatened and you need to enter the cabin in order to save it. So all developed nations would protect your life over criminal persecution. But let's assume you get into this cabin and you cozy up, and then you see that 1 mile away there is a better cabin with a pool inside. So why wouldn't I just change cabins? It's more comfortable. Because that would be a crime. Asylum law is very simple. Asylum law presupposes that the first next jurisdiction can give protection only in covered cases under 1951 Convention. That's the end of it. If so-called asylum seekers cross any other jurisdiction on their path, they are considered immigrants. They're not anymore considered asylum seekers. That means that our criminal system can be employed to review their cases, with affirmative defense being potentially asylum claim which should be denied. As simple as that. Now, where are we at? We are at a stage where asylum and immigration became synonyms as broadcasted by the media, which is incredibly dangerous. Immigration is a sovereign topic of each and every country. Immigration can be regulated by domestic laws. Immigration cannot be limited by international laws. Asylum is a matter regulated in general by international law. What I would like to break down is the steps that states may consider in order to reclaim sovereignty, both with respect to the manipulative attack coming from the media when it comes to immigration, as well as when it comes to, I would say, frivolous interpretation of 1951 Convention. When it comes to immigration, we have a very straightforward issue. Effectively, if we review both federal law in the United States or EU laws in Europe, or generally national laws across the globe, they provide broader protection than anything else we see on the books in international law. That means that the US Congress or your parliaments can rescind, amend those protections, and prohibit effectively all immigration. What I want to say is that zero immigration is perfectly legal under international law. You want to close off your borders? It is perfectly legal to do so. And anybody who says it differently has not attended a single second of public international law class in law school. When it comes to asylum, 1951 Convention is incredibly strict, and it worked on a principle of defined protected rights. They are limited by definition to persecution in a country which has to rise to the level of actual fear in a person, and that persecution is limited to race or political engagement, for example, or participation in a particular religious group. That's the end of it. What does that mean? Let's assume that we have a so-called Syrian refugee who needs to cross Turkey to come into Greece, then to go onwards into Europe and cause God knows what. That person could claim asylum only in the first next country, period. If it crosses one more border, it's considered illegal immigrant. Criminal persecution would be permitted, period. Have you ever heard that in our media? I assume not. And there is a reason for that, because the warfare is not only fought by weapons, it's called by manipulation. And manipulation is a much better tool, because we cause our allies to default on their own public. Their own public will go against them. Their own public will push for policies that are actually endangering national security. The next question, very simple one, is how come that since, what did we say, 2018, almost all EU countries, including the United Kingdom at the time, and the United States started considering immigration as a national security issue? Because it has become a weapon. But there is a problem to that. It has become a weapon because we permitted it to become a weapon. it is within our sovereign domain to stop immigration. We can stop immigration today. What we need to confront are false narratives. And there is a very terrifying element to this story. People who are on the run are not necessarily terrorists. They were told that they are allowed to enter the United States. They were manipulated themselves. Mothers holding kids in their arms could also be manipulated themselves. So we talk about crime against humanity, but not committed by the United States and European Union countries wanting to revise immigration, but by Russia, China, and Iran, who are financing this mass exodus of people on false pretenses and making what is evidently illegal to be reported as legal. So, in my view, it is the responsibility of the parliaments that you represent to admit what the law says. If we negate the rule of law, we shouldn't be talking about human rights in the first place. And there is no human right to immigration. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions now. I would like to request respectfully that my friends who want to have conversations, and I'm very respectful and understandable about conversations, that you would go out of the room into the hallway for your conversations. It's very distracting for others who are trying to listen. So what questions do we have at this time? Yes, sir. Who has the mics?
Thank you. I'm the Speaker of Malta.
And please offer it as a question if you can.
Yes. My question is this. I've been listening with great attention to your presentation. And of course, you focus on the American continent. My question is whether you consider that the weaponization migration is also another factor which is very much at work in the Mediterranean. And I'm saying this because we are down there in Malta and we know what has been happening since the fall of Gaddafi many years ago, when the traffickers organized this weaponized migration in order for two main practical reasons: to destabilize the society in Europe with regards to spreading the Islamization, extreme Islamization, and also another factor is that unfortunately the European Union, and Malta is part of the European Union, as you know, they don't have a coherent migration policy to address the problem of migration. So my question is to both of you, whether from the American side, of course, I think it's very important because we have at the moment even the question of the Gaza problem, where we have a mass migration to Cyprus and other neighboring countries from Lebanon because of the Hezbollah, because of the Hamas, etc. And we have to address that. I want this to address it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Absolutely. Absolutely, the answer is yes. It is a very comparable case. Just legally, what should be observed is the actions of the European Commission on the one hand and the European Court of Justice and inaction of European Union states. And that is a grave concern. From my perspective, your parliament, or actually your Supreme Court, should declare all interpretation of directives on asylum which are now applied to immigration as ultra-virus under Constitution and reject their application. If you do that, you will regain sovereignty over immigration. Malta still has the power to issue visas. That means that Malta, under the Lisbon Agreement, has absolute power to regulate migration. And the current conduct, if you compare it since, I would say, 2016, actually, of the European Commission, was interpreting directives and regulations on EU level, considering asylum as applicable to immigration. If you look at the most recent pact, they even call it Immigration and Asylum Pact, which is an absurd legal argument because these two elements cannot be brought together, these two legal institutes. So there are several ways to go forward. First is Malta can declare it ultra-virus. It has been done 3 times by Germany, Czech Republic, and Poland in 3 different cases. It can be done successfully. And the second is immediately informing the ECJ of the lack of competence to decide on a matter of immigration because it's beyond the 4 corners of Lisbon Agreement. Neither of the above have been done by a single European Union country by now.
Very good. Just have one quick question, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Congressman Pittinga. And my name is Okonkole. I'm a ranking member of the Nigerian House of Representatives on the intelligence. Please permit me, because I had already wanted to share my thoughts about this, and I'm glad that under this weaponized migration, if you permit me, I'll just share those thoughts so that I can get a better understanding and a clearer picture of what.
We'll have a time later on for you to share
Later
your
on,
thoughts. This is a Q&A time.
Oh, okay,
Right?
all right.
Well,
that's
I'll
fine.
have a time for you later on.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just one brief question. We have 2 minutes.
Yes. First of all, I have to thank for the invitation. I'm very glad to participate in such an important forum. Yes, I'm Andreas Nikolakopoulos, Deputy Minister of Citizen Protection from Greece. I would like to raise a question to both of you. In recent years, we have witnessed the instrumentalization of the migration worldwide from neighboring countries to other countries, often aimed at causing international turbulence and internal destabilization. There are countries which, due to their geographical location, are more vulnerable to such situation. Greece is one such country. In February 2020, my country faced a major migration crisis when thousands of migrants tried to illegally enter Greece from Turkey. The Greek government and the Greek authorities reacted swiftly and effectively. You said about the same situation in Poland with thousands of migrants from Belarus, coming from Belarus. So I would like, should our NATO, as well as United States, be concerned about the possibility of taking centralized additional joint measures and implementing new modern tools for more effective border security, possibly through the creation of a global mechanism or even a corps to prevent such phenomena, especially when the parties involved are NATO allies? Thank you.
Thank you. I think what the highlight of the importance of what you're saying is, and to sum it up in very concise terms, is border security is national security. It cannot be viewed as simply a law enforcement issue. It certainly cannot be viewed just as a humanitarian issue or just a migration issue. It involves all dimensions of your national security because it threatens the sovereignty of your country. To that, I cited these academic studies, right? Basically, these concepts that we're looking at, weaponized migration. And I went over this quickly, but it's 81 instances that they documented. A lot of them actually came from Libya and came from Turkey in previous instances. But there's one thing that I left out, and I'll share it real quick, was that they would break this up into targeted states and coercer states. The coercer states are the ones that are coercing the migration. The countries that would get targeted often had 2 conditions. The first condition was that they are very open to dialogue and discourse. They had an open society in terms of debate, and that was able to be manipulated through disinformation. And then the second condition was they had very ambiguous and non-clearly defined asylum laws that can be manipulated. That's why I think 1951 is the inflection point, because that's when consecutively and systematically those laws have been being exploited for this type of method of warfare. So
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. It was a wonderful panel. Please. So our next panel will be linking Indo-Pacific to European Atlantic. If you gentlemen could come up. Christian Bacanu, Member of Parliament from Romania, and John Stylides, geopolitical strategist, Trilogy Advisors, and Senior Fellow of the National Security Program of the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us this morning. I will say to you that Congressman Baird is en route, and we will let him give some remarks in between your panel, if you don't mind. Understood? Very good. Thank you. Christian Bacanu, please. Please.
Here, there, everywhere. Thank you so much, Congressman. So, my speech is going to be about our finest hour, all right? And I'm going to start with a little bit of history. Winston Churchill once said in a very powerful speech, "The whole fury and might of our enemy must very soon be turned on us." Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we can stand up to him, all Europe may be free, and the life of the world may move forward into broad sunlight uplands. But if we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, including all that we have known and cared for, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted science. Many analysts compare the period of the Second World War and the clash between the free world and totalitarianism with what is happening today in the world. Of one thing we can though be sure: the victory of democracies in the Second World War led to a century of prosperity, development, and welfare for the Western world. Now, the outcome of the new Second Cold War depends on what the thriving political system of the world will look like at the end of this great power competition. At the turn of the last century, the US assumed a clear leadership role, a role reinforced after the defeat of the Nazi Germany. The price paid was high, a price paid in blood, which can still be seen today if you visit the beaches in Normandy, the Guadalcanal, or some other places in the Pacific. The lesson of the last century is that democratic nations have prospered and developed for as long as the world has been united under the great Pax Americana. The new Cold War is a civilizational one, but it is being fought on more components than ever before. Our enemies have toolboxes that are as sophisticated as ever, and this is why this confrontation will mark at least the next few decades, and we need clear strategies, and which need to be, in my view, drafted in Washington, D.C. But to prepare for the right strategy, Washington's political elite needs to coldly and accurately diagnose what is sickening in the world around us and what are the problems of our society. If not, we risk falling into anarchy and having multiple conflicts and wars. Democracies are already in early stages of a system transforming war that's been all but declared by the newly formed Axis. Russia and China are setting new global agenda, while Iran and North Korea work to dismantle what's left of their regional power balances. But democratic political leaders have been slow to recognize this new reality, with many still clinging to the post-Cold War narrative of a rules-based international order. Russia and China have been arming at an alarming speed. Russia is working hard to get to 1.5 million soldiers, while China already has 2 million soldiers. And the same goes for the rest of their allies. And at the same time, the US Navy has now, numerically speaking, less ships than China, and the shipyards in China have the capacity to build so much more than the US one, not to mention Europe. So let's not make any mistake, because this Cold War is not only about armament, it's also about economic dominance and the constant fight for influence and control over people's minds and power of understanding. The microchip race, the quantum race, the space race, the fight for strategic resources, the rare minerals, the rivalry between TikTok and Western media, the use of fake news and propaganda, and many other, all these are part of this new Cold War. Moreover, this fierce great power rivalry is in large part a consequence of the end of the Cold War more than 3 decades ago, without the United States and the West having adapted its foreign policy to the new reality. And I'm talking here about 2 moments, the Tiananmen Square, 1989, and the WTO. So, what should our strategy be? In my view, I'm going back to Ronald Reagan, who said, "We win, they lose." For this, I truly think that we need to work together now more than ever. On one side, we must have NATO countries led by the US, together with the Asian democracies, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Taiwan, and of course Australia and New Zealand, plus many other states in the region that are increasingly feeling the pressure and threats of our opponents. We should also be seriously thinking of the old Latin saying, divide et impera, which right now works against us, and we should be putting it to use for us. A step we must take is to explain our citizens through a common strategy that we are already in a new Cold War. We shouldn't be avoiding this. I know for sure that in Europe, nobody speaks about it. And we need to build political communities such as this one. And I must praise you, Robert, for your work, and thank you, and thank for the work of the board of PISF, and not the last Lucas for his wonderful effort. So we need to increase our defense budget, as President Trump constantly and rightfully asked, pay your fair share, he said. He was criticized for that. But look where we are now. The message of the president was a decent one, a push to protect our nations and to prepare for the future. What we all need to understand is that the defense budgets declared by Russia and China are much lower than the real ones. Ironically, the director for the US Department of Defense that estimated what is the impact of Chinese and Russian investment in weapons has been dissolved. We need to ensure we have democratic resilience, to be ready to wage a supply chain war, to have better research and development, to extend our alliance system, and as each country that becomes an ally of the West can no longer be considered a foe. And a country which is not becoming an ally could be one day considered to be a foe. We need to put our climate change differences on hold, as it is becoming harder and harder to compete with our hands tied behind our backs. China is importing coal, and we are importing solar panels from China. You see where this is going. We need to build an international coalition as we did during the Cold War. Well, actually you did. I was on the other side in Romania. Oddly enough. At NATO level, we've already agreed to increase defense budgets. And one of the positives that the Trump administration will bring, I'm sure, will be even greater pressure for allies to take a stance in defense. The coalition needs to go beyond the North Atlantic space. There is a need for stronger competition and the joint tackling of issues such as security, defense, trade, quantum AI, and so on. So we need better cooperation. Just today, the Chinese Navy attacked 3 Coast Guard patrol vessels of the Philippines in the coastal waters of Philippines. And 2 days ago, a Russian Kilo 2 attack submarine was found by the Philippine Navy of Philippines in the exclusive economic zone. But this is not all. Last month, Russia performed an unprecedented try to take over power in the Republic of Moldova. I was there 3 weeks ago. By using priests trained by the Russian intelligence in Moscow. They moved 400 priests from the Republic of Moldova to Moscow just to train them, and then they send them back to brainwash the citizens. By using Telegram, by using apps from banks with their HQ in Moscow. So the citizen would install an app from Moscow, take a photo of the vote, and then cash in the money. We have elections in Europe. I'm not even going to start the topic of my country having elections this Sunday. So, but there's also good news, not only bad news. We have good news from Australia, the deepening of the US-Australian alliance. So, to end with this and to have a conclusion, only through actions that we take together can we face the next century, and we can win and prove to everybody that we are having our finest hour. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Christian. I'm most grateful for Congressman Jim Baird to be with us. Congressman, we thank you. He serves on the Science and Technology Committee, Foreign Affairs Committee, and Agriculture Committee in the House. Representatives from Indiana, graduate of Purdue University. Thank you, sir. We look forward to your comments. Congressman Jim Baird from Indiana.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Washington. Anyway, as they mentioned, I am Congressman Jim Baird, and I'm from Indiana's 4th Congressional District. And because I have an agricultural background and I'm interested in science, I just mentioned that because Purdue University is in that district that we represent, and it's agriculturally diverse part of the state. And so I'm very proud to be here with you, and I appreciate this opportunity to address you. I think some of the comments I make will emphasize the importance of this kind of a meeting. But over the past 3 years, the world's been plunged into chaos, really. The war in Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, the malign actions of Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran have threatened the global security and unleashed devastating violence and destruction. The human lives lost and the atrocities committed over the course of these wars are almost unspeakable. Concerningly, Putin has been and has met with Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, and has received weapons from Iran. With the collaboration between authoritarian leaders, our own countries are presented with a new opportunity for global cooperation. If we want to achieve decisive victories against this evil and restore peace and civility and democracy around the world, enhancing the dialogue and cooperation of our allies around the world strengthens international security. With our world and the technology that we have developed, we need to be extremely concerned about cybersecurity, which is what we're talking about. The U.S. and our allies must strengthen our ability to detect as well as defend against cyber defense systems. In 2021, Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack and the attack on Dutch solar panels earlier this year demonstrated the dangers of cyber vulnerabilities in our critical infrastructure, especially our energy sector. We also know that the global security begins at home, and the incoming Congress is committed to restoring the border and as well as currently stopping deadly drug epidemic and the human trafficking that's occurring on our southern border. With the help of the Chinese source chemicals, criminal cartels are producing opioids and fentanyl and trafficking these deadly drugs into the United States. American energy independence is another key pillar of geopolitical stability. The need to rebuild our energy dominance and ensure that our allies turn to us for our energy instead of relying on Russia, Iran, or any other hostile nation. With these lessons in mind, I know that when the U.S. works with our allies to create an unified front, we can overcome almost any global security challenge. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today, and I am just add to the fact that I am concerned about our ability to defend against cybersecurity. When you think about some of the weapons systems that we're developing now and around the world, we need the ability to counteract that. And I think the fact that we work together in terms of being allies in this situation is extremely important. So I thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, sir. No, you're good. Thank you. Thank you, sir. John Salinas, if you'd like to come join us, continue our presentation. Thank you, Senator Baird, Congressman Baird.
Great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Congressman Pittenger, and never an easy thing to follow a member of Congress up here, but I just want to take a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, and build on some of the points that Christian laid out for you earlier in terms of the overview of the challenges that we're facing. And what I'd like to do is maybe sharpen the focus a little bit and speak specifically about the degree to which the Russian invasion of Ukraine is or is not influencing China's calculations involving Taiwan, and really see how we can more sharply link the Indo-Pacific to the invasion of Ukraine. And it's a question that we're asking here with greater frequency because this war in Ukraine has played out now for 3 years, going on 4 years if we don't have a ceasefire by February. And the question is often being asked here, to what extent are our actions in Ukraine influencing Beijing's calculations towards Taiwan? And from all indications, I will tell you, in my own opinion, not much. Ukraine is a factor, but it is by far not the overwhelming factor, or even within the series of overwhelming factors in Beijing. And that may be surprising to many of you because we have been following a Western press that is largely ignoring the realities of how Beijing views its own interests in Taiwan, in the Indo-Pacific, and across the global economy. Now, I think Beijing is learning lessons from what is happening in Ukraine. They see a U.S. and NATO alliance that to date has been largely resilient, but I think the political will is starting to dissipate. Certainly here in the United States, after a $175 billion obligation to Ukraine over the last several years, and we're seeing a number of European societies now becoming increasingly skeptical about ongoing support for Ukraine at the levels we've seen in prior years. We know that our military stockpiles are being depleted here in the United States in supporting not only Ukraine, but also supporting Israel in its wars against Iran, playing out in Gaza, in Lebanon, and in the Red Sea against the Houthis. But even the Ukrainians have become weary of the war. And I don't know if you've seen the recent Gallup poll that came out about a week or so ago. 52% of Ukrainians in unoccupied Ukraine would like an end to the war as soon as possible, compared to 38% who would like the war to continue. And we know, of course, that Ukraine's economy has been decimated by the war. The 20% of Ukrainian territory in the eastern oblasts are probably lost for the foreseeable future, as is Crimea. And even President Zelensky now is saying maybe he's willing to give up maximal aims to regain that territory in order to enter into peace negotiations with Putin, even if that means that they won't be able to achieve NATO membership in the immediate future, but at least have some pathway in that direction. So I think it's very important to be realistic about what is happening and what has not been happening in Ukraine. And China is certainly watching all of this very closely to learn lessons about how wars are conducted, the extent of American and European political will to stand by a commitment to defend a country that is being invaded. And I want to emphasize, sort of apart from Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, what are the major calculations in Beijing besides what is happening with the Russian invasion of Ukraine? First of all, keep in mind that Xi Jinping, since coming to power in 2012, has been very clear that his regime will stand for the national rejuvenation of China. And that means what they call, what the Chinese Communist Party calls, the reunification of Taiwan with China. Now, we all know that Taiwan has never been a part of the People's Republic of China, but this is, again, the propaganda that we hear coming. And be very careful whenever you hear someone speaking about the reunification of Taiwan with China. That's communist propaganda. It is not based in historical fact. But if Xi Jinping is able to accomplish his goal, he sees himself as joining Mao Zedong in the pantheon of the greatest Chinese leaders. So he has a personal interest in achieving this longer-term goal. There's also, of course, the ability to absorb Taiwan's advanced semiconductor manufacturing capacity. This helps China more rapidly achieve its own technology goals, as stated by two strategic initiatives, Made in China 2025 and China Standards 2035, where it seeks to dominate the global industry for manufacturing the most advanced semiconductors, which China today is unable to keep up with Taiwan's manufacturing capability. It wants to be able to project power deeper into the Indo-Pacific region in order to dominate the Western Pacific, to punch out beyond the first island chain, and to be able to set up parallel supply lines through the Indian Ocean and to the Middle East. But there's also something that's very important, ladies and gentlemen, and Jonathan Ward touched on this earlier this morning. We have to understand in the West the ideological commitment, and I also have to give credit to Matt Pottinger in his video. This regime is deadly serious about adhering to Leninist, absolutist, one-party control over all levers of the Chinese government, economy, military, and society. And if we don't take seriously that commitment, we don't understand how and why decisions are being made in China. Taiwan represents a democratic, free market, capitalist alternative for the ethnic Chinese people, right? Because the Taiwanese island is mostly occupied by former Han Chinese who fled the communists after the end of the Civil War in the 1940s. But this is a threat to the Chinese Communist Party's compact with the Chinese people that China is such a vast and complex society after 4,000 years of a grand civilization that only Leninist rule via the Communist Party can keep this country together, and Taiwan gives lie to that proclamation. And so the Chinese Communist Party, I believe, needs to smother the Taiwanese system. And whether they do it by a blockade, whether they do it by an invasion, again, lessons to be learned from Ukraine, one factor, but not the overriding factor here. So let me just talk a little bit about the U.S. role here, and then maybe we'll have some time for questions. Ladies and gentlemen, again, some stark reality. This is not 1995. The U.S. is not the sole global superpower any longer. And we have seen, as has been demonstrated by Christian in his overview and several of the presenters earlier, that China and Russia have been able to undermine the international trading system and the security architecture of their respective corners of the Eurasian continent. It's a very different world, and here in the United States, you're in the U.S. Senate today, ladies and gentlemen. When you're finished with all of your international security discussions today, follow what's happening with the U.S. Congress and our budget reconciliation process, which is rather messy and rather disordered. We don't do budgets normally in America. We haven't done them in 10 years normally. And what we have is a process now where we have run-amok budgets, deficits, and debt. The U.S. now is obligated to pay more than $1 trillion a year in federal debt service. That is an amount, ladies and gentlemen, that exceeds our annual defense budget. We're actually right now in a period of what I would call military scarcity in the United States. Our rockets, missiles, and ammunition inventories are depleted because of our supplies to Ukraine, now our supplies to Israel. We have an atrophied defense industrial base in the United States. We are years behind to developing a naval construction capability to even come close to where China is developing or has developed in recent years. And so we're in an era of what I would call hard truths and tough choices. America is unable to come to the rescue of every country that seeks our ability to support those countries in times of need. And we're going to be going now through a very critical transition into the Trump administration. I believe you will see a very determined effort to achieve a peace through strength approach to deterring our adversaries, especially China in Taiwan, to make any possible blockade or invasion of Taiwan as costly to the Chinese economy and especially to the Chinese Communist Party as possible, because we know the Communist Party is willing to absorb major losses in terms of Chinese lives and the quality of life to the Chinese people as long as their own grip on power is not threatened. So the question is, how do we work with Taiwan and our Asian allies to impose costs on China if they move in that direction? And there's going to be one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, to keep in mind, and that is Taiwan's demonstrated ability to commit to its own self-defense. Because right now, Taiwan claims that it is imminently terrified of a threat from China, this colossal military, and yet it's only spending about 2 to 2.5% of its GDP on defense. It needs to match the numbers that we see from countries like Poland at 4%, like Israel at 4.5%. If they're very, very threatened by China, they need to act like it. And so a laggard, blasé defense of the country is going to make it very difficult for any American president to deliver a primetime address and explain to the American people why we need to be ready to accept potentially thousands of American dead servicemen and women over an island, a rogue island, as China sees it, that most Americans don't have any concept of the importance to the American economy or to the global economy. So this is a very challenging period that we're facing. And I want to just leave you with this notion, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the era of easier decisions in Washington, based on political will, based on capacity, financial and military, are for now a part of the past. We will look to see if the new administration is able to rebuild American military capacity and American economic growth and power it to 3 to 4 or 5% of GDP, as is intentioned. And that will demonstrate a credible deterrent capability against China and other enemies. But I don't believe that Ukraine is going to be the deciding factor. I think it's going to be how the U.S. behaves towards China and on the world stage that will ultimately, hopefully, persuade China to not blockade, to not invade Taiwan, and to not trigger a world war. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our time is completed on this session. I'll take, a 30-second question. 30-second question.
I'll keep it short. Tomáš Valášek, Member of Parliament in Slovakia. That's a pretty strong argument. Thanks. Question. Would it change in the future if the United States and the future government imposes some sort of a humiliating deal on Ukraine? Wouldn't China conclude that the United States is unwilling and unable to stand by its allies? And wouldn't that make it more likely to attack Taiwan and assume the United States wouldn't act?
I don't think so. I don't know if this is
Brief answer.
There we go. No, I don't believe so. The thing is this, if the U.S. is able to concede that it made a catastrophic failure potentially in Ukraine, the way we did in Vietnam, the way in retrospect we seem to have failed in accomplishing our missions in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and we've already suffered the humiliation of a horrifying abandonment of the Afghani government and the Afghani people in 2021. We may have made a mistake in goading Ukraine into believing that it could join NATO anytime in the near future, when Russia was making very clear since 2007 that is a red line you don't want to cross. We should have been for the status quo in Ukraine, and I think an admission of a failure of policy helps us address what's going to be the future of Ukraine. Just the way in Taiwan, we're a status quo power. We're not encouraging Taiwan to declare independence. That's the easiest way for China to invade Taiwan the next day. We're for the status quo, and we need to recognize that other superpowers have red lines as well, and it's foolish of us to test those red lines, especially when those countries are armed with nuclear weapons.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent program. Thank you very much. I'd now like to ask my wonderful friend, the Honorable Eliyav Benjamin, the Deputy Chief of Mission from the State of Israel, to come forward. Sir, as you come forward, having visited Israel many times, probably 8 or 10, since my first time there in 1973, I can only say a word of gratitude for the role that Israel plays in behalf of all of us and the many fronts that you fight against adversaries and nefarious groups and terrorists in our behalf. Mr. Benjamin, please come forward. Was trained and educated in Tel Aviv University and Hebrew University, Middle Eastern Studies. He's served in the diplomatic realm with the State of Israel throughout the world. Particularly of note, he was one of the major architects and drivers with the Abraham Accords. So thank you, sir, for your leadership and your friendship.
Thank you so much, Congressman, dear friends, colleagues, and esteemed guests from really all over the world. Nobody can achieve anything without partnerships and without support and without understanding of really friends, partners from all over the world. And standing now in the US Capitol, I can't but not show a huge amount of gratitude from our perspective, especially to our closest and strongest ally, to the United States of America, for its steadfast support, not just over the past 76 years of Israel's existence, but especially since October 7th of last year.
when Israel sustained the worst terrorist attack ever, the deadliest day for Jews in one single day since the Holocaust, and yes, a huge surprise. Our enemies managed to take us by surprise. And we're now at day 425 since that horrible Black Saturday. We still have 101 hostages kept in captivity in Gaza. Unfortunately, quite a number of them we already know are deceased, but we are completely committed to bring every single one of them home. And some of them also hold citizenships from countries that you represent here as well, from across the globe. For the past 425 days, Israel has been confronted with quite a number of fronts. I don't know any other country in the world that is going through this today, and frankly, I'm not quite sure there are too many countries in history that had so many fronts that they are dealing with simultaneously. So naturally, this all started with the infiltration by Hamas on October 7th of last year, murdering, butchering, maiming, raping, beheading of over 1,200 civilians, people, men, women, children, elderly, not just Israeli, not just Jewish. There was no distinction. And that took us by surprise. And then we took action. We are continuing to take action to bring back all the hostages, but in a very big way to make sure that October 7th happens never again. Not in Israel and not anywhere else around the world. This is not just Israel's war. It's a war against evil in the most simplistic way and a simplistic manner. Yes, there is a lot of chatter about civilian harm and about all kinds of other things, which we are mitigating and we're working on tirelessly as well, including on humanitarian aid to the Gazans who are suffering. But let's not forget, they are suffering because of Hamas. But we are determined to fight and to win this war for the benefit of all of us here and so many other people around the world. For us all to be able to sleep quietly at night and peacefully at night. Because God forbid, if terrorism and evil wins here, tomorrow morning we find it in other places around the world, just as they intend to do. This is true for Hamas in Gaza, front number one. This is true for Hezbollah in Lebanon. And as we have nothing against the Palestinians, civilians in Gaza, we have nothing against the Lebanese people in Lebanon, it's against Hezbollah. We have the other front in Syria, another unfolding story as we're speaking now and talking now and meeting now. We have another front from the Houthis in Yemen, who are continuing to fire rockets on Israel. We have another front emanating from Iraq by the militias, the Iranian militias, the Shiite militias, firing rockets on a daily basis to Israel from there as well. And then, of course, as I said earlier, Gaza and now also, for the past quite a few months, also in the West Bank. All of this, each one of these fronts orchestrated by Iran. Iran is still able, for some reason, to find some kind of a sense of immunity, hiding behind their proxies, hiding behind the malign activities of all these groups and all these organizations. And Iran has to get a very clear message of enough is enough. Iran attacked Israel directly twice in the past 7 months, and they felt the response. And Iran is now exposed. Iran's air defense capabilities are severely degraded following Israel's retaliation there. And Iran is getting to be more and more isolated. With the deal that we managed to come through with in Lebanon, this further isolates Iran, puts more pressure on them, and yes, it puts also more pressure on Hamas, and I'll get to that in a couple of minutes as well. But we need to understand the overarching entity there is Iran, and it's incumbent on all of us to put as much pressure on Iran to walk away from its nuclear program, to walk away from its malign terrorist activities all over the world, not just in our region. And yes, something which unfortunately is not spoken enough about is also to look at what Iran is doing to its own citizens inside Iran. And the more that Iran feels the pressure, the more that it will walk away from these activities that it is continuing to do. Iran is not just working in the Middle East. We're seeing the very strong relationship, support, and work that Iran is giving the Russians with the war in Ukraine. And it goes in both directions. And we see their connections and their arms in so many other plates and so many other pots around the world. And I think we need to put a huge amount of emphasis on that and work closely together to see what else can be done. How do we step up the pressure on Iran to walk away from these issues? And yes, Hamas is now under pressure. We have degraded their capabilities in an unbelievable manner, in a way that most people around the world probably didn't think that we would be able to do. But unfortunately, they are still there. It's not that we are after every single Hamas terrorist or every single AK-47 that's in Gaza or RPG rocket launcher, but to take away their capabilities to ever orchestrate terrorism again and to ever govern Gaza again. The Gazans deserve much better than this. And this is something we still need to make sure that does not happen, that they do not continue to govern Gaza. And from an Israeli perspective, of course, the ultimate goal is to bring back security and safety to our people, to our citizens, to our families. My own youngest brother lives in the Gaza envelope. He was in that safe room in his house for 12 hours with his young kids and his wife on that atrocious day of October 7th. The only reason he was saved is because one terrorist who came with a paraglider into their neighborhood, into their village, instead of turning right to his house, he turned left to another house and then continued in that direction. So the idea is to be able to bring every single one of the Israeli citizens back to their homes, both down south and, of course, up north, with a border with Lebanon. And we're working on all these fronts, and we will prevail, as we have done up to now, and we will continue. And again, with the support of so many of your countries around the room here. Those are 6 fronts. But we have another couple of fronts, which are not necessarily directly military fronts. But they are things that we are dealing with. Number 7 is the multilateral arena, aka the UN and its various entities. A place which the word hypocrisy is probably the easiest term that I can use, and most diplomatic term that I can use when I refer to the way that it addresses Israel, not only compared to other places around the world where real atrocities take place and where there are really bad regimes and there is nothing that the UN does about them, whether it's human rights in Iran, in China, in North Korea, in Syria, and other places around the world, but also in the singling out of Israel and having a completely different set of standards when it comes to dealing with Israel, forgetting that Israel is, again, fighting the war for the entire world, forgetting that Israel is the only Jewish state for the Jewish people in the world, forgetting that it is Israel's not just right, but obligation to self-defend its own people, forgetting that Israel is the only democracy in the region, and so many other things that Israel stands for, and we're so proud for and so proud about. And we will not apologize, not for winning these wars and these battles, and not for fighting against UNRWA as just one entity, which is completely infiltrated with Hamas, with terrorists. And this is a UN body, paid by dues, by memberships from all of us around this room. We're all supporting this, an organization which its entire purpose is to perpetuate the whole idea of refugees into the 5th generation and then some, instead of helping to rehabilitate them and to help them and then to basically fit into societies like it should be done. And yes, we're facing quite a number of fronts within the UN itself and its affiliated bodies, ICC, ICJ, and so on and so forth. And the last front is something that unfortunately we're facing here in the US, we're facing this in Europe, we're facing this in other places around the world, is the exponential rise of anti-Semitism. And it should be mind-boggling to all of us, the extent of anti-Semitism, the threats on Jewish people, on Israelis, throughout the world. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw this horrendous attack on Israelis, on Jews in the streets of Amsterdam after a soccer game, for absolutely no reason, with no real provocation, just because they were Jews and just because they were Israelis. The fact that Jewish people cannot walk around with a Star of David around their neck, to Islamophobia or any other sorts of hate. Anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. We should all call out against it and work to eradicate it. One of the ways that the international community has been working with to deal with this is through, to begin with, defining what anti-Semitism is. The most well-known working definition for anti-Semitism, combating anti-Semitism, is known as the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA definition for anti-Semitism. And I encourage all of us here and all other countries and places around the world, not just on a federal level, but also a state level and local level, and sports clubs and universities and schools and everywhere else, to adopt this definition as a definition of what anti-Semitism is, and to work on that to eradicate this. And all these fronts do come together. They're all interconnected in so many different ways. And as we're not going to be apologetic about fighting anti-Semitism, we're not going to be apologetic about fighting the bias in the UN against Israel, fighting terrorism, and bringing a safer and better place for the entire world, yes, the entire world, but from a very narrow standpoint of Israel, a better place for us, for Israelis, for Jews, who all we want to do is to be able to live peacefully, to work further on developing our next technologies, the next technologies that benefit the world, to showcase the history of Israel, the culture, the traditions, the tourism, and everything else, for us to be able to work much closer together going forward as well. So thank you very, very much for being here, for listening. I congratulate you for the conference, of course, and this is definitely a great opportunity to be able to get together and see how we make a better world for all of us. Thank you.
Dear friend, we stand with you in every respect of your remarks. God bless you. We're out of time for this segment, but we'll pick up questions next time. Eric Bethel, if you could kindly come forward. Eric, thank you for joining us. He will lead a discussion on China's irregular warfare plans, and we appreciate your leadership as a former U.S. representative to the World Bank.
All right, just when you thought you haven't heard enough about China, we're going to talk a little bit about, and there's a lot to cover in 15 minutes, so buckle up. So what we're talking about is unconventional warfare, or let's call it unrestricted warfare. When we think about warfare, we think about it in terms of buckets. Look at the various buckets, whether it's diplomacy, culture and education, science and technology, obviously kinetic warfare. We bucketize it. We say, well, the State Department does diplomacy, and the Defense Department does military. That's the way we think about it, and that's the way most countries think about it. But in China, it's all connected, right? And I think what we need to understand is they have a holistic view of things. And this is why you see Belt and Road projects that are connected to collateral. The collateral might be a Navy base for 99 years. And the next thing you know, you've got Djibouti, or you've got Hambantota in Sri Lanka. And we say to ourselves, how do we get here? Oh my gosh. And that's because we have silos and they don't. And for better or worse, our interagency process needs a little bit of help. So let's talk a little bit about the maritime frontier. I hope I'm wrong, but if there is a conflict with China, I don't think it's going to be tanks rolling into Beijing. It's going to be a maritime conflict. Let this sink in. China builds the equivalent of the Royal Navy every 4 years. We can't build ships, and that's a big problem. And even if we threw all the money we could at shipbuilding, we lack the subcomponents, we lack the workforce, we lack the shipyards. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's wrong and broken. I'm not sure how we fix this, but I don't think we're going to fix this in the next 2 or 3 years. This is a problem. This speaks for itself. This is China's military Navy fleet versus ours. We are retiring more ships than we know what to do with. I think I read a statistic recently that we have more admirals in our Navy than number of ships. That's a problem. A future world is going to be focused on not 1945 technology like aircraft carriers, but it's going to be hypersonic weapons, it's going to be cyber, it's going to be drones, etc. And we better fix this. The Chinese are wargaming. That's a mock-up of an aircraft carrier in the Gobi Desert that they're taking hypersonic missile runs on. Maybe you guys didn't know this, but it's happening. Why would they do this? Every day, you're seeing incursions into both Japanese waters and Philippine waters by the Chinese Coast Guard and by the Chinese fishing fleet, the so-called fishing fleet, the Spratly Backbone Fleet, or the PAFM, as our military refers to it. And these are very problematic. I didn't have to crane my neck this way. Who's familiar with the 9-dash line? Everybody, anybody, raise your hand. So, okay, for those of you that aren't, that big red line that you see is what China claims is theirs. We own all of this. It's kind of like the United States saying, hey, we own the entire Gulf of Mexico. It's ours. Oh, and the Caribbean, because, I don't know, in 1754, an American sailor capsized in Antigua. Therefore, we own all of that. That's a problem, and you've got a lot of overlapping territorial claims. We spent a lot of time talking about Taiwan, but we haven't spent a lot of time talking about this. And this is a major flashpoint, and it could escalate. Remember that time when China said, we will never militarize the South China Sea? This was a promise made by Xi Jinping to Obama, right? We will never militarize the South China Sea. These little islands, well, guess what? Now they have 20 islands in the South China Sea, and look at them. These aren't, tourist destinations. These are islands that have real runways, real missiles, and
you know, what it does to me is for those folks in the audience that believe that, hey, look, we can compromise with the Chinese, we can cut a deal. I say, well, when has China upheld if there's a lot of counterparty risk in dealing with China from the standpoint of, if you're dealing with a counterpart who's not willing to own up to what they say they're going to do, that's a problem. We talked about the deep water fishing fleet. I don't want to go through that, but not only are they raping the ocean, but these are ISR collection platforms, and they're all over the world, including in places like the Galapagos, right, a global marine sanctuary. This is what happened in Whitsun Reef, which is in Philippine territory. A couple of years back, the Chinese did a swarming exercise where hundreds and hundreds of ships convened, and it really took a lot of effort from the Filipinos to kick them out. The then Philippine foreign minister had an epic tweet, which you guys can read for yourselves. Very colorful fellow, but it was an incident. Now let's talk about some of the other islands. We talked about the Philippines, we've talked about Taiwan. Why are little island nation states important? And let this sink in. Kiribati, if you were to like crunch all of the islands together, I'm sure it would be the size of the District of Columbia. But when you open it up, you can see how large the landmass is. And why this is important is because you have subsea minerals, you have fishing rights, you have a lot of things that are of interest to China. And in Kiribati, they've just built an airstrip in the Chinese, in Canton, where you can land a space shuttle. Now, Kiribati is the island that's closest, the island nation state that's closest to Hawaii. So this is problematic for us, for those of you that aren't tracking it. I don't know what to say about this. John, I loved your comments on Taiwan. Taiwan needs to figure out how to defend themselves. Otherwise, it's very difficult for the U.S. to send troops. It started a long time ago, but this is what really kicked off a whole bunch of problems. And the new president is very aggressive, and China hates him. He's currently on a tour of the South Pacific Island nation states. He's visited the United States, and he's being very aggressive toward China. And, you know, the Chinese are not very keen on having this guy, and they definitely interfered in this election. Many exercises. If you see what's happening at every Chinese exercise around Taiwan, is that they keep closing the loop in. So 10 years ago or 20 years ago, it was doing exercises way out in the wilderness of the ocean, and little by little, they've been encircling Taiwan, closing the envelope even further. And whether it's a blockade or whether it's, which is what I think it might be, combined with cyber, or whether it's a full-scale invasion, who knows? But these exercises are happening, and it's going to get worse. The image above shows a mock-up of the streets, the identical streets to the Taiwanese presidential palace below. So the above picture is in China, where they're doing training exercises in the event that they need to invade the presidential palace. Again, these are all indications and warnings. If China says we are going to take Taiwan, I don't know. I kind of take it as literal. Many people in Washington say, well, what does take really mean? Does it take with a little t? Is it take because we want to work together on climate change? No, like they want to take Taiwan. And so I think we better wrap our heads around that and understand the consequences. Economic warfare. Gosh, I'm going to have to go quick, guys. IP theft, hundreds of billions of dollars every year. Okay, we know that. Who's doing it? China. Belt and Road. These are the countries that have been involved in Belt and Road. Belt and Road, when I was at the World Bank, we faced a big problem which was that many of the countries that had taken Chinese debt were now stuck with, dealing with the collateral issues. In many cases, we had to pay off the government of whatever, pay them so that they could repay the Chinese. Very problematic, and we need to think about debt relief in some way. These are the countries most in debt to China. I'm going quickly, sorry for the time. We're going to talk a little bit about this. I think, Chris, you're going to talk about this later today, digital currencies and digital assets, so I'll leave that for that panel. This is problematic. What happens when the dollar is no longer the currency of global trade? When we can't, when we're already printing $1 trillion every 100 days, when the Fed's balance sheet is, the largest it's ever been, how are we going to finance our military or Social Security or Medicare or whatever? This is a problem. And China is, little by little, chipping away at it. Gray zone warfare. Is anybody here familiar with the 62-odd Chinese dams along the Mekong River? This is really interesting. So China's built dams up and down the river, and they can turn off the water. At the end of the river is, you'll see this lake here in the middle of Cambodia. It's called Tonle Sap, where something like 70% of Cambodia's protein consumption comes from. And if Cambodia doesn't toe the line at a UN meeting or whatnot, China turns off the water and the lake goes dry. So this is a form of gray zone warfare that people aren't even thinking about. Well, now there's a military base in Cambodia, and Chinese ships are visiting it. We built that military base, that Navy base, by the way, back in the 60s. I should probably stop. Given time, we can talk about diplomatic warfare, how China's remaking the UN in its own image, number of senior leaders in different parts of the UN that are Chinese. You may recall an incident at Interpol, which is the police force of the global police force that had a Chinese Ministry of State Security guy in it. And the last thing they saw from him before he disappeared, the guy on the left, the last thing they saw was his wife got a text message. He went back to Beijing, and no one's heard from him since. That's Interpol. And yet, the board of Interpol now has another Chinese person there. We can talk about, well, the World Health Organization. We can talk about a lot more stuff. But in the interest of time, I'll stop. And thank you. Thank you, Congressman. You put on a great event. And if anybody wants to talk to me a little bit later, feel free to.
Remarkable. I'm really, all of y'all, these are the best expert presenters and topics. We could spend half a day with each person. So thank you, Eric. We really appreciate your leadership. We're going to have our last panel before lunch. John Cassar, if you could please come up. He's an author of about 7 or 8 books. I've read them. He is a prolific writer. If you want to know everything about illicit finance, read his books. John Walsh, remarkable person, chairman and CEO of Sitespan. And Jerome Beaumont, I met Jerome probably 10 years ago. He was a deputy director of the FIU in France, now heads up all the FIUs globally, which is a major undertaking to stop the transfer of illicit funds throughout the world. So thank you, each gentleman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Congressman Pittenger. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. This has been a remarkable event so far with so many interesting topics and so many good speakers. It's an honor to be here with all of you and to speak with these gentlemen. I really respect both of these men so much in the anti-money laundering and counterterrorism field that it's a wonderful opportunity. I think one of the things, this is a very difficult topic because it's broad, like a lot of the topics we were discussing. So I think I'm going to present a little bit, and then my colleagues will present. If you wanted to continue the dialogue afterwards, just grab any of us. We're happy to have the conversation further in more detail or answer any questions. When you look at terrorist financing and organized crime and cyber crime, they're all crime. It's how we look at it fundamentally and ideology-wise. It's an unlawful activity. And when you get into the difference between terrorist activity and organized crime and cybercrime, you have to really get into somebody's mindset and their feelings on why they're doing it if you wanted to separate them out. Then that gets into a very, very serious and almost unanswerable legal question. Unlawful activity is really a very broad-based thing that gets into ethics and then gets into morals, because terrorists normally are acting with an ideology, and the mindset is to persuade or to take over something for different type of reasons beyond profit. Organized crime is working just on profit. But over the last 20 years, they've been working together simultaneously, knowing that they could either overthrow governments, take over areas of populations, or change an ideology. Then if you look at ISIS, which has become, or at one point was the largest oil producer in the area, and that's a quote-unquote terrorist organization. So was it a criminal organization? Was it an organized crime? Or was it terrorist? Again, those are fine lines. Now, crime is a philosophical issue, and it's not agreed to. What is a crime in the United States and Canada versus Saudi Arabia versus Japan versus Russia versus China? It's very, very different. So it really comes down to an ideology of where you live. Moral and ethics, of course, are more of an individual and a godly approach and have to come into the equation. But terrorist groups use violence and intimidation against government and civilians in order to get something done. Quite frankly, that sounds a lot like organized crime around the world. You know, terrorizing civilians, trying to get what they want. They want money. Others want an ideology, but they want money to get the ideology. So it really, really comes together. So I think one of the things that we need to do in the counterterrorism and organized crime, anti-money laundering, counterterrorism movement and profession is kind of merge these things together now. Why somebody is doing an illicit activity is not as the driving point anymore. It is what are they doing and how do you identify the activity? Then later on, prosecutors in the legal world can actually debate why they were doing it and does it fall into what category. I think one of the most important things is to look at how we look at the information related to the parties, related to the actors, and what they're doing. And the reason why I say that, in the 1970s, as a matter of fact, 1970, they came up with the Organized Crime Act in the United States, which was classifying organized criminals and who they were and identifying them. Then after 9/11 in the United States with the Patriot Act, it became much more of a terrorist activity. So it focuses people differently. You know, and we had a big conversation on this last night, whether it's moral or ethical, whether it's criminal or not. It's illegal, it's not ethical, and it's immoral. Those three things go across the board when it comes to illicit activity. So I don't look so much at who's doing it, it's what they're doing. We could figure out who later. So when you're looking at activities, what we look at the most in the field of counterterrorism and anti-money laundering is this person or business acting the way they said they were supposed to? And that's really important because we now have a lot of information available. So if somebody says they're operating an oil company in Canada, well, we know how a typical oil company in Canada would work. If it starts to act differently, then that's the red flag. So it's not so much the transaction value, because when I started in this business, it was all about the transaction monitoring, looking at behavioral patterns of the transaction itself, which generates, when you use standard rule modeling, generates so much noise that people think they're busy and they're just working on these STRs and SAR, possible STR filings, possible SAR filings, and it's really taking away from looking at why is this person doing this, and is it logical or illogical? Then you get into, is it legal or is it illegal? And then you get into ethic and immorally. But at the end of the day, this person or this entity or this actor is not acting as they said they would, or they're not acting like their peers. So what we need to do, in my opinion, is spend much more time on KYC, what we call KYC, know your customer, KYB, know your business. And we now have a lot more tools available, which my colleagues are going to speak a little bit about when it comes to artificial intelligence. But the key factor that I want to drive home is if we continually have what I call silo data lakes, We have criminal organizations in this silo and information about them. We have another silo of information or a data lake of information related to terrorists. We have another silo created on cybercrime and another cyber on another crime and another data lake on another crime. You're never going to be able to look at it holistically across the board. So I've been saying this for years, and it sounds repetitive, but the information and how we look at information, which is really called a data lake. A data lake, if it's cleansed right and you have good data hygiene, and you're able to actually put all of this type of illicit activity into one data lake, we now have tools and the capabilities to go into that data lake and say, this person should not be in any way whatsoever doing business with this person because they're totally unrelated, they're in different businesses, and they're not related to each other in any way what normal or rational way whatsoever. So that's not so much a transaction, that's who the counterparty is. And if we start looking at that and we start creating these data lakes which don't deal with law, they deal with illicit activity, immoral activity, unethical activity, you're going to start to get better results. I think as I conclude, just to allow my colleagues to have a little bit of additional time, what we need to do is stop defining what it is so much and actually start acting on the information that we have. We have these debates, and I go to a lot of different conferences, trade-based finance, terrorist activity, anti-money laundering, cyber. It's all illegal activity. It's all meant to do harm to society. We're taking, and this is a zero-sum game. You're taking money out of society and putting it into bad actors' hands. So it's kind of like for every dollar that you remove and take out of circulation, it actually hurts the society that they're dealing with. So what we need to do is start looking at terrorist financing, cyber, criminal activity, all related the same as illicit activity, merge it together and start looking at how do we identify and share information with each other across, not only across each state, across each border, and come up with a unified approach. And one of the ways to do that, and that's a very nice tie-in to my colleague, is by having government and private partnerships to be able to share information in a rational way. You know, everybody's always like, well, you can't share this, you can't share that, or you could share everything. There has to be some sort of rational way for the public and private to work together to be able to share information without taking away privacy or human beings' rights. There's a balance there. So I think we always get into this dialogue, all or nothing. And that's what separates so many good relationships from happening, both cross-border and within our own countries. There has to be some reasonable approaches to private-public partnerships that share information about bad actors and illicit activity that protects society overall. And the definition of terrorist organizations needs to be reevaluated because the terrorist organization list is now so big, it's really hard to determine and look for. If you look at a sanctions list, it used to be purely actors, bad actors, and now it's almost very debatable. It could be considered almost political. So we need to start looking at this a little bit differently. But as AI comes in, it's going to be easier to determine activities of individuals that don't make sense. We just need to have good, clean data lakes, and we have to have public-private partnerships in order to share that information properly. On that, I'm going to pass it off to my colleague.
Thank you, John. And, you know, being between two eloquent speakers is always a challenge for me, but I will give it a try. First, I would like to thank Robert for the invitation. He has put together a fantastic and unique forum. I don't know any other forum in the world of that kind, so congratulations, and I really think it makes a difference. As we gather here, I represent a discrete organization called the Eggman Group that gathers financial intelligence units coming from 177 jurisdictions, yours, basically. I would like to start by giving a broad picture of the problem when it comes to financial crime. According to UNODC, financial crime amounts to 2 to 5% of the global GDP. We are talking about 5 trillion USD. To give you a comparison, the yearly GDP of India is 3.5 trillion USD. So this is a huge amount of money. And it is important to acknowledge the fact that in a globalized economy, financial crime always, most often has a transnational element. Therefore, international cooperation is key, and this is where the Egmont Group is actually pivotal in the sense that we allow our members, the financial intelligence units of your countries, to exchange information in a timely and secure way. We provide capacity building program through our capacity building program, and we also produce typology reports, indicators, and such. Let me share with you a couple of figures. If we put together the information that is received by the 177 financial intelligence units in the world, and when I say FIU, in the US it's FinCEN, in Canada it's FinTrack, etc. If we put together, I had to write that number down. They, in total, receive every year 600 million reports. And all this, through international cooperation, is actually a wealth of data that can be exploited by each member through international cooperation. Another thing, every year, more than 24,000 information exchange happen between FIUs in the Egmont Group. There are challenges, though, and some here talked about it. There is I would like to underscore the importance of the autonomy, the operational autonomy of financial intelligence units. This is key, not only for corruption cases, but for any case. And the other aspect is the importance of resources. Financial intelligence units crave for resources, be it financial resources, HR resources, or technology resources. I would like to talk a little bit. John talked about the importance of AI, and on this topic, I want to say that I'm extremely pleased to see several financial intelligence units in the world, maybe one of yours, engaging and investing in artificial intelligence. I'm thinking about the Canadian FIU, for example, that has put together, implemented a new scorecard and reporting systems that are empowered by AI. Another thought I wanted to share also is the best way to make progress in IT is through continuous incremental improvements. And this is something that has been implemented by several financial intelligence units, including the US Financial Intelligence Unit, FinCEN. I would like to talk about public-private partnership. And it's one of my favorite topics because let's remember that the anti-money laundering, counterterrorism financing system relies on a chain. It's a chain that starts with the front line. Those are reporting entities that report information to financial intelligence units that enrich that information, analyze those transactions, and then submit or send a report to law enforcement / prosecutor's office. And all this is pre-judicial proceedings, okay? And interestingly, the front line, the ones that have most information, it is the private sector, banks, insurance companies, reporting entities. There is a wide range of reporting entities. And over the last 2-3 years, upon invitation by our member, I started doing something that I really like that could be called high-level PPP. It's when I get to talk to the CEOs of banks, board members, because it's one thing to talk to the chief compliance officer of a bank. He's already convinced by the fact that compliance is important. What is important is to catch the attention of the CEO. And how do you catch the attention of the CEO? By talking directly to the board. And my message to them, together with the head of FIU that usually comes with me, is when I talk to the CEO or the board members, I say, you are not doing compliance just to check a box. You're not doing that not only to avoid sanctions like TD Bank recently. You're not doing it to protect yourself against personal liabilities. I'm thinking about Bridget Bonson, Swedbank. You're not doing that for all this only. You are doing this because behind this, all the legitimate transactions that go through your systems that you are responsible for, There are real crimes and real victims. So having proper monitoring and reporting systems, this is part of your corporate social responsibility. And once they get that angle, that line, suddenly I noticed that there is more attention and they strengthen their monitoring system. And all this relies on real life cases. We are here, it's a comfortable place, we'll have lunch soon, but I want to share with you two things. A couple of years ago, I had, let's say, a contact with, I talked to someone who, when she was a 12-year-old girl, she was chatting on social media with someone who pretended to be a teenager as well. They talk, at some point they decided to meet up downtown. That was in Vancouver. Real story. Eventually, this is not a teenager in front of her. This is a 30-year-old pimp who compelled her to be a prostitute, 12 years old, for 1 year. And she wasn't even kidnapped. With it, the mental trap is, the speech was simple. You don't do what we want you to do, we will kill your dad, your mother, your brothers. We have already done this. Look at the photos. And that girl had to go through this for a year. And she could have fled, but she was so terrified that they could kill her parents. Eventually, undercover police gets to her, says, "You are safe, we will leave." And she said, "No, I don't want my dad to be hurt." He had to convince her for an hour. Eventually, she fled. That's example one, real life story. The second one is more famous. It happened at an ACAMS conference in Toronto. A human trafficking survivor, Taimia Nagy, called upon financial reporting entities to focus more on human trafficking. And back then, the bank, BMO, it's a Canadian bank, and its CEO, it caught the attention of the CEO, Bill Donny, led the initiative to launch a project called Project Protect, and worked closely with FinTrack to develop basically money laundering indicators specifically related to human trafficking and sexual exploitation. And the result of all this is very tangible, because the number of reports sent to the Canadian FIU relating to sexual exploitation went up by 750%, and the number of FinTrack's disclosures of actionable financial intelligence to law enforcement rose by 15%. So just wanted to say that there are those initiatives, public-private partnerships on sexual exploitation, but not only, also on trafficking of fentanyl, which is a huge problem in North America, and also romance fraud. And interestingly, the Canadian FIU has been into this, and the US FIU, FinCEN, recently joined the Canadian FIU on this. My conclusion, because most of financial crime has transnational elements, international cooperation is key. FIUs should and will continue investing in the public-private partnerships. And what is important too is to train our staff. And I want to thank the U.S. government, U.S. Financial Intelligence Unit, FinCEN, the U.S. State Department, and INL, the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, for funding long-term our capacity building program, ECOFEL, that provides capacity building for the whole world, actually. And I would like to stop here with maybe one last figure. In Egmont, if you put together the operational people of our 177 members, and you bring them together, this amounts to 4,500 full-time equivalent. 4,500 full-time equivalent. This is nothing. This is not even half of the compliance department of one single global bank. So my plea to you, MPs, you have the power to increase the resources of your financial intelligence unit. Please do so, not only for the safety of your jurisdiction, but for the safety of the whole world. I thank you for your attention.
Remarkable leadership, Jerome. We're going to have one more presenter before lunch, and I do thank those who have a conversation, and I fully respect those if you'll take those outside of the room. John Casera, thank you, sir, for being with us. Remarkable leader in this issue of illicit finance.
Thank you, Robert. Hello, everybody. 1 year ago at the same forum, I was honored to be part of this same panel talking about illicit finance. And at the end of that group presentations, we had time for a few questions. Hopefully we will this morning as well. The last question, we only had about 60 seconds to answer it, but the last question was, how are we doing collectively in our fight against international money laundering? And it was a very, very important question. As I said, I didn't have time to answer it. So that's what I want to talk about right now, because it's a very, very important question, and it affects everyone here in the room. Every single country here has incredible problems with transnational crime and the resultant illicit proceeds, the money being laundered. Every country in the world. So to answer that question, I first have to say, what is the magnitude of international money laundering? Well, Jerome just answered that. He said it was about $5 trillion a year, and that pretty much jives with other experts, what they say. The International Monetary Fund says it's roughly 2 to 5% of world GDP, which a few years ago was estimated about $100 trillion, so roughly $5 trillion. But of course, it's what's included in the count. Many believe that it's far greater than that. For example, tax evasion is a predicate offense or specified unlawful activities in many countries for money laundering. Underground financial systems are not necessarily always included in that. If you mix or commingle illicit monies with licit monies, capital flight could actually be a specified unlawful activity for money laundering. So it's in the 5 trillion plus area. So the question then is, well, how are we doing? I come from an intel and law enforcement background. There are two metrics that matter. We can talk about other metrics, but the two bottom line metrics that matter are, one, the amount of illegal proceeds that are actually seized and forfeited. And the second one is the amount of successful investigations, prosecutions, and convictions. So out of that approximately, say, $4 to $5 trillion that is laundered every year, or the proceeds of crime every year, according to the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, how much do we actually seize, not forfeit, but seize? It's less than $4 or $5 trillion annually. I'm going to repeat that. It's less than $4 to $5 trillion annually, or, I'm sorry, it's less than 40 billion annually worldwide out of the 4 trillion laundered. 40 billion annually out of the 4 trillion laundered. And that's just money that is seized, not necessarily forfeited. So the other metric that matters is how many are actually arrested and prosecuted for money laundering worldwide? Well, that's a very, very difficult question to answer because statistics of this nature vary widely from country to country. open to question. Sometimes others plead to other charges, other offenses. But the bottom line number, let's put it this way, the bottom line is for a money launderer to be caught and convicted, prosecuted and convicted, he or she has to be really, really stupid or really, really unlucky because the magnitude is so great. Now, I'm using U.S. numbers because I know those numbers are out there for your countries, I'm sure. But for example, in 2023, the United States had the highest number of people sentenced for money laundering compared to any country in the world. We had about 1,132 cases in total. That seems like a high number, but if you look at the magnitude of that here in the United States, again, probably roughly $1 trillion a year or so, that's not very much at all. So then you have to look at what are the enforcement costs for all this, all right? So, for example, in 2024, there was a study of anti-money laundering compliance costs, primarily from financial institutions and money service businesses in the United States and Canada. $61 billion. $61 billion. That's what industries cost. Now, of course, there are other countries, other regions of the world, multiply that additional tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars. And it's almost impossible to calculate the costs from governments around the world at the federal, national, regional, state, metropolitan levels. Costs for such things as investigations and prosecutions and financial intelligence units and regulations and anti-money laundering compliance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Additional multi-tens of billions of dollars a year. And remember, it's about 40 billion or so, if we're lucky, what we actually get back from seizures and forfeitures. Well, some people say, well, all this is mitigated by the amount of fines and penalties for anti-money laundering compliance. But in the reality, those two are often minimal. In the United States, we have more fines and penalties against major banks and money service businesses than any other country in the world. It's generally about $2 to $3 billion a year. We just had a very large fine against TD Bank. That's about $3 billion a year. That's a lot, but it pales in significance to the other numbers that I was talking about. In other words, the situation is really, really bad. It's so bad, Raymond Baker, a longtime financial crime expert and the founding father of global financial integrity, I'm the board of GFI, it's a nonprofit here in Washington, D.C., Raymond said a number of years ago, talking about anti-money laundering, that quote unquote total failure is just a decimal point away. Total failure is just a decimal point away. Now, most of you are parliamentarians. What should really concern you is a statement from Ron Paul. He's a very distinguished anti-money laundering expert from New Zealand. He writes, quote, anti-money laundering legislation is the least effective of any anti-crime measure anywhere. Again, looking at these metrics that matter. Now, the reasons for these difficulties, these failures are many. I've been looking at this for about 30 years. I'm going to give you my top 10 reasons. There are plenty of others, and I know my friends and colleagues here could add additional ones. Number one, the reason why it's so difficult is the magnitude of the problem is just so high. We talked about that. Number two, our anti-money laundering safeguards, primarily put in place by the Financial Action Task Force, were designed back in the 1980s, where large amounts of dirty money were sloshing around through Western financial institutions during the era of the cocaine cowboys. Our anti-money laundering efforts have kind of been slow to catch up. Number three, we're slow to recognize changing threats. For example, in years past at this forum, I've also talked about the growing threat from what I call CCP Inc., China, and its growing role in transnational crime and money laundering. Other experts have talked about this today. It's a tremendous problem, but we're not doing too much about it. By the way, speaking of China, I firmly believe that this is where communist China is most vulnerable because of their involvement in transnational crime and money laundering. 4, there's a dearth of skilled anti-money laundering enforcement. In other words, there's just a lack of capacity and expertise. 5, we've got tremendous difficulties from an enforcement standpoint with issues such as venue and jurisdiction. 6, criminals are attracted to weak links, i.e. those countries with weak rule of law are those that are havens for criminality or don't cooperate with international investigations, like China. 7, despite the massive amounts of money we put on anti-money laundering measures, we still don't have enough. Jerome was just talking about how FIUs need more funding. 8, over the years, we have made tremendous progress in putting together anti-money laundering infrastructures around the world, passing new laws, rules, and regulations. But to me, from my perspective, what's still missing is beneficial ownership information that is transparent. 9, corruption. Corruption. I spent a lot of my career in the developing world helping countries put together anti-money laundering and counterterrorism finance measures, and they were always challenged by the internal corruption. We got too close to ruling families or powerful interests. It hurts me to say that I see that happening in my own country right now. And then finally, lack of political will. Not in all countries, of course, but certain countries, their heart's just not in it. Now, some people, and we're going to talk about this later on, think, well, there's a silver bullet out there. We have so many problems, but there's some magic formula, some silver bullet. We use that expression in the States, some magic cure-all. And they always talk about technology, advanced analytics, central bank digital currencies. That's going to solve the problem. It will be able to help finally follow those the money trails. We'll see. We're going to talk about that later on this afternoon, and I look forward to those conversations. But my bottom line is, again, having done this for so many years, if you really are serious about if you're really serious about addressing this issue, put your resources into enforcement, because that's what it all comes down to. You can have 175 financial intelligence units around the world. You can have all these financial intelligence reports filed. You can do this, you can do that, but it still comes down to the investigator that has to take the lead and has to work the streets or has to work the ports. There's no shortcuts for it. We just need more resources in enforcement. So thank you very much.
Always brilliant. Do we have some questions? Remarkable. I know these guys are good. Yes, sir. A question. This is for a question. All right. Do we have any other questions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Sean Sin from America 2100. Where is cryptocurrency on the radar for financial enforcement and intelligence?
Who wants to go? You want to go? Here.
Thank you for your question. It's a great question. We always get remarks about cryptocurrencies. Crypto is a very popular subject in the anti-money laundering arena. It's sexy, and I think it's a generational thing too, particularly for young people. They like to talk about it, they're interested. I'm glad I had my career when I did, because I really didn't have to address it, and I don't really understand it that much. But One thing I want to emphasize is that, yes, cryptocurrency is important. It's more important as the years go by, and I think another 5 or 10 years it's going to be extremely important. But right now, we're getting killed the old-fashioned way with traditional money laundering methodologies, like through financial institutions, through bulk cash smuggling, through trade-based money laundering. Cryptocurrency, if you could put a percentage on it, is probably less than 1% of all the money being laundered in the world today.
Comments?
Just to add to that, I agree with John. I think a lot of energy and people speaking about crypto, what's the next asset is always the question. Stable coins are right around the corner. There's others. There's something 10 years from now, we don't know what the asset's going to be. But to support what John says, we need to focus on the overall investigation process no matter what the underlying asset is, whether it's crypto, standardization, or anything cross-border. I would prefer to look at the methodology and the investigation techniques, not so much the asset. So I think it's a very good question, but then I would have to say, well, what about gold? What about crypto? What about stable coins? Something hasn't been invented yet that's going to be invented 10 years from now that people are going to use very rapidly. We still have to have a good foundation, and I think that's where we were speaking about.
Yes, sir. Do you have a question? A question?
Very quick question. With regard to illicit finance, of course, my question is to the three extremely intelligent presentation with regards to the money trail. I mean, the cooperation between the banks from Europe and the American banks, especially with regards to illicit financing of the money that ends up in the traffickers, and somehow they found their way in other banks, and this is never traced. And we are talking about trillions. I mean, with regards to immigration problem only, it is reckoned that the Mediterranean, more than 3 billion euros or dollars are transferred, and they found themselves in the banks. And of course, terrorism is financed, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
What is your
Who'd like to answer?
I'll start off. I think one of the things, particularly on the banking sector, I think particularly on the banking sector and the private sector, if you notice, several people have spoken about a large bank in Canada that was fined $3 billion. Another bank was fined $6 billion. Other banks were fined billions and billions of dollars. But I have not seen a lot of prosecutions or bankers get arrested for money laundering. So I think we need to really take a step back and say, look, it's really great to make the newspaper, and it's very great to say, but like there was one bank, I think they were fined $6 billion, which was 4 days' profit. So I think we need to kind of analyze, and again, John kind of touched on this. When you deal with money laundering, you get very close to the edge. You get very close to things that are difficult to deal with. But we need to prosecute people more that facilitate the trade, not only the people that are acting out. If you're knowingly moving money for illegal activity, that's a crime, and we need to prosecute that. That's my personal opinion.
I concur with that. So many countries that we've dealt with through the years, you look at the number of people that they've actually prosecuted, and it's minimally low. We have a question over here.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is Rezai from Afghanistan. Since this panel is about money laundering and illegal monies, do you have any information in the last 3 years? The $2.1 billion from U.S. went to the Taliban and funded, and the illegal monies, drug monies in Afghanistan, how this is tracking, since there's no any control of the international organizations over in Afghanistan. Can you say something about this?
I don't think this panel would have the intelligence on that response. I've heard allegations like that before, but not to my knowledge, I don't think this is a group who would be able to respond to that. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, each of you. Remarkable panel as always. I would like to remind you should have gotten a memo from Lucas. Our reception tonight is at the Willard Hotel. not here in this room. So be mindful of that. And also, we have a remarkable beginning tomorrow morning at 8:45. It's prayer breakfast. And Lucas is going to sing, and he is operatic. And Victor Gonzalez from Spain will lead it. So welcome to have your lunch.
This is your phone.
Yes.
I was wondering.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Where are you from, your accent?
I'm from Jersey,
Okay, so
but I live in Virginia.
It's
Yep.
freezing in this room, isn't it?
It was.
You don't think it's still cold?
Oh, I just came from the cafeteria. I had to get something.
Lunch break es parte para... Sí, el lunch break. Semana?
Aiguille, non? Peux-tu m'aider ça, hein, Achat?
Oh, God. Hello, my friend.
Do I disturb you?
It's okay. What can we do?
No. I'm so glad I found this CFIUS thing that we could work.
Oh, you're great.
I'm doing my PhD on this,
PhD on what?
on economic war.
Oh, really? Wow. Good for you. Smart man.
I'm trying to build this in Romania because in Eastern Europe there is so little information and education about economic war, about sanctions, about
Yeah.
economic stakeholders. We don't have that.
That's for sure. Well, I commend you for your work.
Oh, thank you very much. Like, I need any sort of resource that I can.
Well, hopefully this can be of some help.
And Rob, anything I could help you with, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm in the National Bank board, in our Fed board.
Yeah.
I would come to Philippines as well.
Oh, boy, great. Thank you. Look forward to that.
You can rely.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it.
Yep, there it is. Perfect, thank you.
You need the green button.
Okay.
To move to the next slide.
Oh, that's your slides?
Yeah.
So you're pretty soon, not.
What's
we got,
that?
We got a ways.
Yeah,
2:45.
I'm just I've got a lot of clicks and there's no way for me to see them back there.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I'm gonna have to turn this way a lot. Just kind of getting a feel for the.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, you do it. Zadinka. Good afternoon. I hope everybody's refreshed, had a good lunch, ate too much, ready to go to sleep. We won't do that. If you could find your way to your chair, those of you in the back of the room still grazing at the table, please find your way to a chair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for finding a chair. I'm getting ready to begin our afternoon program. If you'd like to continue your conversation, please go out in the hallway. Feel free to go to the hallway if you'd like to continue to converse. Otherwise, if you could kindly have a chair, we'll begin our program. I'd like now to introduce the Honorable Zdenka Popovic, the Vice President of the Parliament from Montenegro. If you could kindly come forward. Thank you for your leadership, and we welcome you to have the floor.
Thank you very much. Uvaženi predsjedavajući, gospodine Roberte Pittenger, dame i gospodo. Ajde.
Honorable Chairman, Mr. Robert Pittenger, ladies and gentlemen.
Crna Gora je ponosna članica NATO-a i buduća 28. članica Evropske unije koja je širom otvorila vrata za sve izbjeglice iz Ukrajine.
Montenegro is a proud member of NATO and the future 28th member of the European Union that widely opened the door for war refugees from the Ukraine.
Nova vlada je kao jedan od svojih prioriteta definisala jačanje nezavisnosti pravosudnih i istražnih organa, čime su postavljeni novi temelji za smanjenje političkog uticaja na rad institucija.
The new government has put strengthening the independence of the judiciary and the investigative authorities among its priorities, thus laying the foundation for reducing political impact on the operation of the institution.
Veoma je značajan podatak da u ovom periodu među funkcionerima nije bilo optužbi za povezanost sa kriminalnim organizacijama ili korupcijom, što je zaista pozitivan iskorak.
It is of extreme significance to note that during this period no accusations have been made against officials regarding connections to crime organizations or corruption, which marks a truly possible step forward.
Tokom gotovo godinu dana rada nove vlade rasvijetljeno je 95% svih krivičnih dijela.
Over nearly a year of functioning of the new government, 95% of all criminal offenses have been resolved.
Uhapšeno je i procesuirano preko 600 članova organizovanih kriminalnih grupa i sa njima povezanih lica.
More than 600 members of organized crime groups and their associates have been arrested and prosecuted.
Otkriveno je 12 krivičnih dijela trgovine ljudima.
12 human trafficking crimes and 27 crimes related to illegal straight border crossing and human smuggling have been uncovered.
I 27 krivičnih dijela nedozvoljeni prelazak državne granice i otetih migranata. I krijumčarenje ljudi.
Nastavite, možda. Već sam dao.
Otkriveno je 12 krivičnih.
Jeste, prvo sam dao.
Također, uspješno je realizovana velika policijska akcija oslobađanje 11 otetih migranata.
Additionally, with a major police operation, 11 kidnapped migrants were successfully released.
Procesuirano je 620 krivičnih dijela iz oblasti ekonomskog kriminaliteta.
Over 620 criminal offenses in the fields of economic crime have been prosecuted.
Materijalna šteta obuhvaćena procesuiranim krivičnim prijavama za ova krivična dijela procenjuje se na oko 530 miliona eura.
Material damage was estimated around half a billion of euros, primarily regarding the damage inflicted on Montenegro's budget through tobacco smuggling.
A prioritetno se odnosi na štetu pričinjenu budžetu Crne Gore krijumčarenjem cigareta i slobodne zone Luke Bar.
From tobacco smuggling in the free zone of Port of Bay.
Procesuirano je 247 krivičnih dijela u vezi sa opojnim drogama i u saradnji sa međunarodnim partnerima procesuirano je 26 pripadnika međunarodnih kriminalnih organizacija koje se dovode u vezu sa krijumčarenjem značajnih količina kokaina i marihuane.
Also, 247 drug-related criminal offenses have been prosecuted, and in the cooperation with international partners, 26 members of international crime organization is involved in smuggling of significant quantities of cocaine and marijuana on a transnational scale have been prosecuted.
Procesuirano je 120 krivičnih dijela iz oblasti korupcije sa naglaskom na visoku korupciju.
More than 120 criminal offenses related to corruption have been prosecuted with a focus on high-level corruption.
Locirano je i lišeno slobode oko 100 međunarodno traženih bjegunaca.
About 100 internationally wanted fugitives have been located and arrested.
Ovo su možda male brojke za vaše velike zemlje, ali za teritorijalno malu Crnu Goru ovo su brojke ogromne i hvala na mogućnosti da govorim danas ovdje.
This might be small numbers for your big countries, but for territorially small Montenegro, those numbers are huge. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Također željela bih da se zahvalim svim našim međunarodnim partnerima na pomoći u borbi protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije.
On the end, I would like to thank all of our international partners for your help in fighting organized crime and corruption. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem, gospodine Pittinger.
Thank you, Mr. Pittinger.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very much appreciate your comments. Now I would like to call up our first panel for the afternoon, Fighting Emerging Technology Threats, Crypto, AI, and Quantum Computing. Ms. Lolita Infante, Chief Executive Officer of CAT Labs, former U.S. Department of Justice Special Agent, and Dr. Kozman Vasali, International Arbitrator, Managing Partner, Nemfriskan, Rakati, Vassal and Partners, Bucharest. I think I butchered that. Please, how are you? How are you, sir? Right there. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Today I'd like to raise a urgent alarm about something that we kind of talk about a lot and we pontificate, but based on my experience, and I'll speak about that a little bit later, I feel like we don't act on it fast enough. And the pontification is going to cause some devastating consequences. This may sound a little bit alarmist, kind of crazy, and maybe even conspiratorial, but I assure you I don't panic easily. I used to chase guys with guns for a living as a DEA agent. And I also have a bounty on my head because I took down the largest dark web market in the world a couple of years ago, and the Russians didn't like it because it was a Russia-based market. So they wanted me gone. So I don't scare easy, but what I'm about to talk about actually does scare me a lot. What I've seen unfolding before my eyes, I consider probably a once-in-a-century type existential crisis or threat to the fabric of our society. And for the first time in my life, I am scared. This thing that's keeping me up at night, it's what I call the digital kingpin, or evil empowered by emerging technology. It's not your run-of-the-mill Pablo Escobar type of kingpin, but a new type of, or a breed of villain, or digital type of villain, technology-empowered, drug cartels, human traffickers, adversarial nation states, and terrorists that leverage emerging technologies like cryptocurrency, AI, and soon to be quantum computing. Their tools are not guns or cash, they're algorithms and their data and their anonymity. Their reach is global and their impact is devastating. Criminals have always been early adopters of emerging technologies because they don't play by the rules. Let's look at some recent examples. The Tor anonymous browser, for example, originally developed by the US government, was really developed to protect intelligence agents and also journalists overseas from surveillance by adversarial nation states. But then quickly, it started gaining traction and evolved into what we call today the dark web, a hub for global criminal networks, terrorists, and adversarial nations to communicate and expand their global reach anonymously. Subsequently, Bitcoin, created after the Great Recession as a hedge against tyranny and a tool to revolutionize the financial system, to take the power of money away from corrupt governments and greedy bankers and give it to the people, it later became as one of the first tools for dark web users to create what are called dark web markets. And these are massive global criminal enterprises that allow for the sale of illicit goods and services on the internet anonymously. They now had the platform, which was the Tor browser, and they now had the financial means or the financial infrastructure that was not connected to the banking system or to any kind of regulated system to be able to freely transact anonymously in any kind of illicit goods and services. I personally watched this phenomenon unfold live before my eyes. Right before I left the government in 2022, I was the lead agent on the case that took down Hydra Market, which was the largest dark web market in the world. It was a $5 billion marketplace and was responsible for about 80% of all cryptocurrency dark web transactions. After Hydra Market was taken down, the dark web transactions drastically decreased to the point where on the day of the takedown or the day before the takedown, there were about a total of $4 million per day of dark web transactions, primarily illicit. And then after Hydra was taken down, the next day and a few days after that, it was about 400,000, so 4 million to 400,000. And something interesting, again, also that happened after the takedown of Hydra is for the first time in 5 years, the overdose death rates have decreased. So we took down Hydra in 2022, and in 2023 was the first year in 5 years where we had a decrease in overdose deaths, and we still kind of, we're still tracking to have a decrease also in 2024. Now, Hydra took a really big hit on the dark web drug trade. And what ended up happening is, yes, the dark web drug trade kind of went down. It faltered a little bit, but then it has been coming up a little bit recently. And so what ends up happening is, after Hydra, they're not using dark web markets anymore. They're actually transitioning into other means of buying and selling goods and services and laundering funds. And we're seeing that kind of happening live before our eyes, like this transition to a new technology, because we've been kind of cracking down on dark web markets for many years now. And actually, another fun fact is the only other year in the last 20 years that overdose deaths went down was in 2018, which is right after the other two very massive, large dark web markets were taken down. So you can see how there's a correlation. Not sure, I don't have proof of definitely causation, but definitely correlation between when we take down these massive drug enterprises that are operating online and when we're actually seeing an effect potentially on drug overdose deaths. Now, the use of crypto by our enemies has exploded beyond just cybercrime or the dark web. Every single facet of crime is seeing the use of cryptocurrency, and not just cryptocurrency, but now other emerging technologies. Our kids don't have to go to the bad part of town to buy fentanyl. They can do that from the comfort of their own home. Ransomware attacks are draining our businesses, our critical infrastructure, and our healthcare system at unprecedented rates. $64 billion are being stolen annually from our moms, our dads, and our grandpas who are falling victim to crypto romance scams, or how they often crudely refer to them as pig butchering scams. And they're losing their life savings and often their lives from desperation and shame they feel from falling victim to these scams. The problem is our sanctions don't work anymore on controlling our adversaries. As North Korea steals billions of dollars in crypto to finance their nuclear arms programs, with a new way to access resources without having to go through a traditional financial banking system and without having to worry about borders. Same goes for Russia, and same goes for China. North Korean spies tried to infiltrate US companies by landing remote tech jobs. I personally weeded out over 100 North Korean spies during my hiring process, to the point where I had to implement a very rigorous high-tech identity verification system before I even talk to a job applicant that applies to a job at my company. And now AI, of course, the most transformative technology of our time, is unfortunately, again, as history repeats itself, being weaponized. AI enables cybercriminals to launch personalized phishing campaigns, automate spam and scams, deploy deepfakes to deceive victims and authorities alike, influence elections. It can manage networks of botnets, optimize brute force attacks, and even automate cryptocurrency theft at a scale we've never seen before. Worse still, the coming age of quantum computing would render all modern encryption completely useless, exposing government systems, financial institutions, and maybe even nuclear codes to catastrophic breaches. For me, this issue is personal. When I was 12 years old, I immigrated to the United States from Russia, where my family lost everything to hyperinflation amidst the collapse of the Soviet Union. My mother was extorted, her business partner murdered, and law enforcement, the biggest mob of them all, offered no help. That helplessness shaped me and inspired my career in law enforcement. I became a DEA agent determined to take down the bad guys and protect others from the kind of corruption and misery that my family endured. I've seen the devastation these exploding threats cause. I've witnessed the lifeless bodies of teenagers who overdosed on fentanyl they bought online from the comfort of their own home. I've seen families torn apart by scams that stole not just their money, but their dignity and sometimes their life. I've seen nation states weaponize these tools to undermine our security and our safety. This is not just a war on crime, it's a fight for our future. And if we're to win, we must enable our law enforcement, our intelligence and defense sectors to fight emerging technology threats at scale. We have to equip the good guys with the tools, resources, and training they need to counter the bad guys. And we must develop quantum-resistant systems quickly and proactively. Because the best way to fight technology threat is with technology. And the best way to scale people is also with technology. It's not a battle we can win alone. It'll take global collaboration, governments, tech leaders, and law enforcement agencies coming together to create a united front. It'll take significant investment in innovation and the courage to confront these uncomfortable truths and to stop pontificating and start doing. It will take leadership, primarily your leadership, to prioritize these threats before they spiral further out of control beyond a point of return. In closing, I'm going to leave you with this. Evil is evolving at the speed of technology, but so too must we. The digital kingpins of the world thrive in the shadows of our inaction. It's up to us, the leaders of the world, to shine a light on their schemes and fight back. The tools of tomorrow are already in the hands of the bad guys. Let's ensure they're also in the hands of our protectors, for the safety of our nations, our families, and our future. Thank you.
Remarkable. You're amazing. Amazing presentation. Thank you. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank Chairman Pittenger for his kind invitation and for making this great event possible. My presentation today will focus on one punctual issue, namely how regulated, or rather how unregulated, the crypto market is. Now, the name of our panel includes the word threat. I think it is useful to underline that the cryptos are today at least both a threat and an opportunity from an economical perspective. And I would like to abruptly start my presentation with a conclusion, and then to see whether the points that I will touch upon support or not this conclusion. My conclusion would be that cryptocurrencies can only be regulated efficiently in a meaningful and realistic way by means of international public law instruments, typically treaties and conventions, and only when we are going to have this kind of regulation, we will face a mature, secure, and predictable crypto market. And now let's see which are the arguments that support or not my view. The current context and challenges. I will not focus on what has been a rapid evolution that attracted enthusiasm, a lot of money, and spectacular outcome, but rather on its earthquakes, or the negative part. And I have chosen 3 examples which, in my view, are the most significant ones. The FTX case represents a devastating example of insolvency that shook the very foundation of investors' confidence and highlighted the intrinsic vulnerabilities of this emerging system. And I will only make reference to some figures that are very relevant for the size of an insolvency case of an important player, which was FTX. And the figures are the following. 2 million creditors, namely clients that have customer accounts with positive balance at the date of the insolvency, 2 million. More than 80 countries, jurisdictions that were involved either because they hosted companies involved in the FTX corporate structure, or various customers. 27.3 quintillion US dollars is the purported stakeholders' claim. It turned out to be inflated. The amount only confirmed was in a quantum of billions, but still 27.3 quintillion. If you are wondering, as I still do, what is a quintillion, I'm still struggling to understand how big the amount is. It includes 18 zeros. And the last figure, the IRS claims, so we discuss about fiscal receivables amounted up to 24 billion US dollars. The next example refers to the Terra Luna case. This fiasco generated colossal losses, illustrating how swiftly innovation can turn into a catastrophe. Last, Mt. Gox case. It was one of the biggest crypto exchange players back then. And what happened is that hundreds of thousands of Bitcoins vanished due to a massive cyber attack, and it led to a loss estimated to close to $500 million that shocked the investors community back then. A sort of conclusion for all these three examples is a paradox. A completely unregulated ecosystem was attractive for those who are investing in it, amongst others, for being perceived as secure and safe. Now it's clear for everybody that this is not the case. What is the answer? What was the state reaction to this reality and to this evolution? Switzerland has become a thought leader in the blockchain space by implementing a legislative framework that combines innovation with consumer protection. So there is an important focus on consumer protection. El Salvador has demonstrated remarkable courage by adopting Bitcoin as a legal tender. So it put it to a completely different level in terms of recognition and betting on it. Dubai has taken a proactive approach to blockchain, creating a favorable environment for innovation. With this type of approach and regulation, Dubai aspires to become a global hub for blockchain technology, and furthermore, to transform Dubai into a center of excellence for financial innovation in a broader context. Singapore is another example of a country that has understood the importance and has become somehow friends and a generous host for blockchain. The Monetary Authority of Singapore has launched initiatives to support the development of blockchain technologies and cryptocurrencies. And these kind of examples can continue. The big question is, from a global perspective, what's the next step, or what should we expect? There seems to be two extreme approaches. The one is to stay idle, not to do anything in terms of regulation and legislation in this field, and the other is to start doing something from a regulatory framework perspective. But if we are to get into details, to delve into all the angles of the problem, we are confronting with two distinct but interconnected challenges. Many states, as already emphasized, are gradually working to establish internal regulatory frameworks aimed to protecting their own interests or those of their domestic actors in the crypto domain. This piecemeal approach, while understandable, leads to a patchwork of national regulations that can create inconsistencies and barriers to cross-border cooperation and innovation. Each country prioritizes its specific economic and security concerns the way they deem it appropriate, and it is almost impossible to conceive a unitary approach in between various states that decide to tackle the problem on this kind of unilateral basis. There is currently no universally agreed upon regulatory framework to clarify the security and legality of crypto transactions on a global scale. Probably the most important regional regulation would be the MICA European EU regulation, whereby for the first time we have a unitary regulation within European Union. Even this kind of regulation has its own limitations. The first one is the territorial or its scope, which is only meant to refer to EU members. But on the other hand, there are various exclusions. For instance, crypto assets that are unique and are not fungible are excluded from the scope of this application. And now, moving back to my initial proposal of a conclusion. I said that cryptocurrencies are at least a threat and an opportunity. Experience shows, experience meaning cases that are already existing and impact of various unfortunate episodes, that the angles to look at the cryptos are at least financial and economic, money laundering and security, regulatory, consumer protection, jurisdictional. I haven't mentioned earlier, but it is a huge logistic complication, and it raises practical problems even from a jurisdictional perspective. Who does what? Which are the authorities? Which are the courts that are competent to deal with various claims that arise in connection with the cryptocurrency activity? Accepting this reality, I think we can make a parallel between climate change or global warming and cryptocurrencies. Which are the major sources of international climate change law? Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. What they all have in common, their common denominator, is that they are international conventions. Regulating cryptocurrencies unilaterally can only address interests and problems from the perspective of that state or of a certain jurisdiction. But if we look at the phenomenon as a whole, if we are concerned about the reality and the impact any cryptocurrency can have in each and any jurisdiction by its own nature, it means that a regulation that can address properly all the angles of the problem can only be a unitarian and a global one. And if this is correct, it means that addressing the issue of regulating cryptocurrencies unilaterally or individually, looking at the states and their own perspective, it is as utopic as fighting with climate change as any state would deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, ma'am. Case to work. Push it up.
Policy Institute, a member, and also a native of Panama. Your presentation, I am with you, Ms. Infante, in terms of the threat that technology represents. And as you were speaking, I wrote this question: what could be a good recommendation in terms of policy to overcome the threats of the crypto and quantum and artificial intelligence? Because the global crime, especially for human and child trafficking, which I am involved with one of my clients, which we started when we heard about the testimony of Tara Lee Rodas, when about 350,000 kids are being lost in the US border and they cannot be tracked. And probably if we have a regulation or a way to trace, not, I guess, through the dark web, you know, we were able to find these kids, and it really breaks my heart. So this is just part of what is going on with the global crime. But it's also scary that everything is connected now to artificial intelligence. What do you think could be a good way to, now that the new administration of President Trump will be, of the incoming President Trump, could do to overcome in terms of policy? And maybe we should create an agency like Homeland Security that could oversee this type of threat, which a lot of people are very concerned. I know I'm one of them. Thanks.
Testing. Okay. So if you consider I guess there's three things that I spoke about, which is crypto, AI, and quantum, right? Those are kind of the main three threats. Crypto is an older one. AI is emerging, but growing very, very fast. And quantum is in the future, but because of the devastating effects it's going to have once it's here, we have to proactively address it. So I guess probably what Cosmin said about international collaboration, because a lot of these technologies, I don't believe can really be controlled with one particular country making one particular law. I mean, it's a good start, but if we really want to address the threat, because these threat actors are international, they know no borders, they're in North Korea stealing money from somebody in the US, right? Or hacking someone in the US, or even getting a job at a US company. So I guess it has to be a global approach. One of the things that I think is extremely important in terms of policy for cryptographic research, which is extremely important in innovations as it comes to quantum-resistant technology, because we have to develop quantum-resistant cryptographic technologies, right? Because all of that is based on cryptography, is not regulating these companies or organizations that are innovating in this space out of the country, right? So if and cryptocurrency space, even though the applications to cryptocurrency are specific to cryptocurrency, but there's so many other applications that evolve out of the cryptocurrency market applications into other types of cryptography applications, right? Like quantum resistant technology. So that's one thing I think is really important, kind of loosen up kill it with fire with crypto, which I think we're going in the right direction there, but also control it, right? And in a kind of a more global approach. With AI is also a global approach, but it's so new, and we're just discovering kind of the devastating effects it can have in the ways that bad guys are finding to use it. And so we're going to have to wait and see, but we're going to have to kind of create like these global organizations to think about these, and think tanks, right, about how it can be used and how it's already being used as a threat.
Any comments? Thank you very much. Excellent panel. This is all the time we have for this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Could our next panel please join us? Implications of blockchain for national security, CBDCs, decentralized networks, macroeconomic competition. Captain Morgan Murphy, U.S. Navy former National Security Advisor, United States Senate, former Pentagon Press Secretary, Captain Murphy. Carol N. House, Special Advisor for Cybersecurity and Critical Infrastructure Policy in the White House, National Security Council. Mr. Christopher Kalix, Director of National Security Policy, Digital Chamber. Thank each of you for your presentation. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christopher Klach, and thank you very much, Congressman, for the privilege to be here and with everybody here today. So I work for the Digital Chamber. We're a blockchain industry trade association. We represent a lot of companies that advocate and educate on their behalf to Congress and other parts of the U.S. government. I lead our national security policy. I'm going to share some general thoughts to help guide our thoughts in general and collectively on topics and some of the topics that the previous panel touched on as well. And first, I'd like you to consider the inextricably and tightly intertwined relationship between technology, the economy, and national security. There are three legs to a stool, each supporting and bolstering one another. A vibrant economy funds research, development, education, and training that produces technological expertise and innovation and provides the means to procure military capabilities. technological expertise supports innovation, research, and development of military capabilities, and develops cutting-edge products and services that create and sustain economic growth. Military strength protects national sovereignty and international agreements, treaties, and trade relationships, which enable economic development and technological innovation. So why is blockchain technology particularly important in this context for national security? Well, it plays a role in all three of those pieces of stool legs. It affects military capabilities and developing applications that are useful for military capabilities. It's an economic tool and an economic growth sector, and it is part of the cutting edge of technology. When we consider blockchain as the next, we can consider blockchain as the next iteration of the internet and the basis for the transfer, storage, and tracking of all value, data, and communications. Think next generation finance, trade, business, communications, and social networking, data storage, value transfer infrastructure, and supply chain. It also has the ability to mitigate some of the most dangerous aspects of artificial intelligence by enhancing transparency, securing data integrity, combating misinformation and deepfakes, and mitigating bias in AI training data, and also managing AI bot autonomy. Right now, there's a race underway to develop the blockchain infrastructure to host all of this activity. A world is fast approaching in which all nations must choose between aligning with a Chinese-led and controlled economic system or a freer, open, and collaborative one led by the US and its allies. China has been leading this effort for several years. It's developing an internationally focused blockchain-based services network, or the BSN, to incorporate all global development and trade. At the 2020 Hong Kong FinTech Week event, the BSN Secretary General said that the BSN would build an internet where China has, quote, independent intellectual property rights, and China controls the rights to internet access. The BSN is building infrastructure via hundreds of data centers located on every continent in the world except Antarctica, and the Chinese government intends for it to extend its global strategic objectives. It is employing the same strategy with it that it has in the past with Huawei and TikTok, building the network and applications that are inexpensive, addictive, and easy to build on to induce countries, corporations, and individuals to use them while they siphon off data to manipulate users and steal intellectual property. Consider these data points. China accounts for over 90% of all blockchain patent applications globally, and last year announced plans for a blockchain research center to connect universities, developers, and businesses to encourage industry growth. Chainmaker, China's homegrown blockchain system, has been operating for 4 years and integrates data directories from more than 80 government departments in Beijing, 16 districts, and more than 10 social institutes. The chain manages more than 500,000 data directories and 2,700 information systems in real time today. Shanghai plans to build a blockchain infrastructure by the end of 2025 and establish links with Hong Kong and Singapore for application in fields such as digital assets, transportation, industrial Internet of Things, supply chain, finance, and carbon management. Shanghai aims to be a global leader in the shift to digital-based economies. China last year announced a new blockchain research center in Beijing called the National Blockchain Technology Innovation Center, tasked with achieving core technological breakthroughs in the blockchain industry. In October this year, Shanghai unveiled a blockchain valley hub dedicated to pioneering blockchain development. The arrangement will offer technical and financial aid to the already 137 companies that have located there. Its cryptocurrency market continues to grow and innovate despite tight regulations. Its rich talent pool of developers and active university programs foster a strong pipeline of blockchain professionals, and China-based projects continue to expand overseas, extending their influence. Perhaps most ominously, China has already begun to implement a CBDC, or a central bank digital currency, linked to a social credit system to control and manipulate its population, and it looks to export that model. Central bank digital currencies are a digital extension of sovereign currencies on a centralized blockchain. Their adoption has significant implications for national security. It's programmable money. You can think of positive use cases of such technology where if there's a disaster in one of your nations, a government can drop funds into a wallet to a particular group of people that's geofenced from a geolocated, geofenced from a particular disaster, an earthquake or a fire. But you can also think of ways that it can and will be used to manipulate people. The government can pick out particular individuals or groups of people to stifle their rights, freeze their wallets and funds from being used in particular ways, or even to leave the country. Right now, China is rolling out that system in its own country and looks to export it, as I said, to the nations that it's trading with. The company behind China's state-backed blockchain project aims also to create a parallel SWIFT banking messaging system that will rival the one that's used by most of the rest of the world. As Lily touched on previously, North Korea is also active doing nefarious things with blockchain and in the blockchain sector. More than 50% of the resumes, it's estimated that crypto companies receive come from North Korean nationals masquerading as a different nationality. North Korean employees earn over $600 million annually that goes to the North Korean government. More than half of North Koreans' foreign currency reserves are thought to come from crypto hacks and hacking of crypto companies. And it is also estimated that over 40% of the funding that goes to the DPRK's nuclear and missile programs come from crypto hacks. So this is not an insignificant issue by any stretch of the imagination. Russia, of course, plays a role in utilizing blockchain for nefarious purposes. Russia pays China in cryptocurrency for goods it needs for war and has legalized cryptocurrency mining to circumvent Western sanctions and uses cryptocurrencies to facilitate cross-border payments and international trade. The legalization of cryptocurrency use includes a longer-term project by the Ministry of Finance for the mass adoption of a digital ruble. Most recently, just earlier today, the Office of Foreign Asset Control underneath the Treasury Department released a press notice that they have implicated and begun taking down 2 enormous networks, multinational, across the UK, Ireland, and several other countries involving dozens and dozens of people for a money laundering operation that is unprecedented in size and scale and complexity. It's estimated that several $billion a year at least have been laundered through these 2 networks. So this problem seems to be growing and not becoming more complex and difficult to take down. So what does this all mean for you? There are enormous economic opportunities as well as national security risks associated with this technology. Central bank digital currencies do not have to be tools of social and financial control. They can be designed with privacy protection and safeguards in mind. It is likely that all nations will be forced to choose between closely aligning with a Chinese developed and controlled economic system or a freer, open, and constructive one led by the US and its allies. If we allow China to dominate this space, we will be handing over access and control of our most sensitive data to exploit and manipulate it. A more decentralized model is a counterbalance to many of the risks of China's centralized model. The free market is our greatest strategic advantage against tyranny. We can leverage our collective ingenuity to improve our nations and safeguard our principles. I hope that that puts some thoughts into your minds about how we align collectively and individually in this world and what kind of action that we need to take regarding adopting blockchain technology and coordinating, as the last panel suggested, also on a global scale. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to speak on blockchain technology because I don't know anything about blockchain technology, but I am going to speak on economics. When I joined the Navy, the U.S. Navy in 1999, I thought, I don't know anything about national security, but I bet you my lieutenant know something about national security. And then when I became a lieutenant, I thought, I still don't know anything about national security, but I bet you my lieutenant commander does. And then I became a lieutenant commander, didn't know anything, became a captain, didn't know anything. Eventually, I was standing with the Secretary of Defense in his office on January the 6th, and he turned to me and said, I don't know what the hell's going on, but take notes. Which says to me that a lot of people, as they go in their career, pretend to know what they're talking about, but they're just guessing. Janet Yellen really doesn't have certitude about what will happen to the dollar if interest rates go up 2.5%. But she can make an educated guess. And so that's what we're all doing here is educated guesses. I'm a recovering neocon. You familiar with the term neocon here? It's the biggest battle that's about to come up in Washington, D.C. And earlier in the peace dividends of the post-Cold War era, the neocon outlook on American power seemed to make sense to me. I believed the story about weapons of mass destruction. I thought that we could maybe find Thomas Jefferson somewhere in the hills of Afghanistan. And I was standing in Bamyan province where they had the Buddhas, you know, that were blown up. And there was this beautiful highway that ran right down the center. It was nicer. I'm from Alabama, and it was almost nicer than any highway you could ride on in Alabama. In fact, it was. It wasn't a pothole in sight, beautifully marked. And there was a fellow with a goat or a donkey going down the side of the highway. He wasn't on the highway. He was on the side of the highway. And I said to my translator, why is he on the side of the highway and not on the highway? He said, oh, it's too nice. You didn't like my Afghan impersonation. It's all right. The name of that highway was the Laura Bush Highway, named for the First Lady. And that stuck in my mind to this day as an example of hubris, an example of neocon hubris that I shared with a lot of my colleagues. And the world is very different than it was when we built that highway back in 2008 and 2009. The United States was spending $2 billion a week on Afghanistan, building roads and infrastructure. And that experience made me an empiricist. I like to do more of what works. I'm not an economist. I'm going to talk to you here today for the next few minutes about what I see as the future of the economy. You know, economists have correctly predicted 9 of the past 5 recessions. So I don't consider myself an economist. I am an MBA, and I think MBA are business people, and the business of the American people is business, as our President Calvin Coolidge said in the beginning of the last century. But businesses give a unique perspective because they measure themselves. You either succeed or you fail. So I like to look at things through that empiricist lens of success and failure. The United States is going through a major pivot point. I had 2 friends from England visiting me this past weekend for Thanksgiving. And for those of you who haven't been to a Thanksgiving in the South, we have copious amounts of canned food and brown water. I always say, if it's not brown, put it down. And so we drank them and fed them into near oblivion this weekend. But I was thinking about, you know, they remarked as they drove through Alabama, we were on our way to do you know the Iron Bowl? Does anyone here know the Iron Bowl, the competition between Alabama and Auburn? It's a big football game. It's a religious rivalry, really. And so I took them, we'd fed them, and we had driven through the countryside in Alabama, and they had remarked on all the American flags flying around the state, and they had noted that my family prayed with fervor before our Thanksgiving meal. And then we went to the Alabama game, and 120,000 Alabama and Auburn fans were there, and they all sang the national anthem, and a bunch of F-35s roared over. And I said, and that's why we don't have free health care here in this country. But on the way back, I noted, we were talking about how America's civic pride and America's faith were so pronounced to them. as Londoners, as Brits. It really stood out to them. And I said, this country is really where your country was in about 1910. We were at the peak of economic power, peak of military power, and we've been messing around in the Middle East for a few decades, and across an ocean to the west, another power is rising. For the first time since 1875, America has a peer economic competitor. The last peer economic competitor we had was Great Britain, when we passed them. And with Great Britain, we share, of course, a language, a culture, a rule of law that dates back to the Magna Carta. And so in a competition with a new peer economic rival, what does the United States need to do? I would say to you that the United States has to get real smart real fast. We can't build a bunch of Laura Bush highways anymore. We can't afford to spend money where it isn't needed. Afghanistan, we were attacking people. You know, we were using, while I was there, we had a lot of ISR. No American commander will ever say to, in this room here, the Senate committee, that he needs less intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And so we were spending, you know, we'd have a $20 million Predator drone dropping a $500,000 Hellfire missile. Okay, let's use 2 of them just in case, make doubly sure we got the bad guy. A bunch of people back at the Pentagon, a bunch of high-priced staffers like me approving and signing off on that expenditure and that targeted hit. And so to kill a 13-year-old Afghan on a moped with $20 worth of kitchen household appliances, the United States was spending somewhere between $1 million and $5 million per hit. Is that economically sustainable? I would submit to you that it is not. And so what can we learn out of that 20 years experience? That our technology is super. If you ask, if you say to an American admiral, sir, the United States, well, China now boasts a larger navy than the United States, and it is not dispersed around the world from ports from Guam to Djibouti. In fact, the Chinese Navy is all in Chinese waters, and they have more ships than the United States. The answer you are going to get back, and I've heard it said in this very room, is, oh, but we have exquisite capabilities. They love that phrase, exquisite capabilities. And we do have exquisite capabilities. Who else had exquisite capabilities? From 1939 to about 1945, I would argue that the Germans had exquisite capabilities. They had the best tanks. They had outstanding aircraft. They had jet aircraft. They had ballistic missiles. There was exquisite capabilities. What overwhelmed them? A bunch of really dumb B-17s that were not exquisite, but we made them in mass numbers. So to my colleague's point, I completely agree. There is no difference between your economic might and your defense industrial base. The two are one and the same. So economically, what the United States is going to have to do is rebuild our manufacturing base. We seeded it beginning in the early 80s, and we seeded it in favor of a knowledge-based economy, a service-based economy. We thought it's okay if we don't make, shower curtain rings. It's okay if we don't make, little brass screws. We'll keep the exquisite technology. We'll keep the exquisite part, but we'll farm out and use labor arbitrage and give away these smaller manufacturing capabilities. How'd that work out for us? Apple tried to manufacture its newest Pro line in Texas, and the effort failed. And the reason it failed is because they couldn't get enough screws in Texas. In this very building, we passed the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act was supposed to bring some very advanced manufacturing of semiconductors back to the United States. When Taiwan Semiconductor came to Arizona, they couldn't build the factory because they didn't have enough welders. They had to fly in welders from Taiwan to help us finish a factory in Arizona. And that's just a tragedy. It's a tragedy for our national security. It's a tragedy for our economy. And so I submit to you that what's being discussed right now hotly in Washington is tariffs. And the line that you will hear very often is, aren't tariffs a beggar thy neighbor proposition? Won't tariffs just become inflationary on the American people? Won't tariffs harm our allies? And speaking in a room full of parliamentarians, I'd say no. No, they won't. Democracy has to be able to defend itself. If you knew your dry cleaner was a rapist, would you go to that dry cleaner or would you choose another? If you knew your grocer was cheating on his taxes, would you go to that grocer or would you choose another? We're doing business with people who hate our way of life and who seek to destroy us. Why are we doing that? That's the basic question that tariffs asks. Why are we doing that? And everybody said, well, Morgan, you started your career at the capitalist tool. I started my career at Forbes magazine. And aren't you a free market economy? Don't you believe in the free market economy? Yes, I do believe in the free market economy. But I also believe in Adam Smith, who wrote The Wealth of Nations. And Adam Smith said, and I'm paraphrasing here, he didn't say it with an Alabama accent, certainly, but Adam Smith said, it's stupid to buy your sailcloth and your gunpowder from your enemy. What's the modern day equivalent of sailcloth and gunpowder? You know, titanium, chips, screws, 99 out of 100 rare earths we're buying from China. And not to put too fine a glaze on this ham, but that's just stupid to do that. And so that's what tariffs are about. The other argument you're going to hear against tariffs very frequently is, well, it's just going to raise the cost of goods by whatever the tariff is. Well, that is correct. It will do that. But in economic terms, does that make the country any poorer? So you raise the cost, Trump raised the cost on washing machines imported into this country by 9% in 2017. Sure enough, in 2018, the cost went up 9%. But that money came into the United States Treasury, which lets the Treasury either reduce the deficit by that amount of money or refund it in terms of a tax credit. So it's really a zero-sum game. It doesn't make the country any richer or poorer, except for the drag it took to calculate what the tariff is, which I would argue to you is marginal. My friends who argue against tariffs, and I'll end with this, my friends that argue against tariffs often say, well, they won't work. You won't get the intended effect. And this is just economic illiteracy here in Washington, D.C. So here in Washington, D.C., if you say, if you put a tax on something, you'll get less of it. Speeding tickets are essentially a tax. The idea for the government of imposing a speeding ticket on people who are speeding is to cut down on speeding. So if you impose that tax, you will get less speeding. And you'll get a lot of head nods when you say that. And then you say a subsidy encourages more of something. So if you subsidize something, you will get more of it. So if you subsidize electric cars, you will get more electric cars. And then there's the nod, right? And so if you give unemployment benefits, you will get more unemployment. And that's where the nodding stops, right? That's where everybody says, oh, economics is going to, you're just misinterpreting it. Well, you tell me. Tariffs, the idea is to encourage more production, manufacturing, targeted manufacturing in allied countries. And I believe tariffs will get us there. The economists that have been asked about it, 99 out of 100 economists agree that the tariffs will hurt the economy. But then if you ask them, if you substitute the word tariff for carbon tax, they're like, well, no, it won't hurt. We can impose a carbon tax. It's same concept. And so I will leave you with that thought. I think it is imperative to our national security that we're able to produce our own arms and not have to turn to a competitor nation for our basic needs.
Great. Good. Thank you, Carol.
Well, of course. Thank you so much, Congressman, for inviting me to come back to speak to all of you. It's so wonderful to be back and amongst several people with whom I've had the privilege of working in the national security community with. And I'll also start by saying, as a former Army officer, and also I grew up as an Auburn fan and then went to UGA, so I'm terribly sorry, War Eagle and Go Dogs, to our Alabama colleague. But first, and Chris made so many poignant points, which he always does, about national security issues. So based on some of that, I'll start instead with a bit of a personal anecdote that helps set the scene for my worldview and how I've ended up returning to the National Security Council after my first term here in 21 and 22, and the administration asked me to return about 5.5 months ago to drive some time-sensitive issues. So I learned how to don a gas mask within 9 seconds by the time that I was 12 years old. My family lived an hour south of the most heavily defended border in the world, in South Korea. When my father was stationed there, all family members who live in South Korea for active duty servicemen and women get issued gas masks in case of a potential chemical attack by North Korea. And it was especially impactful to me, where it taught me, even at that age, at 12 years old, that no matter what my status was, as a non-combatant, as a child, that would not save me from a gruesome threat once unleashed, and potential devastating demise. And basically that led me to then want to serve in the national security community. And I was in the Army as a Chem Bio Red nuclear defense officer, and then worked in intelligence. After that, my first tour at the White House, I worked in cybersecurity, spent some time at Senate Homeland, and then went to Treasury, where I first got exposure to blockchain and cryptocurrency. Because when you work to combat cybercrime and cybercriminals, you inherently get into the cryptocurrency ecosystem, and then enter my time at the White House and these 2 tours at the National Security Council. So all of this, why I brought up this me learning to don a gas mask, besides the fact that it helps paint the story for now, why wherever the nexus is of econ and technology with national security sits is where I like to sit. And it's interesting to now work in a space where, as Chris pointed out, the White House has stated that North Korean cyber actors are using cryptocurrency to fund half of the proliferation activities of the regime through cybercrime and through cryptocurrency heists. That is not an accident. It's not because it's not because it's a harder asset to use to successfully money launder. That's not inherently inevitable, though. Like, cryptocurrency isn't inherently evil. No technology is inherently evil. It all depends on the design and the operation of the ecosystem that you've built in with technology, through operations, through the critical controls that we all put in as part of regimes for nations, as well as that industry puts in place. Since industry, especially in something like finance, sits really on those front lines of conducting certainly the commercial activity, but also being able to detect and stop illicit actors who are exploiting their platforms in order to exploit consumers and national security interests. So innovation isn't bad. Innovation is at the heart of certainly the American economy and also the nations that are represented here. It drives how we generate jobs and how we create new and interesting ways to be able to provide critical goods and services to our citizens. But responsible innovation does not mean unchecked technological advancement without regard for democratic principles and for rule of law and other necessary principles that we have across societies and nations. So we have to embrace responsible innovation, whether talking about blockchain, central bank digital currencies, cryptocurrencies, or the other emerging technologies that the former panel was speaking on, like quantum technologies as well as artificial intelligence. We have to leverage the opportunities of, as Chris mentioned, programmable money. That is what is offered in the world of blockchain-based cryptocurrencies, as well as digital currencies like central bank digital currencies. Being programmable doesn't make it bad or good. It's not inherently evil or inherently good. It all depends on that design of what it is that we decide to program it to do. On some of the specifics of the national security threats that can be presented by a blockchain, as well as the opportunities to benefit national security, we have issues like financial stability, where there are particular features of blockchain-based cryptocurrencies that can potentially be a benefit for stability, right? For those of you familiar with cryptocurrencies, essentially what you have is, with blockchain technology, the ability to use a public, immutable, or unchangeable ledger to be able to create unprecedented transparency. And that transparency can be incredibly beneficial when you're trying to audit or oversee or just gain trust and understanding of what is in fact happening in a market or in a payment system. That can also present potential risks for consumers who may not want to publish their financial transactions and information on a public, like unobscured ledger. I don't publish my credit card statement on the internet online, not because there's anything illicit in it, but the world doesn't need to know the embarrassing amount of money that I probably spend on DoorDash and Amazon. So again, like it all depends on the features of these particular systems, and the way that you implement it is going to implicate different elements of national security threats or national security opportunities, like where transparency can help law enforcement and people like Lilia who've been for years, spending their entire careers trying to trace and hold accountable the illicit actors that are using cryptocurrency. But then when that information is public, like if investigators can use that to attribute who you are, does that mean that all of your financial information is now attributable and visible publicly for any actor to see? That can be a potential national security and consumer nightmare. Illicit finance is also obviously something near and dear to my heart based on the work that I've done at the National Security Council and at Treasury. And I'll start with cybercrime since that's where I came at this from. Ransomware would not exist to the extent and scale that it does today without cryptocurrency existing in its current state. Again, that's not cryptocurrency being evil or illicit, that is just the current state internationally of regulation and compliance in the space that have made it a really valuable tool for cybercriminals to use cryptocurrency as their primary means to purchase exploit kits, to ask for ransomware payments, and then to launder those proceeds. That's not an accident. It's also not inevitable. Cryptocurrency could become an ecosystem where we could dare criminals to launder on a public ledger. That just requires certain controls to be built in through technology, through regulation, and through partnerships, like with the nations that are represented here, as well as through industry partners, like many who have been represented on these panels. So sanctions evasion is a great example. There was an action that Treasury just announced highlighting where a Russian sanctions evasion network was also using cryptocurrency in order to fund some of their activities. Investment fraud, and it's called in some places and circles pig butchering. I don't like that term, so let me just call it investment frauds and scams are increasingly using and relying on cryptocurrency as a means to be able to defraud consumers and convince them to invest in these schemes and then to successfully launder those proceeds. So people around the world, victims around the world are being affected by these schemes. And we need to figure out how to put in place the necessary measures to prevent child sexual abuse, narcotics trafficking and human trafficking activity, fraud, cybercrime that are using cryptocurrency. On the positive side, I mentioned the public immutability and traceability of these records. SWIFT, Fedwire, CHIPS, they do not publish to public records. So there is a huge benefit from the investigative side to be able to conduct investigations to hold accountable these illicit actors, as long as the necessary anti-money laundering regulations are put in place in the jurisdictions through which these funds are moving. So that means relying on things like the Financial Action Task Force, which I know many of the jurisdictions here are represented there. Many of you, in fact, were huge focal advocates for us passing the first ever international standards for virtual assets in 2019, when I was the lead delegate for FinCEN to the FATA for us to create those. We need to implement those standards that are absolutely critical and will help us then ensure that the right records are in place to hold accountable those illicit actors that, again, are exploiting cryptocurrency in order to exploit consumers. So focusing on, I know I focused a lot on illicit finance. That makes sense based on the seat where I come from, and National Security Council folks were good at some of the worst case scenarios and things that concern us. On the positive side for blockchain, another critical component, just as the captain next to me and also Chris highlighted, competition and leadership and technological innovation and reinforcing the centrality and role, certainly for the US inside of the financial system, is absolutely critical to our national security might. As as, again, both speakers previously mentioned, our economic strength is not divorceable from our national security strength. And we've seen that with the consequences that we've been able to impose through unprecedented sanctions against Russia with our international partners in order to hold them accountable for their continued war of aggression against Ukraine, and the fact that we use sanctions also to cut off illicit actors from the global financial system and to impose those consequences. That demonstrates the utility of economic strength as part of a tool that we need to use, but also how we need to be especially targeted about it. And cryptocurrency and those public ledgers allows us to be very targeted when it can support things like attribution. And on competition, there are many nations that are trying to find alternatives to a US dollar-based and denominated system. Now, the US dollar is not going to stop being the global reserve currency in the near future. The reason why it exists as the global reserve currency is because of the faith in our highly liquid markets and our rule of law and and the strength of the United States dollar for a lot of reasons that go well beyond just technological efficiency. But we are seeing the fact that other nations are looking to develop alternative payment systems, whether through use of cryptocurrencies for sanctions evasions or developing central bank digital currencies explicitly with the deliberate purpose in order to create a way to circumvent the dollar and our reach. These are points of concern. And I personally also am concerned when I think about decentralized finance and growth of cryptocurrency. Even if there's continued reliance on the US dollar as the global reserve currency, what happens if it's not just a change to the reserve status, but a change to the role of correspondent banking? These key national security tools like sanctions and anti-money laundering frameworks really rely on correspondent banking relationships to gain some of that visibility and be able to leverage those tools those national security tools. So all of these are potential national security implications if we don't make sure that we're driving the US as a key hub and focal point for competition also in the cryptocurrency ecosystem and blockchain ecosystem, as well as the future of digital payments, regardless of what form that it's in. So what does that mean about what we need to be doing to drive those and preserve those national security interests? It means that we need to be shaping that responsible innovation that I spoke to before. That means a whole-of-nation approach in thinking about properly calibrated regulatory frameworks that ensure to combat the greatest risks and take an appropriate activity-based approach and doesn't vilify a particular technology, and then also pairs the regulation and the requirements that must be in place to defend the rule of law and defend the consumers and the citizens who are being hurt through narco-trafficking, human trafficking, cybercrime. But in order to protect them, we also need to maintain that economic strength, and why we need to promote positive innovations that are needed in this space, like privacy-enhancing technologies that can address those consumer concerns, but also make sure that appropriate discoverability still exists inside of these ecosystems without potentially exposing consumer data publicly for everyone to see. We need to promote standards around ensuring greater cybersecurity of these platforms. If North Korea is so successfully targeting decentralized finance platforms, we need to improve the cybersecurity measures that are being put in place on cryptocurrency platforms. And we also need to ensure that our regulatory framework is one that achieves the right balance of promoting innovation and enabling that, but also stifling the greatest risks that are presented to our financial system, to our national security, and to our consumers. These are all lessons that we can learn through policy enforcement and compliance actions, as well as through partnerships with industry. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all. Look forward to any questions that remain.
Excellent. You're a walking encyclopedia. She is good. Very, very good. We've got about 4 minutes for questions. Do we have any questions? We have one right here. And a brief question, because we don't have much time to answer.
I'll be very quick. Coming back to my country, Malta. As you know, Malta has been a leader in the regulatory framework with regards to cryptocurrency and blockchain. However, talking about national security, I would like the speakers, my question was also to the previous one, with regards to national security and threats, whether we should have a harmonization, global harmonization, including the international community and also conventions and etc., to have a real effective central bank digital currency, not only for local for the nation, but not only for European, but global. Because in short of that, we'll always miss the bus with regards to abuses and cryptocurrency, national security, etc. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Who would like to answer? Please, Carol, go ahead.
Thank you. A really interesting question, and it's in the executive order that President Biden issued in 2022, where he directed the interagency to pursue in examining whether a U.S. central bank digital currency would be in the national interest. I think that really gave evidence to that in the United States, we are not yet sure if a CBDC is something that would be beneficial to us. CBDCs are very complex issues. They can be very polarizing issues. Wholesale use cases are also very different from retail ones, and sometimes that nuance can be lost. But apart from that, your really apt question about whether or not we should be driving an international understanding of what should be happening, yes. Consistent with what President Biden directed us to do, we need to experiment. We need to at least pursue experimentation and pilots and research and development work for us to be able to assess what does the future of digital money look like internationally. And I don't think that there will ever certainly be one like global CBDC. You know, nations still have sovereignty in their own currencies. But as far as pursuit of some kind of partnerships and work on R&D and different experimentations to look for what are the right systems to put in place, wholesale seemed to me personally to be an easy place to start because you avoid the itchier concerns and issues that come with retail. But that is something that is currently happening. The New York Fed is participating in one of the BIS pilots, not on CBDCs, but on just digital payments generally. So I think that overall on digital payment experimentation, holistically, that is something that needs to be pursued, whether CBDCs or otherwise.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, panel. Excellent presentation. So let's have our next panel on cybersecurity, the human element. Mr. J.P. Parker, former Special Advisor to the Vice President of the United States for Cyber Intelligence and Space. Dr. Paul Maurer, President of Monterey College, a recipient of the NSA National Center of Academic Excellence for their cybersecurity programs. Thank you, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
Robert, are you keeping time?
Yes.
Okay, you'll let me know when we hit about 10
stand
minutes.
up and hit you.
Sounds good. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear me okay?
Speaking to it.
Hello? Anybody awake out there?
Yeah, we'll get lunch, okay? Speaking to it.
I'm J.P. Parker. Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure, and I appreciate how far everybody has come, and hopefully I can get through this rather quickly and engage you all in some questions and answers. A little bit more dialogue and a little bit less speech is going to be my goal. Robert will keep me honest on the time. So the goal of this session is a little different than a lot of the typical cyber discussions. It says the human element, and I thought about how I'm going to emphasize the human element to you all. So I'm going to hit you with a couple of things that ultimately boil down to influencing people's perceptions and ultimately what the Russians would call information warfare. They don't think of cybersecurity. They think everything is information warfare and cyber's just a tool. And I'm going to end up, I think, maybe recommending that next year we think about a panel that focuses on that. Because information, disinformation, misinformation, and ultimately affecting decision-making is becoming so difficult to discern that we're going to have to think about how AI and a lot of the topics you've heard about here today are going to impact us in the future. So cyber is not just about physical protection. It's about impacting human decision-making. So let me tell you about the China threat, which you've already heard a lot about today. But as it relates to cyber, China believes, and I've spent 18 years in the intelligence community. I've seen all the intelligence about China and its evolution over the last 2 decades. Everything you've heard here today is true. It's consistent with the intelligence that our president and the national leadership get about China. But the details are even more frightening than what you've been led to believe. Without getting into those details, suffice it to say, China has a plan to upend the Western order and in place put its own values and systems in place. And they are using every element of national power to do it. So with cyber will be used to disrupt Western economies, information systems, and ultimately detract and disrupt the American and allied militaries should conflict ever come between China and the United States. The goal of that is not to win a cyber war. The goal of that is to sow enough confusion and disruption that the American public lobby for not engaging in continued conflict. It's really a goal of deterrence, not prevailing in conflict. That is the focus of their cyber. And their cyber is targeting not just everything in the United States, but everything you all hold dear too. Because global alliances are something that China fears very much. It's not just about fighting the United States, it's about fighting the allies of the United States and those who have similar values. So in the first conflict that would occur, space will be disrupted, cyber will be disrupted, and it will be used as pressure to keep us from engaging militarily against China. The ability to do that means that they have to penetrate all aspects of digital life. And that's not just military systems in the United States. That's going to be critical infrastructure, communication networks, retail networks. The information that they're gleaning from doing this, you've already heard today, is the largest transfer of intellectual property and wealth that the world has ever seen. And it's being used to help subsidize Chinese industries too. So it has multiple purposes. It empowers their economy, it informs their decision-making, and it positions them to be more disruptive and cause us to deter fighting them when the time comes. In the United States, in particular, our military infrastructure and our vital critical systems, we're adopting what we call a zero-trust architecture. The zero-trust architecture is fundamentally predicated on the idea that we cannot keep a sophisticated cyber actor like China out of our networks. So what that means is that we are not creating a castle with a wall too high for them to get through. What that means is we assume they are in or will get in, and that we're going to have to construct our information architectures around the precept that we can't keep them out, so what do you do in that eventuality? And so the zero-trust architecture, which I'm advocating here to you today, is the way to think about your critical systems and the fact that they will be penetrated by a sophisticated actor, and we're talking about China here today. The interesting aspect about a zero-trust architecture is it's guarding against three things: China coming in from the outside and assuming that they will get in, your own people who may not be competent when it comes to what they're doing on networks and information systems, and what I regard in my career as an intelligence officer and then as an advisor at the White House, the most pernicious threat we confront in cyber is the insider threat. You've already heard, I think Lolita talked about how many North Korean actors are trying to engage US firms to get entry into those firms. Why? Because then they are a trusted insider potentially. And that's the most pernicious of all these threats. Because even if you could keep them out on the perimeter, you still have to guard against your own people doing stupid things. I ran the Cyber Defense Center. I helped stand it up in the United States intelligence community. We have 18 agencies, and we share information, and we have a fusion cell, and we have the most sophisticated cyber defense capabilities we can put together. But the two things I feared the most were my own people doing stupid things and somebody having gotten in the circle of trust, and we allow them access. They didn't penetrate it. We gave them the keys to the kingdom, and they turn out to not be trustworthy. So the zero-trust architecture we're all trying to migrate to basically says, I can't trust anybody on the outside. My people will make mistakes, potentially letting bad people in, and I may have somebody I shouldn't trust who's already in, and I've given them permission, the keys to the kingdom. I ran, like I said, the Cyber Defense Center, and we conducted phishing and spear phishing drills. And if you don't know what a spear phishing drill is, it means I've researched you and I know something about you. I may send you an email or a text, and I'm hoping to get you to do something that allows me access to your systems and your networks. And it can be something very simple like a solicitation. Hey, we have a job. Are you interested? Click on this link. Well, we train our workforce all the time. Don't click on a link. Don't answer an email if you don't know who sent it. If it looks suspicious, verify it, and always report anything suspicious on the network. And everybody does the training, and everybody scores very high in the training. But then we go ahead and we launch an operation in which we send our own workforce emails. And we look to basically see, are they complying with all the training? The first time we did it, we had about 3% who actually clicked on the suspicious email despite the training. And we did remedial training, we scolded everybody, and then we waited a while, and then we did it again. This time, we said, hey, the first 50 people who respond to this unsolicited email that we are doing a survey on, we will give you an Apple iPad. And it went up to 9%. We went the wrong way. And it turns out people are very motivated to try to do something that benefits them, even if it goes against their training. So it's not just the outsiders trying to get in. You got to worry about your own people doing stupid things. So I'm going to end here so that we allow plenty of time for Q&A. And I'll turn it over to my colleague here for his points. I have 3 recommendations for you. What we saw in the Russian cyber operations against Ukraine was a bit shocking to many of us. And it was shocking in the sense that Russia has been testing its offensive cyber capabilities against Ukraine for a long time, and they've done enormous damage to Ukraine in the past. There have been blackouts, critical infrastructure compromises, wholesale disruption of government services. And the Russians, we believed, are testing and perfecting their techniques against Ukraine, Estonia, and all the other Eastern European nations that are basically the proving ground. What happened in the run-up to the conflict in Ukraine was a very concerted effort by the Ukrainians who have learned the hard way how to defend against a very sophisticated actor like Russia. Part of what I want to convey to you today in terms of a recommendation is commercial cyber firms have come a long way in their ability to defend an organization's vital interests. I wouldn't have said this 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years ago, but what we have seen in the last few years is it's become very easy now to get state-of-the-art defense capabilities as a service. So if you can't have the capability to build your own cyber defense capabilities, I would engage commercial firms. The top ones are doing a very good job. And I can tell you, in the defense of Ukraine against Russian cyber attacks, commercial firms were decisive. So they've learned from the tradecraft that Russia has disclosed and from Ukrainian hard-fought defensive capabilities, and we now have the ability to buy as a service very good defensive capabilities. That's recommendation number 1. Extensively train and then test, like I described we do with our workforce, your people to not do dumb things. One of the easiest things that I've encountered is that people who are well-trained and well-meaning will sometimes leave the keys to the kingdom somewhere someone else can get to it. And it's not because they're malicious necessarily, but it is because they are easily induced to do things that compromise the organization. Your people may be meaning very well, but they need to be tested, trained, and held accountable for potentially leaving the keys and the door unlocked. The final recommendation I have for you is accept that for every cyber actor that we have in the United States that's working on behalf of the United States government, we're up against 50, at least, Chinese cyber actors. The scale that they are putting into cyber penetration for economic, espionage, and ultimately military effect is staggering. And they have a global reach and global tradecraft that allows them to target anybody and any organization that they think might be beneficial to them. So you have to assume that you could be in the Chinese bullseye, and the insider threat is becoming bigger and bigger as a risk. They are putting people forward, they are compromising people in organizations who may not be Chinese in order to get them to be the trusted insider that can allow them access when the time comes. So the trusted insider, beware, train and test your people, and engage the commercial firms if you can't develop your own organic cyber defense capabilities, because they've gotten very good, and they're actually pretty good against even a nation-state actor like Russia and China. And with that, I'll stop for Q&A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There. It's time to wake up. I am going to talk today about the human element in cybersecurity with regard to ethics. My name is Paul Maurer. I'm president of Monterey College in North Carolina, outside of Asheville. And I'm going to talk about a book that I and my co-author just recently published called The Code of Honor. Ed Scotus on the right is my co-author, and the reason I asked him to co-author the book is because I'm not technical, and I know very little about any of the technical elements of cybersecurity, and Ed does. Ed is one of the leading experts in the United States on cybersecurity. He has been involved for the last 2 decades in doing forensic analysis on most of the largest breaches in the United States over the last 2 decades. Ed has become a friend and a colleague, and he was a joy to work with on this book. Monterey College, we're in our 12th year of teaching cybersecurity, and we developed a value proposition some years ago that we didn't really know whether people would agree with it or not, but it is what we believed to be true about cybersecurity, and that is the human factor, that the problem of cybersecurity is principally a human problem, not a technical problem. And that therefore, the solution to the problem of cybersecurity is principally a human solution and not a technical solution. If you don't have people of character and ethics as your cybersecurity leaders and frontline operators, your technology does not matter very much. This value proposition, as it turned out, resonated with the National Security Agency here in the United States. I'll be talking about the NSA quite a bit here, and because it caught their attention, I received a phone call from this person, Lynn Clark. She is the chief of the Center for Education, Innovation, and Outreach for the National Security Agency. She oversees basically the now nearly 500 schools that are designated by the National Security Agency as centers of academic excellence. Back when Monterey College gained this designation in 2017, there were maybe 150 of us, and now there are nearly 500 schools, and Lynn is the person who has been responsible for that. I got a call from Lynn, and she requested a curriculum from us for the growing number of schools that are designated by the NSA as centers of academic excellence. And after some conversation with her, we agreed to deliver the curriculum, but also the book. And the purpose is to create a framework, for ethical decision-making in cybersecurity for both students and professionals in their high-stakes, high-pressure decision-making. When you're in live fire in cybersecurity, you are tasked with doing things that matter a great deal, and you're tasked with doing them very, very quickly. And so Lynn understood that at the core of that decision-making were a very large number of ethical decisions and ethical dilemmas. She asked me to put together a blue ribbon committee across the country, which we did, and they worked closely with us to develop the book, The Code of Honor. So why the code? Well, simply put, the greatest modernizations in most of essential fields have recognized the need for a universally adopted code of ethics. Medicine has the Hippocratic Oath, law has legal ethics, warfare has the Geneva Conventions of 1949, and we believe that cybersecurity is the economic and security threat of our time. It has risen very, very quickly. Next year, it is estimated that cybercrime at a global level will exceed $10 trillion, which would make it the third largest economy in the world after the United States and China. Anyone in the world who has a computer or a smartphone or is otherwise digitally connected is at threat of cybercrime. The scope and magnitude of cybersecurity is on par in our belief with the scope and magnitude of medicine, law, and warfare. So here's the code. I solemnly swear to uphold to the best of my ability and judgment in all my professional duties, personal practices, future endeavors, the tenets of this pledge. 1, I will treat all people with dignity and respect. 2, I will seek the best interest of others. 3, I will strive to recognize, take ownership, and appropriately communicate my mistakes and exercise patience toward others who make errors. 4, I will be honest, trustworthy, and above reproach in all my actions and communications. 5, I will not be a lone wolf, but will instead work collaboratively with my peers and superiors. 6, I will endeavor to exercise patience, wisdom, and self-control in all situations. 7, I will not steal and will do everything in my power to prevent theft in all its forms. And last but not least, I will protect and respect the privacy of others. In the book, which the 8 main chapters of the book follow the 8 planks of the code, at the end of each chapter, we have an application section. So I want to give you a little taste of the wide variety of ethical challenges that cybersecurity professionals face. The first area of concern is ransomware. Everyone know what ransomware is, where the cyber criminal seizes your network, they shut it down, they send you a notice and say, if you will pay X number of dollars, we'll give you your network back. This is possibly the largest area of cybercrime currently around the world, and law enforcement agencies have very little recourse, are able to do very little about it. And so it's left to the companies, to the organizations, to the governments to make decisions, and for the cyber professionals within those arenas to make decisions quickly on behalf of the institution. We face an explosion of devastating ransomware attacks on a regular basis. The attackers are becoming more brazen all the time. There are numerous different industries attacked, including healthcare, schools, government, and manufacturing. So how do we apply the code? Here's a scenario from Chapter 1. A mid-sized medical device company, a mid-sized medical device engineering company, ransomware shuts down its production capacity. Their systems were exploited through a third-party IT service provider. But there are many different medical device companies, including the competition, that use the same IT provider. So what are the ethically related questions raised by this scenario? 1, is it reasonable to try to hack back and neutralize the attacker? 2, does the organization have a responsibility to alert the IT provider? 3, should the organization warn its competitors of the attack? 4, should the organization notify law enforcement? What if the attacker demands that they not involve law enforcement? And 5, and certainly not last, or the only 5, should the organization pay the ransom? These are the most common questions that organizations face when they have a ransomware attack. So how do we apply the code to this scenario? Many scenarios in the book and in real life, and by the way, all of the scenarios in this book come from Ed Scotus's experience over the last 20 years. He has taken the largest breaches that he's done forensic analysis on, anonymized them, and put them in the book. For this scenario, consider the implications of these principles. Sorry?
Cyber attack.
That's funny.
Chinese don't like what you're doing.
Do I have a battery problem? Principle 1, I will treat all people with dignity and respect. 2, I will seek the best interest of others. 3, I will strive to recognize, take ownership, and appropriately communicate my mistakes and exercise patience towards others who make errors. I will not be a lone wolf. So often the cyber professionals think they can solve the problem. Part of why we included this in the code was to encourage people not to think that in their own pride and brilliance that they can solve a problem on their own. I will not be a lone wolf, but will instead to work collaboratively with my peers. And lastly, I will endeavor to exercise patience, wisdom, and self-control. There's a scenario in Chapter 6. The area of concern in Chapter 6 is organizations rely on IT auditors to ensure their systems are running smoothly and securely. Chapter 6 addresses a common scenario associated with IT audits. You have a national retailer that has an annual audit associated with cybersecurity. They pass the audit with a satisfactory rating. Some members of the IT security team identify significant security issues that the auditors did not cite. And lastly, the security team debates how to approach the issue. So what are the questions raised by this scenario? Was this an oversight by the auditors? Were the issues out of scope? And are the issues not important enough or even real enough for the auditors to identify? What if a manager decides to proceed with the audit results as is, putting the issues on the back burner to handle in the future? And when your budgets are tight, trust me, that is a real temptation, is to put them on the back burner. Should members of the IT team escalate beyond their manager? And what are the implications of doing that in their own careers and to the organization? For this scenario, consider the implications of these principles. I will treat all people with dignity and respect. I will be honest and trustworthy and above reproach in my actions and communications. I will not be a lone wolf, but will instead work collaboratively with my peers and superiors. And finally, I will endeavor to exercise patience, wisdom, and self-control. In conclusion, the National Security Agency has made the teaching of ethics a requirement for redesignation for the nearly 500 schools in the United States. The NSA is not technically an accrediting body, but they are the de facto accrediting body of this growing number of schools that are producing the workforce here in the United States for the cybersecurity profession. Now, the cybersecurity profession is new. It's only a few years old. It's estimated today that there are about 1.2 million cybersecurity professionals in the United States. It's also estimated that there are roughly 550,000 unfilled jobs in cybersecurity today, just in the United States, 500,000. So we have about 1.2 in the workforce, and just under half that many more are needed today. That number is expected to grow to 1 million domestically and 3.5 million unfilled jobs in cyber globally within the next 2 years. And so what the NSA has decided to do is to say it is in the national interest, national security interest, to be involved in the development of the workforce here, and it is also incumbent upon the development of that workforce to teach them ethics. And so what the NSA has done is they've asked us to create this curriculum, create this book, and the code of honor is the curriculum, and the curriculum are what the NSA is providing to these schools. The schools don't have to use this work, but it's the tool that the NSA is providing to them. We know it's not perfect. We could spend another couple hours talking about all the implications of this, how the conflicts arise between various principles, how the principles could apply to a lot of other fields, and all that is true. And we know that there's conflict and none of this is perfect, but we hope it's a useful tool for current students and cybersecurity professionals. Last thing I would say to you is if your government is involved or you think it should be involved in the development of your cyber workforce of tomorrow, this is a tool not just for our people and not for the NSA and for the schools here in the United States, but for the globe. There is no broadly accepted set of ethical guidelines in the field of cybersecurity. The field of cybersecurity is new. We're in the very, very earliest stages of dealing with the cybersecurity threat and problem. And so, like law, like medicine, like warfare, we think it's deserving of a broadly accepted code. If you would like to see the Amazon page and order a copy, I brought a box of books. Some of you took them. We put them on the table. They're all gone. I brought some free copies. If the Amazon page is to your left and the code is to your right, and if you want to take a snapshot of those, perhaps introduce them into your parliaments and into your spheres of influence. If your country wants to potentially utilize this tool, we offer it for your use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bauer. We have just a couple minutes. Do we have any questions here regarding the human element of cybersecurity? Yes, ma'am. Carol. She's in the back.
Thank you. Really appreciate an interesting theme I felt woven throughout your comments really points to an issue that I think policymakers here might benefit from your views on, which is about accountability. As the policymakers here are in jurisdictions that their hospitals, their pipelines, like their consumers are being targeted by cyber criminals, by state actors, by ransomware criminals, et cetera. And they're trying to think about how to face that burgeoning threat and AI and other technologies that are presenting this issue and drive near-term change, but also facing regulatory fatigue, concerns about blaming victims, et cetera. On that balance, as they think about where should accountability sit with industry and what should that look like in cyberspace to drive the change that's needed, but achieve that necessary balance, what kind of approach should the policymakers in this room be thinking about?
Go, JP. You got a minute and a half.
I don't have a minute and a half worth of response for you there, Carol. I'm not smart enough to tell you what a policy solution. I mean, you and I and others have been talking and working this for 15, 20 years. It's clear that in this country, there's not a tolerance for invasive prescriptive means on private held infrastructure. So the accountability is going to have to come from shareholders, insurance, accountability for individuals who are negligent or reckless in the defense of our critical infrastructure. I'm not seeing an approach in which regulation would be accepted by the private sector, but maybe you know more than I do. Sir?
I think it's a very complicated problem. There are so many layers to that question, and I don't have a simple answer for that because I don't think there's a simple answer to who's responsible.
Thank you very much. A wonderful panel. Very much appreciate it. Now my good friend Jacques Madison will come, a member of the European Parliament from Estonia. And Jacques will address in the impact of global security following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours, Jacques.
So, thanks so much. Probably you're not sleeping yet. If you need any coffee, there is still. I just tried. It's pretty fine. Anyway, I think we discussed also last year in December here in the DC about the situation in Ukraine. As we know it very well, the war is still ongoing. Maybe there is a maybe bigger hope now that in the near future, at least in next year, there will be some kind of peace negotiations, if it's going well. But as we know it from the President Trump, as he promised to finish the war in 24 hours. We are very looking for that. But sometimes when we are looking, of course, at the war in Europe, I'm in the European Parliament from Estonia, and Russia is not very far away. We are looking also about the actions what the United States will do. And of course, when I'm hearing sometimes some arguments, during the war, that why we should support Ukraine or why we shouldn't support Ukraine, then maybe sometimes there are some misunderstandings. The number one, what we have heard a lot, what I've heard a lot, is that Russia is not a global threat. It's a regional threat. And that's true. Russia has no power to have any kind of military actions in Southern America, not even like in Africa. Now they're getting pitted out from Syria. But regionally, of course, they have power. And US have seen a major threat, especially by China. And that's right. If you look on the economy, if you look on the population, if you look on the progress, what China has done, of course, China is the major threat. But what we are really missing is the fact that there is an alliance between some countries. Russia wouldn't be even a regional threat if there wouldn't be any kind of support by China. Now there is a support by North Korea. North Korean soldiers are dying in Ukraine. We're not missing them. But there is a clear support by those countries, also by Iran. If we're talking about Israel-Palestine, this is also the part of the conflict because Hamas is supported by Moscow. The leaders of Hamas are traveling after every few months to Moscow to get some kind of guidelines how to kill Jews in Israel. So they are all connected. So when we're looking on the threat by Russia, this is not only a regional problem, this is a global problem. And when I've also been following the political debates in the US, and when there are questions that, okay, why should American taxpayers actually pay for the support in Ukraine, and actually Europeans should do it, and actually I agree. I couldn't agree more that Germany and France haven't done enough. The support has been always too late and too less. But the problem for America is now that to be and to stay as a global leader, economically, also in defense politics, to stay against China, there is a very huge challenge to support Ukraine. Yes, of course, we are already informed that there are also problems in Ukraine. When we're looking at the statistics, when you're looking at problems like in the Ukrainian society, after almost 3 years of the war, the society is getting tired. They're bleeding out of men. They have no human resources. So, and this is the result of the, I would say correctly, that we've been slow. We've just been slow. And the outcome now is that Ukrainians are getting into trouble, especially before the winter. But there is a huge necessary to support Ukraine because of the American interest. If the US really wants to keep their position in the global world, there is a very huge importance that Russia will not have those territories of Ukraine, because if you look on the map, the eastern Ukraine seems very far away and pretty pointless maybe for somebody, but it is full of energy, full of mines, full of resources. And historically, it's not maybe a surprise for you, historically Russia has been always empire only with the territories of Ukraine. If Ukraine is gone from the Russian Empire, there is no empire. So this is one of the first things what we have to understand why Russia needs Ukraine and why we have to avoid that. Because if those territories will be gone just for some peace, it's always good like to remember history like from 1939 and 38 when the Prime Minister of the UK, Mr. Chamberlain, were very proud that he had some peace deal with Hitler. And this peace lasted only for 2 years, less than 2 years. This is the same thing now what we have with Russia. Because there shouldn't be like any kind of huge surprise. What is the goal? What are the ambitions for Russia? We know it. It has been declared very publicly. It was declared already actually 2 months before the war in December 2021, where Russia had 3 points, what they were asking from the Washington and from NATO. There were 3 things. No new NATO member states. So we should say also to Finland that no, you can't apply membership in NATO because Moscow and Washington doesn't want to see you in the NATO. The second thing, all the new member states in NATO have to avoid any kind of trainings, any kind of military exercises, and they have to ask permission from Moscow to have military exercises, for example, in Poland or in Estonia or in Finland. So you have to ask from your enemy, from your threat, that, hey guys, can we have some practice here? Because maybe you're the risk for us. Looks good. And the third one was that there shouldn't be any kind of military bases of NATO in those new member states who joined after 2004. So generally, the main goal and ambitious is how to restore the impact and the influence zone of the Russia all over the Europe. And if this will happen, the problem is that the US will be no longer the main leader of the world. Then it's gone. Because if Russia is strong, it's a strong partner for China. If China is even stronger, Taiwan is gone. Game over. So those small pieces are part of the huge global problem what we have. And we are just running out of time. Because now the Russian economy is working 24/7 in the war zone economy. They are preparing more war machines than all the NATO member states together in 24/7. So we have to really understand the situation where we are, and even if there will be some kind of peace agreements, hopefully in the near future, it doesn't mean that the peace will last forever. Maybe it will last only for 2 years or 3 years. So we have to understand what they are doing, what are the ambitions, and how can we react. Anyway, you're waking up. Very good. If you have any questions, then go ahead. And if not, then let's prepare for a war, because as Trump said, we have to guarantee to have a peace through strength. Thanks a lot.
Do we have any questions?
Very good.
Yes.
Oh.
Hello, I'm Yulia Klimenko. I'm from Ukraine. I'm a member of parliament. In my brief questions, how do you see how we can actually leverage Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran? Because this is one big chunk. So this is an authoritarian club who are fighting for not only in Ukraine. So they are, and they will push further. So if it will be a discussion, so any actions on concession of Ukrainian territories, they just will go to you. Baltic countries, Poland, and others. So I do not believe they will stop on Ukraine. And any concessions will not do the... the concessions will be a favor for China, I would say. Briefly, how do you see how we can split these tyrants and how we can tackle together?
The first thing what I really liked was the message that Donald Trump had a phone call with Vladimir Putin directly after the victory. But the Kremlin press state secretary, they denied. No, we didn't have a conversation. So probably they had, of course, but it wasn't very lovely for Russians. And what we had between 2016 to 2020 with Trump, we really don't know 100% is it true or not, but the message was that Trump said to Russians, once you touch the territory of NATO, we're going to bomb down Moscow. And you never know, is he right or not? Will he really do it or not? But it's just like the perfect blackmailing. But what happened with Joe Biden, unfortunately, everybody knew that US will not go to the war against Russia because of Ukraine. What did it in 2014 when the Crimea was occupied? And Obama was the president, vice president was Biden. They just cut military aid, 2015. And it was restored by Trump, 2017. So this was the peace policy through strength. So what we have to do now, the problem is that most probably in the next 2-3 months, it will be impossible to get back all territories of Ukraine. It's just the reality. Because Ukraine doesn't have a manpower anymore, as much as you need. So the main question is now how to have this peace at least for 2-3 years, how to restore the economy of Ukraine, how to build up the defense capacity, and how to prepare for the next problems what Russians will cause, and they will probably. And what the NATO member states have to do? We have still about half of the NATO member states doesn't pay at least 2% of GDP to the defense. And that's also one of the problems with the Europeans. European countries are still expecting that the Americans have to pay. And that's the problem. So finally, there has to be like fair share. Like, we have to worry the most about our own security. For example, now the leader of the expenses and spendings are Poland. They're paying 4.3% of the GDP. In about 10 years, they will have a stronger army than Germany. So there is no historical concern anymore that maybe the tanks from Berlin will go to Warsaw. Maybe it will be opposite. Hopefully not. Joke, don't quote me. But for reality is that Poland will be one of the strongest in Europe. Finland is a very strong ally, and we are very happy for the fact that they are now in NATO. So how to prepare for the Russia and China threat? The first thing, how to have peace now in the best terms for Ukraine. So it means there has to be security guarantees. There has to be the way that maybe at least most of the territories of Ukraine will be part of NATO. And also the NATO member states have to pay, have to invest more and on the faster way. And then we can have some kind of idea of the power balance, because finally we need a power balance in the world. That China knows that there is no point to threaten Taiwan, because otherwise it will be too damaging for them, and for the Russians same. So finally we need a balance.
Okay, question here.
You have to.
Hi, Tomáš Valášek, Member of Parliament, Slovakia. Thank you, Jak. Like many of us from Europe, you presumably will have had conversations with people close to or in the incoming administration here. And we hear a lot of great things. The desire to restore America's strength, respect, prestige, the desire to rebuild the military power. And at the same time, we hear a vision of a settlement in Ukraine that's pretty different from what you just described. My question to you is, can those two issues go hand in hand? Can you have an America that is respected by Beijing, respected by the other power centers, while at the same time it agrees to a peace in Ukraine that's less than honorable, that is perhaps closer to Moscow's terms than to our terms? Would that not undermine the desire by the very people here to want to rebuild again America to a position of respect and influence? Isn't that kind of what they hold against the previous camp, that they haven't acted tough enough?
Generally, like what we have in Ukraine is a war between the civilizations. And sometimes when we hear also like in the US, when you look in the media, we hear some kind of arguments that, but the Ukrainians, they've been part of Russia for all the history, and they're like brothers, and like it's like the same nation and the same language, so almost same, but it's not true. That's the typical like false information and fake news by the Russians. So we are just committing like the Russians' information that, oh, it's Ukraine, it's just a part of their Russia. No, it's not the same. Directly after the war started, I had a conversation with some French guys in the European Parliament. And they were like, yeah, but we are not ready to have a huge war with Russia only because of Ukraine, because they were established in 1991. It's a new country. It's not really clear, what's going on there. And they have nukes, and, it's a huge risk. And I said, I think like historically, some of the French territories belong to Germany, right? And maybe if the Germans will ask some territories to get back, I think we are not ready to go to war against Germany because of those territories there. There's a small piece of land, and 2,000 kilometers away. And why did you see it? No, it's not the same case. I said, it is the same case, exactly the same case, because it's always easy to have some kind of deals with Russians if you are just playing some other country's territories. It's the same thing like if you talk with the Americans, yeah, but Alaska, historically? Well, are we ready to go to war against Russia because of Alaska? So it's the same argument. Like finally, it's easy to trade the territories of other countries. But generally, so now this is the war between civilizations. And Ukraine doesn't want to belong to the Russian civilization. They want to belong to a normalized civilization where the member states are applying to be part of NATO. And the opposite side is that nobody's asking you. You have to be part of this regime. So this is the very simple thing now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Anyway.
Thank you, Jaap. Very much appreciated. Been a great friend for a long time. Now we'll have our panel on countering hybrid threats from China and Russia in the Americas with Professor Selena Raulio, Professor of Practice, William J. Perry, Center for Hemisphere Defense Studies. It's a National Defense University. And Ambassador Carla Sands, Vice Chair of the Center for Energy and Environment, America First Policy Institute, former U.S. Ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, and most importantly, on our board. Thank you. The floor is yours, Madam Ambassador.
First, thank you, Congressman Pittenger. I don't speak for the Trump administration, and I just wanted to say thank you for the welcome. Esteemed parliamentarians, government officials, and colleagues, I'm honored to speak to you today about the challenges of our adversaries, Russia and China, in the Western Hemisphere. Now, there's no question that this is the most challenging and dangerous time in the modern age. China, along with Russia and Iran, North Korea, are rising in their influence to challenge the United States and our leadership in the world. This isn't by accident. We've had weak presidents in the United States, and their weak leadership have invited our adversaries to invade the Western world in a predatory manner and attempt to interfere with and disrupt the peaceful function of government and the growing prosperity and stability in our hemisphere. The United States provides about 20% of the UN budget each year. We provide over 50% of the Organization of American States, or OAS, budget. Member countries must recognize our outside contribution and assist in helping U.S. priorities in their area. If we have a candidate for leadership, we want your vote. 20 Latin American and Caribbean nations are formally party to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Last month, Chairman Xi was in Peru celebrating the opening of the $1.3 billion CCP-funded megaport. This port will move cargo from South America to Asia and has the potential to provide basing for the Chinese Navy and intelligence services. In fact, China maintains contracts to upgrade and operate more than 36 other ports in the region, including potential dual-use deepwater ports. Russia, Iran, and China are growing in influence in Venezuela, the largest recipient of the Belt and Road financing. Venezuela has been emptying out its jails. U.S. crime in our major cities has spiked, and Venezuela homicide rates have plummeted. From 2022 to 2024, almost 1 million Venezuelans have entered the United States through ports of entry and mostly between ports of entry. We need strong ties with Colombia and Ecuador and the entire region in order to get control of illegal immigration, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and organized crime. Chinese banks are now cheaply washing cartel money, and we believe that the drug flows must stop. China's role in the fentanyl crisis is undeniable. A recent House China Select Committee report revealed how subsidizing precursor chemicals shipped to Mexico allows Beijing to profit while tens of thousands of Americans die annually. Today, almost as many as died during World War II. Weak governance in Latin America, compounded by autocratic regimes in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, enables these pipelines of destruction. These regimes not only sow chaos at home, but also empower criminal organizations like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua. driving migration and fueling violence that spills into American communities. Because President Trump was reelected in the recent US elections, there will be an end to the controlled and dangerous immigration to the United States from almost every country in the world. The United States borders will be secured. Reciprocal trade deals will be made. American workers will be treated with respect, and in many cases, manufacturing will be returned to the United States or nearshored from where it was outsourced. The American people delivered a resounding mandate to President Trump. Our allies in trade and security cooperation should be on notice that agreements will be reciprocal and on a level playing field. The United States will expect cooperation. In the security cooperation, nations will have to pull their own weight, and you'll have to invest in your own security and have a credible defense. The United States wants to be your trading partner of choice. Many of you have chosen China instead. We want strong economic ties and partnership with you, and we want a fair shake for our industry and manufacturers. It's also good news that the United States will no longer be tying trade or aid to the export of ideologies that are unacceptable in your societies. We will no longer try to jam cultural ideas from the left down the throat of your people. President Trump has been clear. If you want to be part of the new BRICS dollar alternative, you will be met with 100% tariffs on your goods or blocked from U.S. trade. Knowing President Trump, if your country receives any aid, you can expect us to have high expectations that your country will repatriate your citizens who have entered the United States illegally. Business will not be as usual, and whether it's tariff barriers or non-tariff barriers, we will expect reciprocal trade on a level playing field. We want to be your trade and cooperation partner. We also want your country and your leaders as our allies and friends. President Trump's America First vision offers the leadership required to navigate this pivotal moment in the world. The future of Latin America and America's security are linked together. Bold, decisive actions now will ensure a brighter future for all of us in the generations to come. Thank you.
Good, very good.
Sure, I've got some slides that are coming up, we hope. Thank you, Congressman Pittenger and the PISF for inviting me back to the forum. Today I'm going to speak in very much complementary terms with what we had heard from Ambassador Sands, and I'm so privileged to be paired with you. I think, Congressman Pittenger, this is your first all-female panel in the history of the
I'm
Parliament.
learning.
But
I'm
who's
learning.
counting? Who's counting? So today I speak on my own behalf, and my views do not necessarily reflect that of the Perry Center, National Defense University, or the U.S. government. But it's an area I've been focusing on is this concept of hybrid threats. So what are we looking at now is literally a world so destabilized. Last year, before his death, I had the privilege of attending one of the multiple birthday parties of Henry Kissinger. And someone asked him how he thought the invasion of Ukraine by Russia was going to end. And he was very pensive, and he said he didn't know. But he also mentioned, which drove those of us, the partygoers, to drink even more, that he has never seen a world so unpredictable and with so many multifaceted conflicts. And this is what you're seeing right now. If we take a look at what's happening, all out actual armed conflict, Russia, Ukraine, the Middle East, and many kind of subterranean conflicts. And some people that we see in Latin America, there is actually no war taking place, but we have the highest homicide rate per 100,000 across Latin America, mainly due to the transnational criminal networks that are trafficking in people, guns, and drugs. And what we're seeing too on this overlay is actually what we call hybrid threats. And this idea that now all the different domains are taking place. So when we take a look at hybrid threats, what makes them hybrid? What makes them hybrid, it's multi-domain. So it exploits land, sea, air, outer space, and cyberspace. We had some amazing presentations today about what's taking place with the advent of artificial intelligence and crypto. And then more importantly, how state actors, I call them the axis of upheaval, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, and how they operate in what's called this gray zone. It's neither peace nor war, but more importantly, they also operate with total disregard for sovereignty and the rule of law. What they are also doing is exploiting non-state actors, whether they be criminal networks or terrorist networks or insurgents, in order to what? Defy and undermine democratic institutions around the world. And we're going to take a look at this when we see what's happening with the role of Russia and China. So we've seen this, they're outgoing in the next couple of weeks, we'll see a change in government. But what will maintain the same ideas is this concept of strategic competition. Great power competition, as has been written by many academics. The rivalry between the US, Russia, and China. And that'll be the big change, and it's been already articulated by President Trump and the incoming administration, which is nothing new. It's how peace through strength, and more importantly, how the different instruments of national power are going to be combined in order to push back, and then more importantly, counter the influence of Russia and China. So we take a look. Oh. I think it's the battery. Next slide. Nope. There's some back there. Trying. Okay. So when we take a look, and at National Defense University, we teach all these instruments of national power to the future generals, admirals, and ambassadors of our country here in the US, as well as many international fellows. And how is this influence being manifested? It's through these 4 different spheres. Through diplomacy, through military or security, through information, which now we combine with cyberspace, and then more importantly, economically. And what we're seeing now is really the strategic competition that's alive and well. And we had talked about it a lot in other parts of the world, whether it's Europe or Africa, but it's come to our neighborhood here in the Western Hemisphere. And that's what we're starting to see, is even things that take place far away, and probably this is the one that's in the news the most, the aspirations of the PRC in the Indo-Pacific and its threats to capture and, more importantly, invade Taiwan. So that's the faraway game. But also remember, in all the war games that we've actually engaged in, if there's a disruption in Taiwan, the impact is about 10% of the global GDP, because all the microchips, the majority of what we fuel our economies and our societies, our iPhones, is really based on that critical input that are basically monopolized by Taiwan. What we're seeing then too is what's happening across Latin America. So we take the same lens diplomatically. Ambassador Sánchez just talked about the prominent role that she played at the APEC summit in Peru and the G20 in Brazil, and how those countries treated the Chinese leader with tremendous respect, in contrast to that of how they did not welcome President Biden. We were seeing how that diplomacy, they are physically everywhere, expanding their embassies, expanding cultural person-to-person exchanges. And we're also seeing them in the military space, offering all types of equipment and training, and a lot of these ideas of surveillance, which is very disturbing. Economically, I think that's what's been most in the news, through the Belt and Road Initiative, these mega critical infrastructure projects, such as the port that was just inaugurated in Peru. We're seeing them access critical infrastructure throughout Latin America to secure what? Inputs for their industries, as well as avenues for their exports. And this is where we're seeing that they're also very aggressively dealing with very generous terms for loans in order to create this debt in servitude. That is how they're basically held hostage and promoting and aiding and abetting in Chinese. And sadly too, and you'll hear from our colleague John Strand about the expansion of 5G and then cloud computing, and how they're really dominant in that space. So what are we seeing too? In terms of the Belt and Road, it's not just in Latin America, it's around the world. And unfortunately, it's very difficult for Western countries, including the United States, to compete, whether that's actually providing cell phones or 5G platforms or cloud computing. And this is where we see the strategic investments that they're making and very, I guess, favorable terms when they're doing lending and project finance are very difficult for European and US actual governments or private companies to offer. And this is where we're starting to see that expansion, particularly in the area of critical minerals. And I know we have a session tomorrow all on that. And what we're more worried about is what's taking place in cyberspace. The proliferation of their ability to surveil and then offer, whether it's the actual platform for communications, but also extract all this information, particularly here in the United States, from our children who are on TikTok. So as a government employee, I'm actually not allowed to have TikTok on any of my devices, but everyone else does. Even our politicians use TikTok. But remember, every time you transact, all of this data that your phone has is being extracted and surveilled and used potentially against you. And this is what we're trying to see too. This asymmetrical war, and I've testified in this very building multiple times on what I call the asymmetrical war of the Chinese through chemical warfare, using fentanyl and its precursors to kill our youth. It's the #1 cause of death, overdose by fentanyl, in the United States for Americans ages 18 to 40. We're averaging about 137 deaths per day. And I know in an earlier presentation, what's good this year, we've had a reduction of those deaths, overdose deaths, by 10%, but also it's because we are very fortunate to have an antidote called Narcan that is very readily available. So we're seeing that. But remember, the Chinese are making money selling the actual precursors and fentanyl to Mexico, to where they're actually produced, into pills, at a price of 10 cents a pill that is actually sold on the streets of Washington in front of our baseball stadium at $20 a pill. There is no other product in the world as lucrative as a fentanyl pill. Now remember too, they're actually now the money launderers of choice. They're charging only 1% to 2% to launder the proceeds of crime. So they're making money selling and then more importantly, recycling the money. And this unholy alliance between the Mexican cartels and the Chinese that are exporting it is making them forever powerful, but also it's being used as an asymmetrical and hybrid weapon against the youth in the United States. So we've seen this too in terms of what's happening is this convergence, and this is the area of my research now, is called the digitalization of illicit networks. How this combination of what we call the cyber-physical world, drug trafficking that takes place in the real world, is now complemented by what we call as online. And we're seeing that you can use emojis to order your drugs on your cell phone using the dark web, and then more importantly, you transact to pay for that drug with cryptocurrencies, but you still have to figure out how to get the drug to the consumer. So it's either by mail, or sadly here in the United States, a lot of the consumers are adolescents and high schoolers, and they'll meet the drug trafficker at the McDonald's or the Starbucks or the playground near their school. So this is an area that we're really worried about, is how this new space is being abused and exploited. So let's turn to Russia. We've had a lot of conversations about the impact of the invasion of Ukraine and its threat to European security. Remember, too, that the conflict in Russia and Ukraine had tremendous energy as well as agricultural and food insecurity issues and impact around the world. But in Latin America, their approach has been a little bit more subtle compared to the Chinese in terms of trying to intercept, using the same rubric of this idea of the 4 spheres of influence. In terms of diplomacy, they've deepened their ties with like-minded countries such as Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. What do they share with those countries? Their hate for the US and their desire to destabilize democracies duly elected in different parts of Latin America. We have seen the presence of military advisors in many different countries, and they are also still engaged in arms sales. However, I think people will be reconsidering why they would buy Russian arms, seeing how poorly they performed in the conflict in Ukraine. And economically, they're looking at also strategic investments, particularly mining, aerospace, and energy, where they have a different advantage. They're much more active, for example, in Venezuela. But the one that really is of area of concern is how they're using information warfare and disinformation to sow the seeds of doubts of actual governments that have been elected, about institutions, and if democracy, in the eyes of the West, is the right way to govern. And this is where we've seen bots and all types of activities that have been taking place. And this is where we see what I call the comparative advantage of the Russians, is in this area of cyberspace. How are they using state, and that's state-run media, but how are they also using criminal actors as well as other elements in order to promote and destabilize? We also know that the criminal networks that are run out of Russia are extremely intelligent and astute, and cybercrime is the fastest growing crime in Latin America, as well as countries such as Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia become more digitalized. And this is an area where we're starting to see a lot more activity. And even here in the US, we've experienced this issue of disinformation by Russia and the Chinese and the Iranians in our most recent elections. So what are we doing? How do we think about going after, and more importantly, engaging? So first of all, as we see an economic war being engaged between the US and China around the world, but particularly in Latin America, we in the United States, who've taken Latin America for granted the last 2 decades, have to really deepen our economic ties. And that's what we're going to see with new and existing foreign trade agreements that are going to incorporate the concepts of nearshoring and reshoring, more manufacture, and then an emphasis on the digital economy. I anticipate the renegotiation of the US-Mexico agreement and Canada agreement is going to really start to look at this digital economy as a win-win for all 3 countries. Second, since a lot of cyber and critical infrastructure is in the hands of the private sector, we need to emphasize the role of the private sector through public-private sector partnerships in terms of trying to counter the dominance that the Chinese have right now in emerging technologies. And also, I mentioned this issue of chips and semiconductors. As we in the United States are trying to reshore, we need to help other countries help us and themselves in terms of taking a look at this critical technology, in terms of also trying to block, and then more importantly, enhance our abilities to modernize with this digital new age. We have also ways that we can introduce, we are in the Senate, introduce actual legislation such as the America's Trade Investment Act that takes a look at how we can redistribute and re-emphasize our partnerships with our neighbors within the Western Hemisphere. And then more importantly, we, I think, do a very bad job about advertising how the U.S. has made tremendous contributions across all sectors of society in our neighborhood, but also abroad. And unfortunately, we have not been very good at the strategic communications game, but it's an area that we need to focus on. So let's turn to Russia now to take a look. And first, taking a look, it's a much more nuanced approach in terms of more diplomacy and then economic engagements. But what we're seeing is they're super sophisticated in terms of trying to send messages that sow doubt in our youth. And we've actually seen this in other countries. We have one of our colleagues here from Colombia, Carlos, who you'll meet. And in Colombia, in their presidential elections, it was amazing how the disinformation campaigns and the use of bots sponsored by Russia and their operatives was able to really carry a narrative that sowed the seeds of doubt and actually perhaps helps the current president win his elections. We're also taking a look at how we can help other countries be able to identify disinformation campaigns, and we actually have a center at the FBI that does that. We're doing it internally, but we need to share the wealth in terms of how to counter a lot of these influence operations. And sadly, too, we need to educate our own people. Our own people are now actually taking a look. Everyone gets their news from their iPhone, and unfortunately, they don't know what they're reading. And this is an area that we also want to encourage private sector operators of these platforms like Meta, like Facebook, to be able to police and understand and actually block the abuse of those platforms by foreign influence operations such as those by the Russians. And just to finish up, what are we looking at? When we think about hybrid threats, we really are thinking about this new domain. It's not really new. It's how it's being exploited. It's the cyber domain. And remember, there's a debate here in Washington if cyber should be a new instrument of national power, just as diplomacy, the military, and economic are. Just remember, there's a cyber component of each of the existing instruments of national power. And what does it do? It's a force multiplier. And this is why we need to really think about how we define cybersecurity, how do we legislate to create the frameworks that are necessary, and this task is in your hands as international parliamentarians in order to protect our people, our data, and our privacy, and more importantly, our digital sovereignty, which is a big debate that we're having now. And just to finish up, so as we know, we're all here, thanks to Robert Pittenger, convened here, in order to share our best practices and our understanding of the threats. And we need to really reemphasize interagency, intersectoral, and international cooperation to counter the hybrid threats in the Americas. You have my detailed information there. You have my X or Twitter account. And since the terrorists, Mexican cartels, and other unsavory people follow me on Twitter, I invite all of you to follow me as well. Thank you.
Lena's great. She's little, but she's mighty. So we have 3 minutes. Do we have any questions? Brilliant women. They were terrific. Our best panel of the day. Yes, sir, Dr. Strand. Now, question.
I just want to say it's not the first only female panel on this event. There have been several, okay? Good. Anyhow, but there's not enough of them. We should have more of them. I must say it was really enlightening for me.
You have 2 minutes now.
Yes, but we have to give them one, and then just give me a additional minute. But honestly, I have just been over the last 5 weeks and 2 times in Brazil, Colombia, came from Colombia this morning, and I met a lot of people, also people which are working in the administration and so on. And when you're talking to them, it's like they understand it. I don't believe that these people I'm doing workshops for in Colombia and in Brazil are sitting and saying something to me which is not true. I feel, honestly, they understand these things. They have this, many of them have exactly the same view on China and Russia as I have, the same view on human rights and stuff like that. But what is stopping? It's the political system. It's the politicians which is the problem here. Or what is stopping these things? What should make this happening in Latin America? I agree with Selena that United States need a Latin American policy, not a new one, because I don't think they have had it for decades, yeah?
Thank you, John. Who would like to answer?
Well, I'll let Selena answer, but first I just want to say, it's not just Latin America. I mean, look at Canada, our neighbor to the north. I mean, there's influence operations here in the U.S. There's a lot of pressure, and they've infiltrated everything. I'm talking about the Chinese and working with Russia, but it's mostly the Chinese. So, I think that this is a global problem. It's not just Latin America.
We also see, and I didn't touch upon it, the culture of corruption is something that actually favors China and the way that they influence, but more importantly, the way they buy off. If we take a look at a lot of the project finance, for example, the Baha Mar, it's a large tourist complex that was built in the Bahamas, and that was supposed to promise all these jobs, right, to the local Bahamians, and the Chinese brought everything, material, and their own workers. And then years after, we find out that the prime minister was basically bought. And in the United States, we have something called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act that was enacted in this very building that unfortunately prohibits American companies who are not competing in a level playing field. And I think there is no country that is immune to corruption, but particularly in Latin America, that's how politicians do business and then rise to power. And sadly, too, we see the tentacles now, which is very disturbing, of criminal networks that are buying off politicians and then having their own influence. And it's all combined together. And I agree with you. They do agree, but the problem is they don't have the resources. And this is where other countries can help. whether it's best practices, the workshops that you conduct, in order to make everyone smarter and find better ways to have the impact to counter the influence in China and Russia in whatever part of the world we're talking about.
Thank you very much. Tremendous panel. Mariana Federici, if you could kindly come to the platform with Juan Guaido. Mr. Federici is a senior managing director of K2 Integrity, former president of the FIU in Argentina, chair of the Egmont Group. He was also instrumental in leading our first forum in Argentina, which led to the designation of Hezbollah being a terrorist organization. So, Mr. Guaido, thank you, sir, for your leadership. Remarkable individual, the hope of your great country, Venezuela. Certainly, you were the duly elected president, but nonetheless, you were the interim president at that time. So thank you for your leadership in being here. And before they come, I just want to remind you, you may have a new email, but the reception tonight is at the Willard Hotel. Okay? Remember that. Down Pennsylvania Avenue. It'll be great. And the biggest, most beautiful tree in Washington. And then also tomorrow is our prayer breakfast at 8:45. And Lucas is incredible. I mean, he's operatic. And he'll sing, and we'll have a few remarks. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much, Robert, once again for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be speaking to all of you once again here tonight and to share this panel with my friend Juan Guaido, former interim president of the Republic of Venezuela, and until very recently, the true hope for Venezuela, which we all hope will return to be the hope of Venezuela soon. Honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests, it's really an honor for me to address you today at this critical juncture in history here at the U.S. Senate, where global leaders and experts gather to discuss some of the most pressing security challenges of our time. As we stand in this together in this forum, lots of crazy things are happening across the world in faraway places, some of which many of you have come all the way from. But many crazy things are also happening not far from here, in a region called Latin America, posing threats that could potentially undermine the stability of our entire hemisphere and challenge the very foundations of our shared democratic values. I should state at the outset that not everything that happens in Latin America is crazy and ugly. It is an amazing region hosting mostly hardworking and honest people. It is also one of the regions of the world with the largest number of democracies. Not all of them are full democracies, many of them have flaws, but the desire to live under democratic systems and to enjoy the benefits of democracy, particularly freedom, is very strong in Latin America and very much alive. This is what makes it an attractive playing field for our adversaries. And people here in Washington, in my view, have not been paying due attention to it, at least until now. So I'm going to talk a little bit to you about that with a view to stimulating your interest in what's happening around the corner from here and how it could affect your lives. So Latin America, a region once thought of as a partner in hemispheric peace, prosperity, and security, has been sadly witnessing in the last few years an alarming shift in its political and security landscape, a shift fueled by authoritarianism, corruption, and external influence, a shift that poses not only a risk to the region itself, but also to the security of the United States and democracies across the globe. I want to start talking about the problem of authoritarianism, because at the heart of these growing threats is the rise of authoritarian regimes in Latin America. Regimes that have systematically eroded democratic institutions, suppressed political opposition, and undermined the rule of law. We are coexisting in that Western Hemisphere with 3 dictatorships: Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, whose governments have embraced tactics that prioritize power consolidation at the expense of human rights, freedom, and democratic governance, but also numerous weak democracies, including some of the largest economies like Brazil and Mexico and Colombia, and some that are halfway or 3/4 of a way between a democracy and a dictatorship, such as the case of Bolivia. The case of Venezuela is particularly striking, and Juan will certainly go deeper into that. But the murderous Maduro regime, supported by its allies in Cuba, has used repression, election fraud, drug trafficking, and corruption to stay in power. Millions of Venezuelans have been forced to flee, creating a massive migration crisis that destabilizes neighboring countries and stretches already overburdened resources. The economic collapse of Venezuela, fueled by corruption and mismanagement, has turned what was once one of the wealthiest nations in Latin America. I'm sure, Juan, you and your parents experienced what that was like, into a failed state, vulnerable to external influence and control. Nicaragua, the other dictatorship, under President Ortega, has similarly undermined democratic institutions, clamping down on freedom of expression and political dissent. In these environments, civil society has been silenced and political opposition crushed, leaving little room for meaningful change or reform. The consolidation of power in these regimes directly challenges the principles of democracy, sovereignty, and the rule of law, values that the United States and many of you present here and our allies hold dear. Finally, Cuba, the true mastermind behind the spread of political repression and state-controlled economics in the region, which, while constantly under significant economic challenges, always manages to make it through. The country is grappling with widespread shortages of basic goods, fuel, and medicine. However, despite occasional protests against the government, the regime has maintained tight control over the political landscape, suppressing dissent and curbing freedoms. Let me talk a second about the rise of organized crime and violence. Organized crime and violence have escalated steeply in Latin America in recent years, making it, as present, as Selena was saying, one of the most dangerous regions in the world, with Latin America and the Caribbean accounting for around 33% of global homicides, despite representing only 8% of the global population. It is currently the region with the highest homicide rates in the world, and much of it relates to the rise of organized crime violence. To give an example, last year alone, Mexico recorded 31,062 homicides, averaging approximately 85 victims daily. Think about that, 85 people assassinated daily, driven largely by powerful cartels as the Sinaloa cartel or the Jalisco Nueva Generación cartel. These criminal groups thrive in environments where state institutions are weak, corrupt, and complicit, often replacing the state in areas where they operate. This year, 2024, Mexicans experienced the deadliest electoral campaigns in history. And listen to this, over 50 political candidates assassinated during the campaign. Can you think about that for a second? 50 political candidates, over 50 assassinated during the cartel. Cartels have indeed co-opted politics and will soon take over the judiciary and what remains of the rule of law there, with this horrendous idea the government has put up to democratize the judiciary. In Venezuela, paramilitary groups linked to the government engaged in widespread violence, including extortion, drug trafficking, and human smuggling, further exacerbating the collapse of the rule of law. This criminal activity, as I said, has forced millions to flee, creating one of the largest migration crises in recent history. But the government there has also established clear links with Iran and its proxies. We'll talk about that in just a second. The rise of organized crime poses a direct threat to democratic stability and the rule of law in our region, with the increasing infiltration of criminal groups into political and law enforcement systems. Corruption runs rampant, further undermining trust in governments. But it's not just authoritarianism and organized crime that pose the threat. Corruption, as Selina also hinted, also plays a crucial role in the destabilization of democracies across the region. Corruption in Latin American governments facilitate the rise of criminal organizations, the erosion of public trust, and the breakdown of institutions that are vital for the functioning of a healthy democracy. The ties between corruption and organized crime are undeniable. Cartels and crime syndicates thrive where corruption is rampant, using bribery and violence to manipulate local governments and law enforcement. This fosters a cycle of insecurity that destabilizes not only local economies, but also entire nations. The spread of criminal influence, often facilitated by corrupt officials, not only harms Latin American countries, but also sends shockwaves throughout the hemisphere, including the United States. Look, corruption is the cancer of Latin America, but impunity is what allows it to spread unchecked. When those responsible for corruption are not held accountable, it sends a dangerous message that there are no consequences for illegal behavior, eroding trust in institutions and perpetuating a culture of lawlessness. Many don't get this in our region, including those you would expect to get it, like President Milei, for example, in my country, in Argentina, who's leading one of the most phenomenal reform processes in the history of our country, reducing inefficiencies in the state, cutting spending and monetary emission, and thereby bringing down inflation at impressive rates. However, while embarked in this adventure at great sacrifices to the population of Argentina, by the way, he has cut deals with our most corrupt politicians, favoring their impunity and unduly interfering in independent institutions to help them secure it. This is an unintelligent move that fails to recognize the relevance that integrity plays as a pillar to macroeconomic stability and sustainable reform. I'd like to end with a reflection on the role of external actors such as China, Russia, and Iran. It's a critical aspect of the challenges facing US national security vis-a-vis Latin America. The growing influence of China, Russia, and Iran in the region. While these countries may appear to have distinct geopolitical interests, they share a common goal, which is to challenge US influence and to assert their dominance on the world stage. China's Belt and Road Initiative has allowed it to expand its economic footprint in Latin America through infrastructure projects and investments. Ports, telecommunication networks, and transportation corridors are now under Chinese control, providing China with not only economic leverage, but also strategic positioning in the Western Hemisphere. From the construction of the Chancay megaport in Peru, which has just been inaugurated, to the growing presence of Huawei in Latin American communications infrastructure, and the deep space observation facilities, such as the one established in Argentina, China's growing involvement in the region is an undeniable challenge to the US. Similarly, Russia, Robert, has strengthened its presence in Latin America through military cooperation, arms sales, and cyber operations. Russia's involvement in Venezuela, Juan, including joint military exercises and the support for the Maduro regime, has raised alarm bells all across the region. Its long-standing relationship with Cuba also reflects its efforts to challenge US dominance in the region. And Iran, although less visible, has also made inroads, providing military aid to Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Bolivia, and expanding its diplomatic relationships with countries like Brazil. Just last year, Brazil, 2 Iranian warships docked in the port of Rio de Janeiro. These alliances are not just about economic exchange or mutual respect. They are about challenging the US and destabilizing democracies that resist authoritarianism. The coordination of efforts between Latin American authoritarian regimes and external powers like China, Russia, and Iran is a disturbing development. Together, these actors undermine the sovereignty of Latin American nations, reduce the capacity of the US to project power in the region, and destabilize democratic institutions. I have to say, unfortunately, in the United States, particularly in the last few years, has often failed to fully recognize or address the growing threats emerging from our region. For years, Washington has underestimated the implications of authoritarianism in the region, focusing instead on diplomatic and economic engagements that have at times inadvertently appeased these regimes. By engaging, for example, with the Maduro regime through sanctions relief and diplomatic overtures, the Biden administration has sent mixed signals about the US commitment to defending democracy in the Western Hemisphere. The decision to ease sanctions on Venezuela without demanding concrete steps toward democratic reform has been seen by many, including myself, I should say, as a tacit endorsement of Maduro's repressive tactics. Likewise, the US has failed to take decisive action against Nicaragua's Ortega regime, which continues to deepen its ties with Russia and China. In this period of great power competition, the US cannot afford to be complacent. The threats to US national security in Latin America are real and they're growing. However, we must not approach these challenges with fear or isolation, but with the clear-eyed understanding of the opportunities for cooperation and engagement. The US must work with its allies, both in Latin America and across the globe, to strengthen democratic institutions, promote good governance, and counter authoritarianism and corruption. Looking ahead, there is a renewed sense of hope. With the recent election of President Donald Trump and the nomination of Senator Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, I believe there is now an opportunity to reverse the course that has allowed these threats to fester. Senator Rubio, with his deep understanding of Latin American affairs and his unwavering commitment to democracy, is poised to bring a more focused and effective approach to the region's policy, to the policy towards the region. His leadership offers the US a chance to reassert its influence in the region, take decisive action in the defense of democratic values, and restore the strategic importance of Latin America in US foreign policy. Under this new leadership, we can anticipate a renewed commitment to addressing the issues of authoritarianism, corruption, and external interference that have been destabilizing our region. This is an opportunity not just for the US, but for the entire Western Hemisphere to reaffirm its commitment to democracy and to build a future where the threats to our security are met with the strengths of our unity and resolve. Thank you very much.
Mariano, as always, you give a very clear, in-depth perspective of the region, and we thank you, sir, for your leadership. Mr. Guaido, you are a valiant freedom fighter in the truest sense, in the greatest sense, and we honor you today. We thank you, sir. You're a young, strong individual who has a great future ahead of you. I have no doubt that God has a future for you. So let's give him a great round of applause for his leadership.
Well, you're very kind, Robert. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you. It's a deeply honor being here with you. Mariano, thank you for your words. Professor Selena, you make me easy. Speak about the threats of the US or the security of the Western Hemisphere here in the US, because we lived the threats back in Venezuela. When we talk about cyber threat, we can talk about Sputnik, Russia Today, Telesur, that they operate widely back in Venezuela. They finance all the propaganda machine through Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, to not only threat the security, of course, but also to manipulate the trendy, not only topics back in social media, but also in the public opinion. I mean, just think about it. We here in the US, we have several medias, we have a lot of public opinion, newspapers, radios, podcasters, I mean, free of speech. Back in Venezuela, if you post on X and Instagram, you go to jail. So think about how they potential get power over the censorship in regimes like Venezuela. So the main threat in this moment to the Western Hemisphere is precisely the dictators' regimes. Why? Because the cyber threat, the drugs cartels, the organized crimes, not only about drug dealers, also about the migration, how to use the migration as a weapon. You talked about this morning in this forum, this important forum. So it's not only about the lack of democracy back in Venezuela that produced 8 million migrants. 25% of our population is already outside of our country. They use that migration with the organized crime like Tren de Aragua, TDA, by the way. Like they killed some military back in Chile 6 months ago. They use this organization, Mariano, like a franchise. From who? Not only about the proxy threat that represent Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba from Russia, Iran, or China, but also to the drug cartels, like El Cartel de los Soles, back in Venezuela, who is run by Maduro. They have to use that kind of organization to hold the power in it, and to try to live or try to negotiate, get leverage with one high with Putin or Lavrov or Xi Jinping, or with the US, to try to negotiate their normalization. And they actively use this kind of tools to threaten the US. And they use in both ways: propaganda, drug cartels, organized crime, migration, energy. Also, as you know, Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world, to try to normalize and proxy enemy of the United States in the bottom. So you got 3 hours flight, Russia, China, and Iran back in Caracas, but also in Cuba and Nicaragua. And why I'm saying this? Because to counter cyber threat, drug cartels, we need to stop in this moment the Western Hemisphere that kind of dictatorship regimes. It's too easy, and I say this with property, you know. I have 19 months in exile because, as you know, they persecute us, my family, my team, in jail, killed, tortured, censorship, a lot of our team. Now we have an opportunity to recover democracy back in Venezuela with the primary election back in 2023, the recent election back in Venezuela, already rigged, by the way. Maria Corina Machado, who was elected in the primary election, can allow to participate in the election, who win Edmundo González Urrutia, who is the president-elect of Venezuela, taking us a big opportunity, not only to regain or to recover our democracy, but also to put a stop to this kind of regimes around the world. But of course, in this hemisphere, if you have a guy like Maduro back in Venezuela, constantly threaten the old Western Hemisphere through drug cartels, weaponized migration, organized crime around the hemisphere, and constantly visit from Lavrov or China or Iran. 1 month ago, the security minister from Iran was in Táchira. looking for some terrains, you know, the farms back over there in the frontier state to Colombia. Do you think the security minister of Iran was checking or looking for cows back in Venezuela? Of course not. For sure not, you know? So it's a very important moment to us, to the hemisphere, to finally stop this kind, not only regimes, strengthen to democracy, to the, of course, stabilization of the region, and of course the US. I mean, if you want to launder money, Mariano, and you know a lot about this, how they use Maduro to do this, from Russia, from China, from Iran. The Ukrainians, friends, also knows about the threats of Russia and Iran back in Venezuela. It's the key point or the center of this discussion to recover democracy, to put us an stop to this kind of threats around. And to finalize, I mean, the impunity is the key reason that we have this proliferation of regimes around. If Maduro is still an election, if Ortega back in Nicaragua, in jail, 7 candidates before an election, and the answer to this is nothing. I mean, basic, you know, what's the incentive to that kind of regimes? I mean, easy to kill, to kidnap, to censor, to get linked with the bad guys, like an author say, an Applebaum. Maybe you heard about it. And I'm here in exile, not because I'm afraid of that regime, or to be in jail, or death, by the way. We faced that regime 4 years in the streets, with my family kidnapped, with my team threatened, by the way. But we lost our support. And not Juan Guaidó, the democracy. Because this is not about one person or 2 or 3 or one country. It's about to stabilize the region. If you want to stop the migration here or to stop the TDA, Tren de Aragua, we have to stop Maduro. If you want to stop China, Iran, Russia, to proxy enemy in the region, we have to stop that kind of regimes. And we need the support in this moment, to Maria Corina, to Edmundo, to recover democracy. We are not begging for help. We are doing our job back again in Venezuela. And we can recover democracy. We can give up about liberty, about rights, about democracy, about people back in the ground risking his life to achieve something that is important to you, to us, to the security of the US, like freedom. So thank you very much, Robert. Thank you, Mariano, for the invitation also. So God bless you. Thank you. Gracias.
Dos buen hombres. Preguntas. You have questions? Wow. Amazing. You have, and you'll say some more.
No, that's fine. I just want to say I have a brother which lives part-time in Venezuela because he do some business there, Mezcal. Yes? He's in liquor business. He's not in politics, but he's a huge fan of you. As he says, Caracas is very nice and peaceful now. There's no more bandits. Everything is quite compared to what's in the past. That's a good thing. The bad thing is that all the beautiful women have also left the country. I'm sorry, it's not politically correct to say it, but I really hope you get back. I know the support to you is huge, and you deserve to come back and do some changes. It can only become better. Okay?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Bernardo Rico. So for me, it's an honor. I actually worked in USAID as a deputy assistant administrator in the previous administration, and
Thank
we
you.
were doing everything we could to help the people of Venezuela. So, Juan, what would you tell President Trump in terms of trying to help not just your country, but also, let's just keep it simple today, Nicaragua as well?
Very quickly, because we don't have time. I mean, the peace that we won and the security that we won in Caracas, in La Guaira, my hometown country, or any country is not the graveyard peace, you know, because fear, because censorship, we need real peace, and we want it, and we fight it for. With a new administration that is an old one, I mean, Trump 45th recognized that for the Venezuelan people of our constitution back in 2019. I think the pandemic situation, of course, affect all over the world, and our main asset to confront that regime that is the power of the people. Our constant struggle in the street to achieve democracy. With a pandemic situation, as you know, that balance of power changed in a day, you know, and we need not only the strong support and determination to make accountable that kind of regimes. In a simple word that we are using to explain the situation, it's not about the July 28 back in Venezuela, when they stole an election. They stole or tried to manipulate all over the system around the world. I mean, if Maduro get with his own, we're telling everybody that to vote, to participate, is not worthy anymore, you know? And we do it at all risk. In this moment, while we're talking here, we have 2,000 kidnapped, because that's the correct word. They're not in jail, they're kidnapped by that regime, just only because they demonstrate that we win an election, you know? That we win an already rigged election back in July 28. By the way, my birthday. It's a good present to regain liberty, but we need to complete the task. So to the President Trump, he already knows about the situation back in Venezuela. The Senator Marco Rubio is going to be the State Secretary very soon. They have enough empathy about the situation. Now we have to make our case, not only about sanctions, smart sanctions that my ambassador here, Becchio, said. It's not only maximum pressure, smart pressure, make accountable that kind of regimes, diversify the credible threat to that kind of regimes, and we need and we want the recognition of the president-elect. That's basic to promote democracy and make accountable that regime, and that can be done very quickly in a new presidential term. So we are very, we have faith, and we are with a very hope that we're gonna end that we start back in 2019, and that's democracy.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Ambassador Sands.
A quick question. How are you going to fix the elections going forward so that rightful winners take their place?
Easy question. I mean, that's the key. That's the key thing. I mean, I put you in the other way. How can we do to Edmundo González Urrutia? He's in this moment forced to exile because his life is in danger, like my life. I mean, when they killed the Teniente Ojeda back in Chile, my wife asked me, we are in risk? We are at risk? My two little daughters, 7 years, 3 years old, and this kind of regimes, organized crime, transnational organized crime, they like tercericide, you know, the violence. Not only in Venezuela, that they are using this technique years ago, now transnational. That's a key thing. But the question is to the US, to Europe, to Canada, how we can put the president-elect back in Venezuela in a safe way. That's with sanctions, with pressure, diplomatic pressure, with the reward to Maduro, to make accountable the military sector, to talk with the military sector, to gain power and traction back in the street in Venezuela in a safe way. It's not a safe way back when you face a dictator regime. But if we add all these variables in a short term, we can, como dice María Corina in Spanish, cobrar. I mean, we can put Edmundo González Urrutia to effectively execute his mandate. Because Edmundo González Urrutia is not about one person. I mean, he's the depositary of millions of wills that vote for him to make possible a peaceful transition. I mean, it's our main desire. But, of course, this is not easy. I mean, we're facing a regime whose tie links with Russia, Iran, and this is important. Who has a stronger support in this moment? The opposition in Venezuela with the democratic countries around the world, or Maduro with the bad guys behind him? What's the equilibrium between these forces? And that's our, we need more support. When we are asking Mariano, Robert, about flyer to communicate because all the censorship, Putin and Xi Jinping sending him AK-47. I mean, it's not an easy equilibrium, but in this moment, I want to picture it or visualize like how we gain capacities to the new elect president to return in a safe way to execute his mandate back on 2025, the years of freedom. So, thank you.
Thank you. Victor Gonzalez from Madrid in Brussels.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Victor González, a former member of the Spanish Parliament. I'm here with some of my colleagues, which are active, obviously, not as me, from Partido Popular and Partido Socialista. I have a question. We just got a message from María Corina Machado telling us the dangerous situation for the 6 refugees in the former Argentinian embassy, now under the Brazilian flag. She has mentioned that the neighbors, the people living around this house have been forced and obliged by the regime to leave their house. What will happen to Pedro Urruchurtu, to the people that are there, if they get detained in the coming hours? And what can we do to help our friends in that house? Thank you.
Yes, well, we're talking here the former Argentinian embassy that is in control in this moment by the Brazil government back in Caracas, who held 6 of the María Corina's team's members are seized without water, electricity, internet, or anything. I mean, like a lot of cities back in Venezuela, by the way. That's the situation in this moment. They want to put pressure on María Corina, on Edmundo, on the international community, and I thank you for the question, because that's the way that the regime managed all the situation. They have 6 kidnapped in a diplomatic embassy back in Venezuela, but also 2,000 in their jails. But also, I have to say it, 28 million Venezuelans that they use as hostage in this moment. That, I mean, we need not only to make advocacy to political prisoners back in Venezuela. We need actions in this moment. I mean, there is not a red line already to that regime to cross, you know? Because when you negotiate with that kind of regime and you say to him, if you doesn't allow to María Corina to participate in a new election, we are to lift the sanctions or any the license that they put over Chevron, for example, and they cross the line and nothing happened. Impunity. So we need concrete answers and actions to make accountable It's not about good vibe, you know? I mean, we need it, and thank you. Well done. Go on. Okay, good. But, by the way, in the Spanish government, the parliament already recognized Edmundo González Urrutia as the elect president, but we need the recognition of the government back in Spain, back in Brussels, by the way. I heard Borrell 1 week ago talking about the efficiency of the recognition of Juan Guaidó in 2019, while Borrell, only to face the US, they create against, in some way, or versus the Lima group, the contact group, and negotiate a new Consejo Nacional Electoral Council back in Venezuela. It's not about the efficiency of the votation system back in Venezuela, the protests, the negotiation, the recognition of interim government. It's about the efficiency of the democracy and the tools that we have to make accountable that kind of regimes. So we need better tools. We need to use the tools that we have. Sanctions, diplomatic pressure over Maduro, and la Carta Interamericana de los Derechos Humanos, Inter-American letter. That, I have to say, that's poetry in this moment. What's the use of that? When we win an election and nothing happened. We need the commitment of the part countries of that letter to make it possible democracy in this moment. While in the meantime, our people suffer the consequences, but also the US, with the drug cartels, with the proxy enemies that they voluntarily receive back in Venezuela, not only to annoy the US, but also to gain leverage to negotiate her power back in Venezuela. And our people are suffering, of course, Pedro, Fernando, Magali, and all the hostage that the regime have in this moment. Thank you very much, Deputy. Please. No, please. Mariano knows.
If I can react as well, I just want to say, you know, of course, the United States needs to do a lot of different things to what have been doing. It's been doing recently. I think certainly come back to maximum or smarter pressure. It's a dictatorship, guys. They don't go away with flowers and poetry. They don't go away. So we need to think of some sort of real pressure that gets them out of there. Maduro has to leave. Maduro has to get out of there. There's been an election and the Venezuelan people have spoken and they have voted a new government. Edmundo and Maria Corina are the winners and they need to be in power. But I want to speak also to the Latin American leaders, because there are many representatives of Latin American governments here today. They also have to take leadership here. It's not about just putting all the hopes and all the pressure for this change on the United States and what the United States can do. The region also has to stand up. No more appeasement, no more complacency from Brazil, from Colombia, you know, giving oxygen to a dictator. Let's cut that for now and for good. Countries in the region have to stand up, take leadership. In the Ibero-American region, if you want, Spain cannot be looking at this equidistantly, cannot be looking at this as a spectator. They need to take leadership. We need to protect our democracies. They are a threat. Our democracies are a threat by people like these. Maduro, Ortega, Díaz-Canel, and their authoritarian partners across the world. So we're putting our hopes on a change of government in the United States that can be supportive to those willing to take leadership as well elsewhere. I recall I was in government in Argentina from 2016 to 2020, and President Trump invited all the leaders of the Lima Group here to the White House and said, all the options are on the table. And he said, when I mean all the options are on the table. But the leadership has to come from Latin America. And no one was willing to take leadership for that. No, we're not going to run that risk. We're going to lose an election if we run that risk. Well, maybe it's time to reconsider options because, again, dictatorships don't go away with poetry and flowers. Beautiful girls do come with poetry and flowers for you, my friend, but not dictators.
Vote for Mariano.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This lady right here has a question. Right, well, this, I appointed this lady right here. State your case. He's coming. Case, move it. No, there's no mic. Case, we need a mic. I thought I'd trained him well, but.
Okay, no time to training. Hi, Guaido. So I have a question for you. How do you believe what is the responsibility for your interim government contribute to the unprecedented migrations of Venezuelans and the security of the south border of the United States under the Biden administration? Thank you.
Thank you. We are almost hostage for a regime like Maduro. They're using the immigration as a weapon. It's easy to them to gain leverage. They're trying to do that with the current administration. They held 2 meetings in Qatar, trying to fix it or to maybe make some kind of deal that they help, but the consequences of minimum pressure or good faces as political, we have it already. We went for 5 million migrants to 8 million. The organized crime rise in this moment. We are seeing not only in Venezuela, of course, we're seeing in Ecuador, Chile, Peru, Mexico. The cartel of Sinaloa is working back in Venezuela. Iran, China have bases back in Venezuela, not only to train soldiers. Hezbollah have a lot of passport issues by Venezuela. So it's not about the situation. Our contribution to this conflict, but it's not only for Venezuelans in this moment, is to recover democracy, to make accountable that kind of regimes, as that's a help that we need. Mariano said in a perfect and clearly way, it's not only about good vibe, we need better tools to make accountable, because it's not only about Venezuela. In the past 17 years or 18, we don't have any frontliners or democratic movement around the world who recover democracy effectively. And it's not only about the unity back in Venezuela or the sanctions. No, it's about the options. Which options do we have to make accountable and to make possible an effective transition that in this moment, difficult to argue that Venezuelans aren't struggling by his democracy, We win 2 elections, 2015 and 2024, with a wide margin. The parliamentary election, the executive election, Maduro kidnapped the National Assembly. They put a constitutional assembly. They kidnapped or threatened not only my team, my family, my people, also the newly elected president of Venezuela, Edmundo González Urrutia. He was forced to leave Venezuela. And I'm asking about tools and making our case of the Western Hemisphere. You say it in a perfectly way. The Professor Selina said minutes ago about the threats and the proxy enemies of the U.S. in Latin America. And we can talk about migration, energy, tourism, food, water, I mean, all the main assets that were needed back in Latin America. 700 million souls back in the region. Reduce the poverty gap to stop migration. I mean, this is a provocative issue to discuss the stabilization of Latin America and the priority to the US and the region, the other leaders, to make possible back in Venezuela.
Very good. There's a question here in the, yes, sir.
Yes, would you possibly say that the first step down the slippery slope was when Venezuela used electronic voting machines and Chinese software? And then Elon Musk has recently said that we need to get rid of all electronic voting machines. How much would that help in Venezuela and other South American countries?
I don't know if, the electoral system, of course, is very important to the democracy and how to audit or to compete against regimes like Maduro. It's not only about the machine, it's not only about the software, it's about the people who make audits, citizen audits in caliente, immediately, you know? Back in Venezuela, that's why we have the tallies that we, with audacity, I have to say, almost take it from the regime. I mean, every system, there are various systems, worse systems to promote, but even the Maduro regime couldn't make a bypass of his own system. I mean, it's not an easy outcome for that kind. How to preserve the integrity of the will of the people is the main issue to us. But that in the case of Venezuela, depend not in the machine, not in the software, that is, of course, is important. We learn since 2015 or maybe earlier how to preserve the result in a human way. I mean, it's not easy. When 200,000 volunteers to make that possible. That's a risk if you don't have the people back in the ground. But it's difficult to compare in this moment the situation and how to make it clearly transparency to the people and less like fragmented to audit the system, you know?
Thank you. Yes, sir. We have a question here. Case. Go ahead.
Thank you. My English is very bad. Le voy a pedir a Mariano que traduzca para el resto, pero como los dos hablan español, creo que va a ser más sencillo que me entienda el señor Guaidó. Te agradezco, Mariano.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I can translate for you. Yes.
Thank you. A ver, señor Guaidó, realmente, como bien ha dicho Mariano, el dictador no sale con flores y poemas. Y en las dictaduras, la única forma de sacarlas es desde adentro.
So as Mariano said, as I said, dictators don't go away peacefully with flowers. The only way to get rid of them is from within, from inside the country.
Yo viví en su país justo en la época del Caracazo. Y ya desde esa época se acercaba un futuro Castro llamado Chávez.
I lived in Venezuela a long time ago, and back then we could foresee already, a future Castro coming in. His name was Hugo Chávez.
Y si no fuera por el cáncer, seguramente hasta el día de hoy estaría y se quedaría seguramente otros 60 años.
Had it not been for his illness, for cancer, he would probably still be there and would probably remain for 60 years.
Esto es una crítica porque tengo muchos amigos, compañeros de armas. Yo soy marino de allá en Venezuela y han sufrido y sufren lo que están sufriendo los millones de venezolanos. Pero Chávez tuvo la visión de comprar a la Fuerza Armada primero, porque ese es el único soporte que tiene. Si no se quiebra eso y no hay un líder adentro que dirija esto, yo personalmente creo que va a ser imposible.
I have many friends in Venezuela, friends of arms. I'm a Marine myself, former Marine, and I'm aware of how Chavez had the vision to buy the military, to co-opt the military. So to find a solution, if we don't break in that cohesion that the military has, I believe it will not be possible to overcome this situation.
Con ello lo que quiero decirle es que tanto usted como otros que han pasado, el mismo Mundo González, difícilmente llegue enero y Maduro, lo más probable es que en algún momento le deje el gobierno a Cabello, pero no a González.
Unfortunately, I don't see much chance for change. Maduro is likely to remain, and if he leaves the power, likely to leave it to Cabello and not to El Mundo González.
Es una reflexión, pero creo que el pueblo venezolano merece una acción, como dijo el presidente Trump en la anterior, y usted lo repitió, Mariano, salvar una democracia que es utilizada justamente por dictaduras, bien utilizada por las dictaduras, y no por nosotros. La única forma es utilizar todos los medios para liberar a un pueblo como Venezuela. Gracias.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the only way to end this, as President Trump put it in his previous administration, the only way is to use all the means at our disposal to save the people of Venezuela.
Thank you, sir. I would invite you to come to our prayer meeting tomorrow, and there is a God in heaven who can help.
Sí.
Majority Leader, if you would like to come, give a remark.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Nakayama. I am senator from Paraguay. Congratulations, Mariano and Juan and Robert, for the organization. And only I want to say some words supporting Venezuela, because we see what happens there, and we really need, all the hemisphere needs the three authoritarian regimes in our hemisphere, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela, turn again free democracies. And all the hemisphere and all the free world must support what happened in Venezuela. The elected authorities, Edmundo González Urrutia, and the leader, Mariana Corina Machado. And I think in Venezuela, you can see troops of Russia or the revolutionary Iranian Guard with AK-45, and maybe we must send some Raptors or drones to reestablish the democracy in Venezuela. We can fight against them with flowers. Thank you.
Very good. Any more remarks relative to our panel today? This has been remarkable. Thank you. We honor you, sir. And you're just beginning your journey. Your family has been through hell, and we know that. And we pray for you, and we support you, and we'll be with you all the way. Thank you. Yeah, let's have a picture. Victoria, por favor. Here in the middle.
Hey, we have to watch out these spotlights.
Oh, un momento.
Yes, this spotlight over there. It's really bad. So we do one more. There's so much. These spotlights are.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, thank you. Wonderful. Thank God bless you, sir. So, we have an open mic now, and we're going to have a 3-minute drill. You know what a 3-minute drill is? If you'd like to make a remark, please come up here, and you have 3 minutes to make your case. Is that good? Is that fair? So if there's something you'd like to say that hasn't been said today, please come now. Sir, you wanted to make a comment. This is your moment. Okay? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Ándale pronto. You're going to remember this moment with Mr. Whitehall. This will be a great moment to remember because he will be back. Now, sir, introduce yourself and make your brief comments.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Pithinga. You're doing very well. Honorable Nkole Ukondokwe is my name. I was in the 8th and 9th Assembly of the National Assembly, a member of the International Visitor Leadership Program, program of the United States of America. My own take is that...
I want you to project.
My take is that a lot of have been discussed, and Africa on the perspective of terrorism, financing, banditry, and the issue of the transnational security challenges owing to the fall of Libya. Since then, a lot of terrorism, farmers, herders clashes has caused a lot of challenges, and I would like this gathering, please, to focus on those issues, those contemporary issues that are bedeviling Africa, because Nigeria in particular is a large country in African continent. And if anything happens to Nigeria, I believe there is being stability in the world. My very good colleague is here. I think since he's here, I will limit to whatever that I'm going to say. He will bring the full picture. I thank you once again, and I place Africa should be in a very big focal point in these discussions. Thank you so much. That's my humble remarks I wish to make. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Ann Basham and Tanya. Are you here? Please come forward. I didn't see you in the crowd. Please come forward. We have one more panel on human trafficking. This is a remarkable presentation. Ann has been with us for, 5 years or so, and it carries a tremendous mission that affects every country in this room. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman Pittenger. This is always an incredible, incredible group, and I'm honored to be here today. I'm going to start with a story that's a little bit difficult, but it ties into what we're talking about today. Layla was a 12-year-old Yazidi girl in Iraq a few years ago when ISIS terrorists tragically attacked her village. Like thousands of girls, she was rounded up with her family, and the women and girls were separated from the men and boys. She was taken to an underground facility with approximately 50 other girls, where she was kept for 2 years with no sunlight and sold to men for sex every day until the age of 14, when her health was in such poor condition that she was deemed no longer useful to ISIS. This is how terrorists fund their operations, bringing in a significant source of income. The funds from selling Layla and other women just like her to ISIS fighters were for between just $200 and $1,500 a day. And this money was used to fuel, literally, these terrorist operations, not only in the Middle East, but here in the world. Now, ISIS used to be a dwindling threat, but actually in recent years it has been growing. It even threatened a Taylor Swift concert recently. Splinters of these organizations are now all over the world. And 23 years ago, I just want to remind everyone in this room that on 9/11 here in the United States, the fourth plane that was tragically taken down in a Pennsylvania field was headed right here to the Capitol. So terrorism has impacted all of us and is important for those of us here today because it continues to be funded by human trafficking. Human trafficking is unique among human rights abuses because it is a global security issue and the source of funding for terrorist organizations and organized criminal networks. The laws that are passed in Congress and throughout the world to stop human trafficking and exploitation not only impact abuse, but they address global security threats. So Layla is an example of human trafficking, which is a form of modern-day slavery. And it occurs, just so that we're all on the same page, it's different than human smuggling, which I know has been talked a lot about today and is also important. Human trafficking actually means that a person is sold over and over again through force, fraud, or coercion. And so that's really the definition that we're dealing with today. It generates the US equivalent to $236 billion annually for traffickers. And it's estimated that nearly 50 million people, this is the most recent estimate, 50 million people are enslaved in the world right now, and some people believe that's a low estimate. Human trafficking is the second largest criminal enterprise in the entire world, second largest. This is what separates it from every other human rights abuse. And it is actually the fastest growing criminal enterprise. So why is this? What is fueling this epidemic? Well, unlike other human rights abuses, human trafficking is a business. A person can be bought or sold over and over. And unlike drugs, that person can be reused over and over, just like a commodity. The reality is that 99.6% of all victims are never identified. Literally 0.4% are never identified. And today, the biggest threat to global security is the state-sponsored terrorism of China, North Korea, and the Taliban, which all use child exploitation to not only execute, but to fund their operations. And so while most of us think of terrorism as stories just like Layla, I really want to shine a light today. I know we've talked a lot about China, but also on the connection to state-sponsored terrorism. More than 1 million Uyghurs, these are people, Uyghur people, more than 1 million are in forced labor camps in communist China, where they are sexually abused, physically abused, and trafficked on a massive scale. Additionally, in Africa, cobalt and lithium are among the world's most valuable resources. And Congressman, I don't know if it's up here, I hope it's up here, Congressman Derek Van Orden and others in the House Transportation Committee in the last year have actually had numerous hearings on this that have received very little media attention, but I want to highlight some of the important things that are mentioned in those because it's very, very important. So some of these have involved the current Transportation Secretary Buttigieg about the administration's role in child forced labor. And if you can see the photo above, that's a photo that he actually showed on the House floor that demonstrated it. At the expense of green energy, which is a totally separate topic, we want to make sure that children are not sacrificed. And that is really what is going on and why I'm here to talk about this today. Because children should be protected at all costs. And that is something I hope that every person in the room can agree on. So in order to achieve the ambitious goal of making 50% of all US vehicles electric by 2030, during these hearings it was highlighted that the government should seek this preservation of child labor in an effort to meet domestic energy objectives for clean energy. The bipartisan, and this is a totally bipartisan, Congressional Executive Commission on China, which many of you know about, has also held hearings on this. This is a completely bipartisan issue, especially here in the United States, on child labor and human rights violations in the mining industry in the Democratic Republic of Congo specifically, which called attention to the specific violations of these nations. Okay, so how does this tie in to state-sponsored terrorism? And here's where I will make the link. Because Chinese and Russian companies control a significant portion of these cobalt mines and refineries, dominating the market and importing minerals in hugely, hugely substantial quantities. They mostly come from there. Over 70% of the world's supply comes from the DRC. And the immense demand for cobalt in battery production fuels this exploitation. In 2020, 41% of all cobalt-containing batteries were imported from China. And this figure represents a lack of responsiveness to years of reporting on the association between severe child labor practices and the cobalt supply chain. China also plays a huge role in forced labor practices while processing the rare minerals that are mined in Africa by using the Uyghur population in China to process these materials. So they're involved in slave labor in Africa to actually get this, and then they're involved in slave labor in China to process it. Chinese mining conglomerates are known to conduct work transfer programs where individuals are forcibly moved to the north to work in mining operations in genocidal conditions. But Chinese companies are directly involved in perpetuating these human rights conditions and heavily control the mining industry. Why? Because the export of these minerals to other countries poses significant problems. China's role has created very, very deep-rooted supply chain concerns. And so supply chains, a lot of times people think, oh, that's out there. It impacts all of it. As Benjamin Franklin said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I have some good news here. There is some hope. I know that there are lawmakers in the room here. A lot of laws are being created, and there's a couple I want to highlight. In the United States, we passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act years ago. This was landmark legislation. It actually passed through the United States Senate unanimously, and actually only one person voted against it in the House. That is quite literally unprecedented. So on this, in a very divided nation on other issues, we can agree that this is not acceptable. Recently, for those of you in Europe, I'm sure you heard about the EU passed a somewhat similar law. It doesn't go quite as far, but it does start to address some of these issues. So what this addresses is that while we disagree on many things, there is consensus in the United States and many allied nations that modern slavery is wrong. And so that's where we want to start. It's not only evil, but it is inextricably linked to the security of the entire world. It is not separate from global security issues. Rather, it is at the heart. So what can we do about this? Well, the same thing that governments do when they want to dismantle instigators of war. They follow the money. Increasing efforts to stop funding human trafficking is not only heroic, it is actually a form of sanctions itself against these terrorist leaders. According to the United Nations, 1 in 3 women are affected by gender-based violence, and this skyrockets to 200% in high conflict zones where terrorist cells thrive. Prioritizing stopping and preventing human trafficking in all forms is a type of sanctions in itself. Here in the United States, there's another thing that we offer, and it's a mechanism that's incredible. It's called the Global Magnitsky Sanctions. I know some nations now have that as well. I'm going to give a brief explanation. I know many of you are familiar with it, but Global Magnitsky Sanctions, the U.S. can target warlords and terrorist leaders with economic sanctions that render them powerless, and they do this by actually targeting large and small channels of money. The problem with this, the UK also has a version of this act. The problem is that this has rarely been used here in the United States to target human traffickers or state-sponsored terrorism. So we have this ability in the UK. They've now done it all throughout the EU. But when it comes to trafficking, this mechanism has hardly ever been used. And the second thing we can do is grassroots solutions. These can be incredibly effective. I know we have a number of business leaders here in the room, and in fact, one of the best examples of grassroots advocacy came after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, in 2022. I'm sure you all heard about it. I don't know if the slide is up there. We can go a couple slides past it. A professor at Yale Law School on his own was behind the creation of the now infamous, it's a public list of businesses and corporations that withdrew from Russia. As world leaders worked on sanctions and statements, this completely non-legal advocacy effort to publicly shame businesses that remained in Russia worked. and it absolutely slowed their progress. Over 100 organizations pulled their businesses completely out of Russia within a matter of months. Why? Because of the public pressure from a professor's grassroots advocacy campaign. If significant efforts were placed on stopping businesses with China, stopping doing business with China voluntarily, the demand for products made with forced labor would start to dwindle and stop. So this is a very huge thing, and we've honestly never seen it on this scale so quickly across the globe, and we saw that it worked. Finally, we must support laws that not only ensure clean supply chains, but that also protect children, especially from being pawns to advance clean energy objectives. Clean energy is not clean if there is blood on the hands of those who push for it at the cost of human life and freedom. No one says, I support the trafficking of human beings, and we can all be united on this. So thank you. I know this is a very heavy topic, and I appreciate you all staying towards the end of the day. And I want to introduce right now to you a dear friend and colleague of mine. Her name is Tanya Gould. She should be familiar to several of you here today. She is a lived experience expert, and she is also the anti-human trafficking director for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you so much, Tanya.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and switch to my slides. Awesome. Okay, so I was so excited when I was asked to talk about this, because in the work that I do on an international, national, and even on the state level, because I'm a survivor of human trafficking, I see the system, like I see systems, right? Everything we do work in systems. Like we have a system in our home, right? Who's going to clean what, right? We're always we have our government system. We live in a solar system, right? So everything is done in this way. And so when we're talking about, as a survivor, when, I understood in my trafficking situation, when I was trafficked, there was a system, and that's why it worked. So if we look at the next slide. Next slide, please. Is there a next slide? Or who's doing the slides? So on the next slide, I talk about the definition of terrorism. And I have that. So let me make it bigger so I can see it. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Terrorism generally refers to the violence, threats, or intimidation to create fear, achieve political or religious objectives, or coerce governments, societies, or individuals. The reason why I wanted you to see that is because in terrorism exists some of the same words that we use in the definition of human trafficking. So we would notice the words like violence, threat, intimidation, and coercion. And they're words that you won't only see in the definition, but also when you hear people like myself speak about my story, when you're asking the question, how did this happen, why did this happen, and what is happening, we are using some of the same terminology. And also, human trafficking locally, anywhere, is an isolated theme, right? It really doesn't get the attention or the attention that it needs in order to do work on it. But when we broaden it and show that it intersects with other types of crimes that we already have understanding on, now we're able to look at it in a different way. And so that's what I hope to do with you today when we're talking about terrorism. Okay, next slide. So terrorist organizations recruit victims. And when I say these things, I want you to understand this is exactly the same thing that happens in human trafficking. There's a recruiting process. Now, particularly women and children for forced labor, sex slavery, or as fighters in conflict zones. Terrorist groups may enslave women and minors for sex trafficking, using them as propaganda tools or to generate income. Human trafficking serves as a revenue source for terrorist organizations, which have used human trafficking as a means to fund their operations. Trafficked individuals might be used in labor, forced labor, or smuggling to assist with terror networks' operational needs. and terrorist organizations might use human trafficking networks to move fighters across borders or hide in refugee populations. And so as a survivor, it's easy for me to see what was going on as a victim. I was able to see the systematic network in a different perspective. And this is why involving survivors of this crime is helpful in understanding how traffickers move. Next slide. So we must recognize that human trafficking is historical, which means its system is strong and lasting. So human trafficking is organized, it's a culture, it is a system. And so it's trafficking as a business. So human trafficking has, when we're talking about it, works as a business. I want you to look at the division of labor, right, where different roles are assigned, such as scouting victims. I was forced to recruit victims. Providing transportation, creating fake documents, maintaining safe houses. This division of labor ensures efficiency, scalability, allowing trafficking networks to operate on a large scale. There's also the global reach in transnational operations when we're talking about cross-border trafficking, migration routes, and safe havens. Trafficking organizations exploit migration routes, refugee crisis, and unstable political conditions to smuggle and move individuals for exploitation. Victims often come from economically disadvantaged or conflict area regions, making them more vulnerable to traffickers. There's an economic and political system when we're looking at the exploitation of poverty, corruption of weak governance. Trafficking is often sustained by corrupt officials and weak legal systems. How? Traffickers can bribe and do bribe law enforcement officers, border patrols, or local authorities to look the other way or actively assist in trafficking operations. Now, let's talk about demand for exploitation, right, in the industries and sectors, in technology and online platforms, right? Also, let's look at cultural and social factors when it comes to gender vulnerability or cultural exploitation. So, and then this is what I want to talk about is a long-term and repeated exploitation. The cycle of victimization. So victims of trafficking are often forced into a cycle of exploitation where they are trafficked repeatedly, either within a country or across different locations. For instance, a victim of sexual exploitation in one country may be trafficked into another country after years of abuse, thus perpetuating the systemic nature of the crime. And then Ann talked about earlier the untraceable movement. As trafficked individuals are frequently moved between various locations, they are made nearly invisible to authorities. They are often moved through multiple stages of exploitation, sometimes serving in forced labor, then being sold into the sex trade, and sometimes even being moved between criminal operations that's being used to recruit others. Human trafficking is systematic because it is organized. It's an organized, multifaceted process that spans regions, industries, targeting vulnerable individuals and exploiting social, economic, and political weakness. The systematic nature of human trafficking means that addressing it requires a comprehensive, coordinated effort at local, national, and international levels to disrupt criminal networks, close legal loopholes, protect vulnerable populations, and raise awareness about its realities of trafficking. Okay, and then just the next slide just shows some more economic ties when we're looking at recruitment of child soldiers, mass abductions, child trafficking for suicide bombing, forced labor and economic exploitation, forced marriages, kidnapping and ransom. Next slide. So I want to just take a few moments to talk about root causes. When we're talking about conflict and instability, conflict creates power vacuums, which terrorist groups exploit to recruit to control victims. These conditions often lead to trafficking as a means to control populations or fund operations. Okay, so poverty and vulnerability, lack of education, the disregard for socioeconomic instability, forgotten communities that are overlooked and often socially marginalized are root causes of both trafficking and terrorism. Vulnerable individuals are more easily preyed upon by both terrorist organizations and traffickers. Corruption and weak governance. In countries with weak governments or corrupt law enforcement, terrorist organizations can thrive while trafficking networks go unchecked. This lack of regulation allows both issues to flourish. And the impacts of local and global security, trafficking disrupts the social fabric, contributing to poverty, disempowerment, and instability, which are breeding grounds for extremism. Human trafficking as a sponsor of terrorism represents a direct threat to global security as it allows terror networks to flourish and expand. And then finally, the call to action. Terrorist groups exploit human trafficking in numerous ways as a source of income, a means of recruitment, a tool for instilling fear, and a strategy to maintain control over populations. The intersection of terrorism and human trafficking creates complex challenges as both issues exacerbate the vulnerability of individuals, destabilize regions, and complicate global security efforts. Addressing this intersection requires an integrated approach, targeting both the ideological motivations of terrorism and the criminal network that enable human trafficking. So as a survivor of human trafficking, when in that situation and observing all the criminal activity happening around me, it sent the message that anyone can be treated less than human, and this notion has been too widely accepted for too long. We have become complacent with the buying and selling of humans. The fact that a human being can be a commodity should not be in our conversations, and it should never have been a reality to me. My trafficker was brutal, but he made me feel a sense of belonging, and therefore I felt that I owed him my life. So does the child soldier and other kids or victims that are working for these adults that are exploiting them. Thank you for your time.
Wow. Wonderful. That's a heartfelt story. Thank you so much. You radiate the Lord. Any questions for these dear people? Well, you made your great presentation. They got the picture. Thank you so much, Ann. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you, Ann. Take care. Oh, you bet. And we do have one more panel. If Francois, if you could come up, please, Francois Baird. And Bo, is he here as well? And I think also the Honorable Shaban Ibrahim Sharada from Nigerian National Assembly. Are you here? Come on up. Who would like to lead the charge? You will? Francois Baird. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate your great friendship and leadership. You're a gentleman from South Africa, and he leads and chairs the founder of Baird's, U.S. LLC Baird's. It's a limited Colbridge. Is that it? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I was born in South Africa and grew up there, but I'm an American citizen. I started my career working underground in the gold mines, 3 miles underground. But I never felt in as much danger there as I do now because I stand between you and a cocktail. So I'll try and be brief. President Biden was in Angola today. According to the Daily Telegraph, he fell asleep during the meeting with African leaders. To be fair, Europe and America has been asleep in Africa for a long time. I'm here to wake you up. Africa has been a footnote today in almost every presentation, while China was the headline. But Africa has the fastest growing human population in the world. They are also the poorest and the hungriest. There's a growing instability, not only across the Sahel, but even in southern Africa. The problems created by Islamist terrorist explosion, and it is an explosion across the continent over the last 30 years, along with Africa's population explosion, should be a worry not only to Africans, but to the entire world. Africa policy has been remarkably consistent, mostly for being ineffectual. With security and stability in retreat, Africa needs a new security agenda, and that's what I'm hoping we can talk about. This has moved quite a bit, so let me see whether I can get you back. Because Western politicians have traditionally viewed Africa policy through their own domestic lens. I recall going in the early 90s to an Africa conference here, where I was the only African there. The rest were all from New York or Chicago. And they've not taken, policymakers don't take Africa seriously enough. But as a result, the West and their democracies have lost influence and clout in Africa, particularly to Russia and China. So for a change, Africa is the headline, and Russia and China are the footnotes, all for the wrong reason. However, a rude awakening awaits the Western democracies if this attitude persists. Since I believe Africa is arguably more important to the West in the 21st century than at any other time in history. Whether it is because Africa is choosing between whom they should support, whether it is about providing access to critical minerals and supply chains, whether it is countering global terrorism, or shoring up food security, or mass migration, or almost any other challenge arising from fragile states, and Africa has more fragile states than any other continent. Africa is now vital for the world's future prosperity and security. It is time for you to take Africa seriously. Imagine a world where Western access to critical minerals were cut off through multilateral BRICS supply agreements, or where Africa becomes a base, like it's starting to happen, for Chinese, Russian, and Iranian deep-water navies in the Mediterranean, the Horn of Africa, and on the Indian and Atlantic Oceans. Chinese trade and investment in Africa beats America's handily. Russia, even Turkey, is making a play for military and other African regimes shunned by the West. Instead, Western leaders treat Africans with exclusion by threatening them with exclusion from trade agreements like AGOA, and they lecture them about gender inequality and climate change. In a continent with the fastest growing young population in the world, where many go without running water, without electricity, and economies are constrained by a lack of energy and capital, not to mention the C word, corruption. African leaders have very different priorities to their Western counterparts. They're looking to solve their own problems, not to serve Western domestic politics and culture wars. So as Africa flexes its muscle to serve its own interests, the Western world should urgently adjust its security agenda in Africa to become more effective and to regain lost influence. How? It means serving American and European interests by encouraging more business-friendly environments to cultivate economic growth in Africa, underpinned by American and European business investment in Africa. But they need backup from their governments. Enabling Africans to fight corruption and terrorism, whether the fight is being done by democratic African countries or by military regimes. It is time to break loose from the Cold War rules that only supported countries without military regimes. The West also has to become a more reliable and effective ally to pro-Western African countries and to young Africans. Young people in Africa are pushing out old-style leaders. They're fighting corruption. In September, I worked with the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Centers. I was astonished at how young they were, how brave they were, and how dedicated they are to fighting corruption in their respective countries. More of this is necessary. This should be supported. The security agenda should firstly, however, focus on energy security by enabling African countries to become energy independent through the most cost-effective means possible. Affordable energy for job creation, food production, better health and education is vital. But it must be done with African energy, the resources they have available. Supporting property rights and rule of law is not only a precondition for African security and stability, but it's the most effective way of supporting democracy through constitutionalism. When things went wrong in Kenya, it was a constitutional judge who stood up and reordered the election to be rerun. When fights are being had about what to do concerning corruption, it is journalists and lawyers in Africa who lead the fight. In fact, in Zambia, one of my favorite newspapers was the Zambian Post, and it had a lovely, lovely slogan then: "You bury, we dig." And that's what we need in Africa. We need journalists to be supported. So here's a proposed security agenda that might work for Africa. First, promote affordable energy for access for all in Africa, without restriction. I mean, honestly, prescribing decarbonization to a continent that has never carbonized is simply not sensible. It's irresponsible. Africa has abundant resources of cheap energy available, from fossil fuels to renewables to gas, you name it. But it must be helped to develop whatever works best for affordable access for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes. Africa wants to industrialize. Cheap energy access will do more to erase poverty, combat hunger, improve health and education, and increase African employment than anything else tried so far. Second, engage all African countries without exclusion by supporting stronger legal institutions and constitutions that preserve property rights. African countries should not be treated any different to China or the Arab world, where these things are insisted upon by the US and for US companies. Third, for the sake of a safer world, support all African countries, including those with military regimes, with better means of fighting corruption and terrorism, and do not accept that any of them be drawn into the orbits of Russia. Don't give up any ground to China or Russia or other malignant actors. Corruption busting will expose these corrupt regimes as well. So the more the US and Europe can do to expose Chinese, Russian, and Iranian corruption in Africa, the more bad actors in Africa will be exposed with them. And that will have a very beneficial effect. Fourth, to spur economic growth and job creation, not only should the African Growth and Opportunities Act be renewed, but it should be extended to include all African countries. Make Africa a territory where the US is a serious player. Western development and trade organizations should align their programs with expanding opportunities for fast economic growth. Africa is not interested in your culture wars. They are interested in their own growth. For instance, economic prosperity zones, where countries are willing to develop those with the US, it should be done. These 4 agenda points will facilitate the 5th, wiping out hunger in Africa by private investments in large-scale commercial farming. There is no replacement for the benefits of mega farming, meaning industrial-scale farms, to produce the cheapest possible food. This has been proven in countries where it's being practiced, like South Africa. It employs more people in rural Africa than any other commercial activity. That's why there should be a focus on it. The hard reality is that when the West withdraws, malign actors step into the void. It's now been proven. And the world becomes more dangerous for everyone, not only for Africans. If Western policymakers adopt this 21st century security agenda for Africa, it will have more and more capable allies on the continent with the fastest growing, youngest population in the world. That's a real benefit. And by taking Africa seriously in the interest of both the West and Africa, and elevating the continent's importance in Western policy calculations, more African countries will be able to join the ranks of those standing against malignant global actors. I hope you'll join me in fighting for a new security agenda for Africa. Thank you.
Well, distinguished participants, respected colleagues, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I stand before you today deeply honored and grateful for the opportunity to address the August Assembly for the second time on a matter of global significance. As the Honorary President of the Network of African Parliamentarians, members for Defense and Security Committees, and of course, on behalf of the President General of the network, Connie Lassina, and the entire leadership of security-related committees of African Parliament, I would like to begin by extending our special appreciation to the Chairman, Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, Congressman Robert Pittinga, and other US senators and congressmen for your tireless effort in hosting this historic event in Washington, D.C. My topic to discuss is a global agenda for Africa, global security agenda for Africa. Africa, a vast and diverse continent with over 1.3 billion people, faces numerous challenges, including terrorism, insurgency, piracy, cybercrime, poverty, hunger, illiteracy, ethnic and religious division, external interference, and tragic collapse of state. One of the most significant security challenges facing Africa is terrorism. Groups like Boko Haram have created havoc on communities, displacing millions and fostering instability. This group exploit weakness in governance, socio-economic disparities, and cultural tension to recruit members and share their ideology. Systematic issues such as endemic poverty and hunger, illiteracy, and climate change exacerbate the situation. Over 40% of sub-Saharan Africa live below poverty line, and hunger remains a daily reality for millions. Limited access to quality education leaves millions vulnerable to manipulation and disinformation. A global security agenda specifically tailored for Africa is crucial, as security challenges do not respect national boundaries, and crimes take new dimension in many nations. Government must also become more sensitive in upholding their primary purpose of providing security and welfare of Africans. It is therefore a good time for African leaders and other stakeholders to restore the glory of the continent, which from ancient times has been revolving around its unity and desire for intercontinental cooperation to enhance its prospect in the globalized world. Terrorism in one country can spill over into neighboring region, making a regional and global response essential. The international communities must recognize its role in supporting African nations by providing military assistance, investing in development, education, and institutions that foster stability. Security agenda should prioritize human rights, social justice, and economic development. Addressing poverty and equality is crucial for long-term stability, making Africa more resilient to security threats. Initiatives should also focus on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, that enhance economic opportunities, education, and healthcare. The international communities should work closely with African nations to build capacity in governance, rule of law, and security forces. And in conclusion, Mr. President, addressing the global security agenda for Africa requires a concerted and collaborative effort from the international community. The future security of Africa, and indeed the world, depends on our willingness to engage deeply, listen to African voices, and invest in lasting solutions. The United States, as a global leader, can play a pivotal role by fostering partnership that prioritize Africa's agency in designing and implementing solutions. African Parliament must also assure their role as critical partners in governance by enacting laws that are inclusive, realistic, and dynamic. We must strengthen oversight mechanisms, ensure equitable resources distribution, and advocate for the welfare of our constituents. Collaboration with international partners can amplify these efforts, ensuring that Africans' voices are integral to global decision-making. Support legislative frameworks that enhance US-Africa partnership in security, trade, and development. Advocate for increased funding for programs that address poverty, education, and healthcare in Africa. Distinguished participants, honorable colleagues, congressmen, distinguished senators of the United States of America, Africa's future is intertwined with world destiny. Thank you, and God bless.
Greeting. Okay. Greeting. I am Bulgai Deng. I was born in Sudan about 1980.
In 2011, the nation of South Sudan was born. Since that time, the country
Okay. I am Bulgai Deng. I was born in Sudan about 1980. Enslaved at age 7, escaped at age 10 by the UN and Virginia Council of Churches. I was brought to the United States to study international relations and the Homeland Security at Virginia Commonwealth University from 2000 to 2008. I have been a candidate for President of South Sudan since 2018 for the world's newest nations. Much has happened in the past years since we were here. We were gathered together here in Dixon Senate building in Washington, D.C. A week later, on 4th January this year, I saw a photograph of the Kenya President, William Ruto, a pastor, with 2 generals from South Sudan who were trying to assassinate me in 2018. I sent a letter to President Ruto, hand delivered by an elected servant I met here in this conference. Soon, the 2 generals or assassins had various diplomatic action against them. Last month, 1 general was arrested by Kir because he now is considered as a threat to the Kir dictatorship. The connections we made in this room change the world in the East Africa for the better, for security, for life, and for liberty and freedom. Kir has been shined by the liberty-loving world. So he has made a trip to Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, China, to pop up Kir. Yet China, it does economic imperialism in South Sudan, other African countries, in the world, and promote the org slavery or body parts harvesting. While much has happened in the past years since we were here, this part of the worldwide positive change in the past 5 years, consider Naba Bokele, president of Salvador in 2019, who in his 2024 UN speech said, "We were in shame due to input civil war, and then a post-peace that left behind more death than war itself." So much like South Sudan under Kir. Elsewhere, Giorgia Meloni, a prime minister of Italy in 2022, Giorgia Melli of Argentina in 2023, and most talk about is the election of Donald J. Trump here in the USA a month ago. These examples show that an inspired leader can create a positive change in even a short time frame after a free and fair election. Our nation, the youngest in the world, South Sudan, was scheduled for an election on December 22 this month. But the tyrant in office, Salva Kiir, had the cabinet declare our nation was not ready for an election. This after High Court Justice bravely said that the primitive candidate filing fees was not constitutional. So Kiir was facing too many quality candidates, of whom I was a leading one. Because it was. Might the Kiir candidate cabinet conscious decision based on if we allowed an election, we may lose our high pay government appointment. Kiir was appointed president in 2005. In 2010, I was the first leader to openly oppose Kiir because I saw his tendency toward dictatorship. Kiir continued as an elected president in 2011, when our people voted 98% for independence from the Sudan. But then Kiir postponed the election scheduled in 2013, and then again in 2015, again in 2018, yet again in 2022, and now this year in 2024 for 2 years to 2026. No, no, and no. We the people had enough. Too much of this never elects tyranny, dictatorship, Salva Kiir. In 2007, a neighbor country, Kenya, had a trouble election, but rescheduled another 3 months later. In 2003, President George Walker W. Bush sent Marines to Liberia, and World Bank employees Alan Johnson was elected president. In 2019, Donald J. Trump sent U.S. military into a neighbor country, Democratic Republic of Congo, a long-time dictatorship. Charles Joseph Kabila, it was stepped down, so free and fair election it was conducted. I'm here to ask the international community must demand an election in South Sudan in 2025 with boot in the ground, a pro-liberty forces, election observers, assure the people of South Sudan that the borders are safe and free and fair against the Kiir tyrant regime. Not UN China forces, we are asking, who defend Chinese imperialism in South Sudan, rape our women. Let us pray that President Trump will do in South Sudan in 2025, as was done in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, in 2019. Let us pray that Kiir will do as Joseph Kabila did, stepping down to allow free and fair election for the first time in our infinite nation, South Sudan, yet a torture history. Long ago, as an slave, I was shamed, yet our people must shade the shame of the protocol slavery of dictatorship of Kiir, as the country of Salvador, a great future waits for the South Sudan and East Africa, by our region, a trade with the world, if people can change their leaders by a safe and free and fair election. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you, sir. We deeply respect your leadership and your commitment to your country. You have been a stalwart in this battle, and we commend you. Well, what a day. And I commend each of you. You endured to the end. Tell the bartender you get the first glass of wine. No, thank you so much. What's the problem? What? There's a pastor?
Yeah, Pastor Tom, please can you come? Say a little. We just come from South Sudan.
Okay, we got a pastor wants to say something. Say something, Pastor.
Yeah.
You close us in prayer.
So I went to South Sudan in May of this year, and it is horrific to look upon it from the outside. And there's lots of hunger, there's flooding, there's all manner of things going on, starving. I went to refugee camps, went to the prisons. But one thing I did do is I conducted crusades, and between 40 and 60,000 people came out each night. And it was unbelievable that people came and they thronged and they were happy and they were looking for hope and they were concerned about the future and they were looking for somehow for there to be a miracle of God for their nation. And so I preached, I did. And so then I got down off of the platform and I went out among the people and I prayed for them and I talked with them and it was just an amazing time. One of the highlights of my life. And, South Sudan is an infant country. And like all infants, they need some help. And so for them to come out of the dictatorship that they're in that was just stolen and to have free and fair elections should be a necessity. It should be obvious, and it should be spoken by every free nation that puts pressure on South Sudan to do that. And so South Sudan has an amazing amount of minerals. I was reading about it, and they have uncovered rich deposits of major metals, precious stones, energy minerals, industrial materials, including gold, copper, zinc, lead, rare earth minerals, uranium, manganese, iron, and diamonds. And they also have oil. And so they have what they need in the ground to sustain themselves, but they need our help. They need first world help. And so even though I mentioned all of those minerals and the oil and all of that, their most precious commodity, their most precious resource is its people. Above all else. Let's pray as we close.
We got one more preacher.
Oh, we do, sorry.
We got one more.
Okay.
One more man from Israel. We got one more show. You still pray.
I can stay here
You're
now.
all right. Francois, bye. Got this man. We're going to take 3 minutes, okay?
So I'm Ken Abramowitz, a friend of Joseph Humeyer, and Joseph asked me to try to connect all the dots of all the meetings that you had today in less than 5 minutes. So there's a little handout you'll all be getting, and I'm going to describe everything that's wrong in the world and how to fix it in 5 minutes. So I have a website called SaveTheWest.com, and I'm trying to save Western civilization, but I need some help, from everyone here. So right now we're in the middle of World War III. We do not know that, but we're under attack by what I call the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues. The Reds are the communists, traditional color for communists. Greens are the Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists. Those are Muslim countries that use Islam as a political movement. And from the Blues, color-coded blue for the United Nations color of their helmets. Those are the globalists. So the Reds would be China, Russia, North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, among others. The Greens would be Iran, and on the Shiite side, and Qatar, Turkey, and Pakistan on the Sunni side. The Blues would be the United Nations and all of its corrupt agencies, and the World Economic Forum, the drug cartels, and the social media companies. These criminal organizations, the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues, use 7 forms of warfare. Kinetic, things blow up. Chemical, biological. Cultural, that's words. Economic, legal, demographic, and cyber. So if you multiply 3 groups of criminal organizations times 7 forms of war, there's 21 wars or mini wars that we're fighting in World War III. And this is a classic battle of good versus evil. And they seek world domination. They hate God. They hate the rule of law. They want to be God, and they want to create the rule of law. They have no sense of morality. So democracies are fighting for their lives right now, and I call that World War III. If you look at the page that says key suggestions for European and other countries, I come up with 15 suggestions. I'm not going to go through all 15 in the interest of time, but just looking at a few. Number 1, it's time for democracies to make their final stand before being taken over by the criminal organizations. Now, America made its final stand on November 5th. And so we got rid of our criminal organization, and you from other countries, you have to get rid of your criminal organizations. And we have a new country coming on January 20. Israel made its final stand on November 7th. And there's a new Israel that has no patience for terror organizations and is going to decimate Iran, which is a death cult, and all of their death cult members in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran itself. Number 2, 3, and 4, we have to distance ourselves from the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues. Number 7, we have to help America and Israel succeed. America and Israel are 2 of the only countries in the world that have a chance to survive. Others in Eastern European countries have a chance to survive. The rest are going to be taken over by the criminal organizations, and you can't allow that. And just as a final point, number 15, I define, as a final point in 30 seconds, I define good and evil as the difference between life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for 100% of the people versus life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for 10% of the people. So when you're dealing with criminal organizations that believe in life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for 10%, you have to remove your economic activity with them and make sure that they don't penetrate and subvert your own society. In a perfect world, every country would have governments that believe in life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for 100% of the people, 100% of the time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Pastor, if you'd like to lead us, we're going to have a closing in prayer. I want you to just pray for Venezuela, Sudan, Israel, and Ukraine that we spoke about today.
Let's bow our heads for a moment. Gracious Heavenly Father, we honor you in this house tonight. We thank you for all that you've done today. We pray for every single delegate. We pray for every single nation involved here. We pray especially for South Sudan, for Israel, God, for Ukraine. We thank you, Lord, for moving by your Spirit in this place. God, we ask for your wisdom, God, that we would have hope moving forward. God, that every one of us would be ingratiated by your Spirit and by your presence. We give you all the glory. Be with us as we go. Keep us safe and return us tomorrow. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Congressman.
Cheers. God bless you.
That was a great honor for me.
I'm glad for you.